Chapter 41 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At 2 o'clock sharp, Dennis Shannon, as district attorney, began his opening address. He stated in a very simple, kindly way, for he had a most engaging manner, that the indictment, as here presented, charged Mr. Frank A. Cowperwood, who was sitting at the table inside the jury rail, first with larceny, second with embezzlement, third with larceny as bailee, and fourth with embezzlement of a certain sum of money, a specific sum, to wit, $60,000, on a check given him, drawn to his order, October 9th, 1871, which was intended to reimburse him for a certain number of certificates of city loan, which he as agent or bailee of the check was supposed to have purchased for the city sinking fund on the order of the city treasurer, under some form of agreement which had been in existence between them and which had been in force for some time, said fund being intended to take up such certificates as they might mature in the hands of holders and be presented for payment, for which purpose, however, the check in question had never been used. "Now, gentlemen," said Mr. Shannon very quietly, "before we go into this very simple question of whether Mr. Cowperwood did or did not, on the date in question, get from the city treasurer $60,000, for which he made no honest return, let me explain to you just what the people mean when they charge him first with larceny, second with embezzlement, third with larceny as bailee, and fourth with embezzlement on a check. Now, as you see, there are 4 counts here, as we lawyers term them, and the reason there are 4 counts is as follows. A man may be guilty of larceny and embezzlement at the same time, or larceny or embezzlement separately, and without being guilty of the other, and the district attorney representing the people might be uncertain, not that he was not guilty of both, but that it might not be possible to present the evidence under one count so as to ensure his adequate punishment for a crime which in a way involved both. In such cases, gentlemen, it is customary to indict a man under separate counts, as has been done in this case. Now, the 4 counts in this case, in a way, overlap and confirm each other, and it will be your duty, after we have explained their nature and character and presented the evidence, to say whether the defendant is guilty on one count or the other, or on 2 or 3 of the counts, or on all 4, just as you see fit and proper, or to put it in a better way, as the evidence warrants. Larceny, as you may or may not know, is the act of taking away the goods or chattels of another without his knowledge or consent, and embezzlement is the fraudulent appropriation to one's own use of what is entrusted to one's care and management, especially money. Larceny as bailee, on the other hand, is simply a more definite form of larceny, where one fixes the act of carrying away the goods of another without his knowledge or consent on the person to whom the goods were delivered in trust, that is, the agent or bailee. Embezzlement on a check, which constitutes the 4th charge, is simply a more defining form of fixing charge number 2 in an exact way, and signifies appropriating the money on a check given for a certain definite purpose. All of these charges, as you can see, gentlemen, are in a way synonymous. They overlap and overlay each other. The people, through their representative, the district attorney, contend that Mr. Cowperwood, the defendant here, is guilty of all 4 charges. So now, gentlemen, we will proceed to the history of this crime, which proves to me, as an individual, that this defendant has one of the most subtle and dangerous minds of the criminal financier type, and we hope by witnesses to prove that to you also. Shannon, because the rules of evidence and court procedure here admitted for no interruption of the prosecution in presenting a case, then went on to describe from his own point of view how Cowperwood had first met Stener, how he had wormed himself into his confidence, how little financial knowledge Stener had, and so forth, coming down finally to the day the check for $60,000 was given Cowperwood. How Stener, as treasurer, claimed that he knew nothing of its delivery, which constituted the base of the charge of larceny. How Cowperwood, having it, misappropriated the certificates supposed to have been purchased for the sinking fund, if they were purchased at all of which Shannon said constituted the crimes with which the defendant was charged, and of which he was unquestionably guilty. We have direct and positive evidence on all that we have thus far contended, gentlemen. Mr. Shannon concluded violently. This is not a matter of hearsay or theory, but of fact. You will be shown by direct testimony, which cannot be shaken, just how it was done. If, after you have heard all this, you still think this man is innocent, that he did not commit the crimes with which he is charged, it is your business to acquit him. On the other hand, if you think the witnesses whom we shall put on the stand are telling the truth, then it is your business to convict him, to find a verdict for the people against the defendant. I thank you for your attention. The jurors stirred comfortably and took positions of ease in which they thought they were to rest for the time. But their idle comfort was of short duration, for Shannon now called out the name of George W. Stener, who came hurrying forward, very pale, very flaccid, very tired-looking. His eyes, as he took the seat in the witness chair, laying his hand on the Bible and swearing to tell the truth, roved in a restless, nervous manner. His voice was a little weak as he started to give his testimony. He told first how he had met Cowperwood in the early months of 1866. He could not remember the exact day. It was during his first term as city treasurer. He had been elected to the office in the fall of 1864. He had been troubled about the condition of city loan, which was below par, and which could not be sold by the city legally at anything but par. Cowperwood had been recommended to him by someone, Mr. Strobik, he believed, though he couldn't be sure. It was the custom of city treasurers to employ brokers or a broker in a crisis of this kind, and he was merely following what had been the custom. He went on to describe, under steady promptings and questions from the incisive mind of Shannon, just what the nature of this first conversation was. He remembered it fairly well. How Mr. Cowperwood had said he thought he could do what was wanted, how he had gone away and drawn up a plan or thought out one, and how he had returned and laid it before Stener. Under Shannon's skillful guidance, Stener elucidated just what the scheme was, which wasn't exactly so flattering to the honesty of men in general as it was a testimonial to their subtlety and skill. After much discussion of Stener and Cowperwood's relations, the story finally got down to the preceding October, when by reason of companionship, long business understanding, mutually prosperous relationship, etc., the place had been reached where, it was explained, Cowperwood was not only handling several millions of city loan annually, buying and selling for the city and trading in it generally, but in the bargain had secured one $500,000 worth of city money at an exceedingly low rate of interest, which was being invested for himself and Stener in profitable streetcar ventures of one kind or another. Stener was not anxious to be altogether clear on this point, but Shannon, seeing that he was later to prosecute Stener himself for this very crime of embezzlement, and that Steger would soon follow in cross-examination, was not willing to let him be hazy. Shannon wanted to fix Cowperwood in the minds of the jury as a clever, tricky person, and by degrees he certainly managed to indicate a very subtle-minded man. Occasionally, as one sharp point after another of Cowperwood's skill was brought out and made moderately clear, one juror or another turned to look at Cowperwood, and he, noting this, and in order to impress them all as favorably as possible, merely gazed Stenerward with a steady air of intelligence and comprehension. The examination now came down to the matter of the particular check for $60,000 which Albert Stires had handed Cowperwood on the afternoon late of October 9th, 1871. Shannon showed Stener the check itself. Had he ever seen it? Yes. Where? In the office of District Attorney Petty on October 20th, or thereabouts last. Was that the first time he had seen it? Yes. Had he ever heard about it before then? Yes. When? On October 10th last. Would he kindly tell the jury in his own way just how and under what circumstances he first heard of it? Stener twisted uncomfortably in his chair. It was a hard thing to do. It was not a pleasant commentary on his own character and degree of moral stamina, to say the least. However, he cleared his throat again and began a description of that small but bitter section of his life's drama in which Cowperwood, finding himself in a tight place and about to fail, had come to him at his office and demanded that he loan him $300,000 more in one lump sum. There was considerable bickering just at this point between Steger and Shannon, for the former was very anxious to make it appear that Stener was lying out of the whole cloth about this. Stener got in his objection at this point and created a considerable diversion from the main theme, because Stener kept saying he thought or he believed. "Object!" shouted Steger repeatedly. "I move that that be stricken from the record as incompetent, irrelevant, and immaterial. The witness is not allowed to say what he thinks, and the prosecution knows it very well." "Your Honor," insisted Shannon, "I am doing the best I can to have the witness tell a plain, straightforward story, and I think that it is obvious that he is doing so." "Object!" reiterated Steger vociferously. "Your Honor, I insist that the district attorney has no right to prejudice the minds of the jury by flattering estimates of the sincerity of the witness. What he thinks of the witness and his sincerity is of no importance to the case. I must ask that your Honor caution him plainly in this matter." "Objection sustained," declared Judge Payderson. "The prosecution will please be more explicit." And Shannon went on with his case. Stener's testimony in one respect was most important, for it made plain what Cowperwood did not want brought out, namely, that he and Stener had had a dispute before this, that Stener had distinctly told Cowperwood that he would not loan him any more money, that Cowperwood had told Stener on the day before he secured this check, and again on that very day, that he was in a very desperate situation financially, and that if he were not assisted to the extent of $300,000 he would fail, and that then both he and Stener would be ruined. On the morning of this day, according to Stener, he had sent Cowperwood a letter ordering him to cease purchasing city loan certificates for the sinking fund. It was after their conversation on the same afternoon that Cowperwood surreptitiously secured the check for $60,000 from Albert Stires without his, Stener's, knowledge, and it was subsequent to this latter again that Stener, sending Albert to demand the return of the check, was refused, though the next day at 5 o'clock in the afternoon Cowperwood made an assignment, and the certificates for which the check had been purloined were not in the sinking fund as they should have been. This was dark testimony for Cowperwood. If anyone imagines that this was all done without many vehement objections and exceptions made and taken by Steger, and subsequently when he was cross-examining Stener by Shannon, he errs greatly. At times the chamber was coruscating with these two gentlemen's bitter wrangles, and his Honor was compelled to hammer his desk with his gavel and threaten both with contempt of court in order to bring them to a sense of order. Indeed, while Payderson was highly incensed, the jury was amused and interested. "You gentlemen will have to stop this, or I tell you now that you will both be heavily fined. This is a court of law, not a bar room, Mr. Steger. I expect you to apologize to me and your colleague at once. Mr. Shannon, I must ask that you use less aggressive methods. Your manner is offensive to me. It is not becoming to a court of law. I will not caution either of you again." Both lawyers apologized as lawyers do on such occasions, but it really made little difference. Their individual attitudes and moods continued about as before. "What did he say to you?" asked Shannon of Stener, after one of these troublesome interruptions, on that occasion, October 9th, when he came to you and demanded the loan of an additional $300,000. Give his words as near as you can remember, exactly if possible. "Object," interposed Steger vigorously. "His exact words are not recorded anywhere except in Mr. Stener's memory, and his memory of them cannot be admitted in this case. The witness has testified to the general facts." Judge Payderson smiled grimly. "Objection overruled," he returned. "Exception," shouted Steger. "He said, as near as I can remember," replied Stener, drumming on the arms of the witness chair in a nervous way, "that if I didn't give him $300,000 he was going to fail, and I would be poor and go to the penitentiary." "Object," shouted Steger, leaping to his feet. "Your Honor, I object to the whole manner in which this examination is being conducted by the prosecution. The evidence which the district attorney is here trying to extract from the uncertain memory of the witness is in defiance of all law and precedent, and has no definite bearing on the facts of the case, and could not disprove or substantiate whether Mr. Cowperwood thought or did not think that he was going to fail. Mr. Stener might give one version of this conversation or any conversation that took place at this time, and Mr. Cowperwood another. As a matter of fact, their versions are different. I see no point in Mr. Shannon's line of inquiry unless it is to prejudice the jury's minds towards accepting certain allegations which the prosecution is pleased to make and which it cannot possibly substantiate. I think you ought to caution the witness to testify only in regard to things that he recalls exactly, not to what he thinks he remembers, and for my part, I think that all that has been testified to in the last 5 minutes might be well stricken out." "Objection overruled," replied Judge Payderson rather indifferently, and Steger, who had been talking merely to overcome the weight of Stener's testimony in the minds of the jury, sat down. Shannon once more approached Stener. "Now, as near as you can remember, Mr. Stener, I wish you would tell the jury what else it was that Mr. Cowperwood said on that occasion. He certainly didn't stop with the remark that you would be ruined and go to the penitentiary. Wasn't there other language that was employed on that occasion?" "He said, as far as I can remember," replied Stener, "that there were a lot of political schemers who were trying to frighten me, that if I didn't give him $300,000 we would both be ruined, and that I might well be tried for stealing a sheep as a lamb." "Ha!" yelled Shannon. "He said that, did he?" "Yes, sir, he did," said Stener. "How did he say it exactly? What were his exact words?" Shannon demanded emphatically, pointing a forceful forefinger at Stener in order to key him up to a clear memory of what had transpired. "Well, as near as I can remember, he said just that," replied Stener vaguely. "You might as well be tried for stealing a sheep as a lamb." "Exactly," exclaimed Shannon, whirling around past the jury to look at Cowperwood. "I thought so." "Pure pyrotechnics, Your Honor," said Steger, rising to his feet on the instant. "All intended to prejudice the minds of the jury. Acting. I wish you would caution the counsel for the prosecution to confine himself to the evidence in hand and not act for the benefit of his case." The spectators smiled, and Judge Payderson, noting it, frowned severely. "Do you make that as an objection, Mr. Steger?" he asked. "I certainly do, Your Honor," insisted Steger, resourcefully. "Objection overruled. Neither counsel for the prosecution nor the defense is limited to a peculiar routine of expression." Steger himself was ready to smile, but he did not dare to. Cowperwood, fearing the force of such testimony and regretting it, still looked at Stener pityingly. The feebleness of the man, the weakness of the man, the pass to which his cowardice had brought them both. When Shannon was through bringing out this unsatisfactory data, Steger took Stener in hand, but he could not make as much out of him as he hoped. Insofar as this particular situation was concerned, Stener was telling the exact truth, and it was hard to weaken the effect of the exact truth by any subtlety of interpretation, though it can sometimes be done. With painstaking care, Steger went over all the ground of Stener's long relationship with Cowperwood, and tried to make it appear that Cowperwood was invariably the disinterested agent, not the ringleader in a subtle, really criminal adventure. It was hard to do, but he made a fine impression. Still the jury listened with skeptical minds. It might not be fair to punish Cowperwood for seizing with avidity upon a splendid chance to get rich quick, they thought, but it certainly was not worth while to throw a veil of innocence over such palpable human cupidity. Finally, both lawyers were through with Stener for the time being, anyhow, and then Albert Stires was called to the stand. He was the same thin, pleasant, alert, rather agreeable soul that he had been in the heyday of his clerkly prosperity, a little paler now, but not otherwise changed. His small property had been saved for him by Cowperwood, who had advised Steger to inform the Municipal Reform Association that Stires's bondsmen were attempting to sequester it for their own benefit, when actually it should go to the city if there were any real claim against him, which there was not. That watchful organization had issued one of its numerous reports covering this point, and Albert had had the pleasure of seeing Strobik and the others withdraw in haste. Naturally, he was grateful to Cowperwood, even though once he had been compelled to cry in vain in his presence. He was anxious now to do anything he could to help the banker, but his naturally truthful disposition prevented him from telling anything except the plain facts, which were partly beneficial and partly not. Stires testified that he recalled Cowperwood saying that he had purchased the certificates, that he was entitled to the money, that Stener was unduly frightened, and that no harm would come to him, Albert. He identified certain memoranda in the city treasurer's books, which were produced, as being accurate, and other in Cowperwood's books, which were also produced as being corroborative. His testimony as to Stener's astonishment on discovering that his chief clerk had given Cowperwood a check was against the latter, but Cowperwood hoped to overcome the effect of this by his own testimony later. Up to now, both Steger and Cowperwood felt that they were doing fairly well, and that they need not be surprised if they won their case. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The trial moved on. One witness for the prosecution after another followed until the state had built up an arraignment that satisfied Shannon that he had established Cowperwood's guilt, whereupon he announced that he rested. Steger at once arose and began a long argument for the dismissal of the case on the ground that there was no evidence to show this, that, and the other. But Judge Payderson would have none of it. He knew how important the matter was in the local political world. "I don't think you had better go into all that now, Mr. Steger," he said wearily, after allowing him to proceed a reasonable distance. "I am familiar with the custom of the city, and the indictment as here made does not concern the custom of the city. Your argument is with the jury, not with me. I couldn't enter into that now. You may renew your motion at the close of the defendant's case." Motion denied. District Attorney Shannon, who had been listening attentively, sat down. Steger, seeing that there was no chance to soften the judge's mind by any subtlety of argument, returned to Cowperwood, who smiled at the result. "We'll just have to take our chances with the jury," he announced. "I was sure of it," replied Cowperwood. Steger then approached the jury, and having outlined the case briefly from his angle of observation, continued by telling them what he was sure the evidence would show from his point of view. "As a matter of fact, gentlemen, there is no essential difference in the evidence which the prosecution can present and that which we, the defense, can present. We are not going to dispute that Mr. Cowperwood received a check from Mr. Stener for $60,000, or that he failed to put the certificate of city loan which that sum of money represented, and to which he was entitled in payment as agent in the sinking fund, as the prosecution now claims he should have done. But we are going to claim and prove beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt that he had a right, as the agent of the city, doing business with the city through its Treasury Department for 4 years, to withhold, under an agreement which he had with the city treasurer, all payments of money and all deposits of certificates in the sinking fund until the first day of each succeeding month, the first month following any given transaction. As a matter of fact, we can and will bring many traders and bankers who have had dealings with the city treasury in the past in just this way to prove this. The prosecution is going to ask you to believe that Mr. Cowperwood knew at the time he received this check that he was going to fail, that he did not buy the certificates as he claimed with a view of placing them in the sinking fund, and that, knowing he was going to fail, that he could not subsequently deposit them, he deliberately went to Mr. Albert Stires, Mr. Stener's secretary, told him that he had purchased such certificates, and on the strength of a falsehood implied, if not actually spoken, secured the check and walked away. Now, gentlemen, I'm not going to enter into a long-winded discussion of these points at this time, since the testimony is going to show very rapidly what the facts are. We have a number of witnesses here, and we are all anxious to have them heard. What I'm going to ask you to remember is that there is not one scintilla of testimony outside of that which may possibly be given by Mr. George W. Stener, which will show either that Mr. Cowperwood knew, at the time he called on the city treasurer, that he was going to fail, or that he had not purchased the certificates in question, or that he had not the right to withhold them from the sinking fund as long as he pleased up to the first of the month, the time he invariably struck a balance with the city. Mr. Stener, the ex-city treasurer, may possibly testify one way. Mr. Cowperwood, on his own behalf, will testify another. It will then be for you gentlemen to decide between them, to decide which one you prefer to believe. Mr. George W. Stener, the ex-city treasurer, the former commercial associate of Mr. Cowperwood, who, after years and years of profit, solely because of conditions of financial stress, fire, and panic, preferred to turn on his one-time associate, from whose labors he had reaped so much profit, or Mr. Frank A. Cowperwood, the well-known banker and financier, who did his best to weather the storm alone, who fulfilled to the letter every agreement that he ever had with the city, who has even until this hour been busy trying to remedy the unfair financial difficulties forced upon him by fire and panic, and who only yesterday made an offer to the city that if he were allowed to continue in uninterrupted control of his affairs, he would gladly repay as quickly as possible every dollar of his indebtedness, which is really not all his, including the $500,000 under discussion between him and Mr. Stener and the city, and so prove by his works, not talk, that there was no basis for this unfair suspicion of his motives. As you perhaps surmise, the city has not chosen to accept his offer, and I shall try and tell you why later. gentlemen. For the present, we will proceed with the testimony, and for the defense, all I ask is that you give very close attention to all that is testified to here today. Listen very carefully to Mr. W.C. Davison when he is put on the stand. Listen equally carefully to Mr. Cowperwood when we call him to testify. Follow the other testimony closely, and then you'll be able to judge for yourselves. See if you can distinguish a just motive for this prosecution. I can't. I am very much obliged to you for listening to me, gentlemen, so attentively. He then put on Arthur Rivers, who had acted for Cowperwood on 'change as special agent during the panic, to testify to the large quantities of city loan he had purchased to stay the market, and then after him Cowperwood's brothers, Edward and Joseph, who testified to instructions received from Rivers as to buying and selling city loan on that occasion, principally buying. The next witness was President W.C. Davison of the Girard National Bank. He was a large man physically, not so round of body as full and broad. His shoulders and chest were ample. He had a big blond head with an ample breadth of forehead, which was high and sane-looking. He had a thick, squat nose, which, however, was forceful, and thin, firm, even lips. There was the faintest touch of cynical humor in his hard blue eyes at times, but mostly he was friendly, alert, placid-looking, without seeming in the least sentimental or even kindly. His business, as one could see plainly, was to insist on hard financial facts, and one could see also how he would naturally be drawn to Frank Algernon Cowperwood without being mentally dominated or upset by him. As he took the chair very quietly, and yet one might say significantly, it was obvious that he felt that this sort of legal financial palaver was above the average man and beneath the dignity of a true financier. In other words, a bother. The drowsy spark-heaver, holding up a Bible beside him for him to swear by, might as well have been a block of wood. His oath was a personal matter with him. It was good business to tell the truth at times. His testimony was very direct and very simple. He had known Mr. Frank Algernon Cowperwood for nearly 10 years. He had done business with, or through him, nearly all of that time. He knew nothing of his personal relations with Mr. Stener, and did not know Mr. Stener personally. As for the particular check of $60,000, yes, he had seen it before. It had come into the bank on October 10th, along with other collateral, to offset an overdraft on the part of Cowperwood Company. It was placed to the credit of Cowperwood Company on the books of the bank, and the bank secured the cash through the clearinghouse. No money was drawn out of the bank by Cowperwood Company after that to create an overdraft. The bank's account with Cowperwood was squared. Nevertheless, Mr. Cowperwood might have drawn heavily, and nothing would have been thought of it. Mr. Davison did not know that Mr. Cowperwood was going to fail, did not suppose that he could so quickly. He had frequently overdrawn his account with the bank. As a matter of fact, it was the regular course of his business to overdraw it. It kept his assets actively in use, which was the height of good business. His overdrafts were protected by collateral, however, and it was his custom to send bundles of collateral or checks or both, which were variously distributed to keep things straight. Mr. Cowperwood's account was the largest and most active in the bank. Mr. Davison kindly volunteered. When Mr. Cowperwood had failed, there had been over $90,000 worth of certificates of city loan in the bank's possession, which Mr. Cowperwood had sent there as collateral. Shannon, on cross-examination, tried to find out, for the sake of the effect on the jury, whether Mr. Davison was not, for some ulterior motive, especially favorable to Cowperwood. It was not possible for him to do that. Steger followed and did his best to render the favorable points made by Mr. Davison in Cowperwood's behalf perfectly clear to the jury by having him repeat them. Shannon objected, of course, but it was of no use. Steger managed to make his point. He now decided to have Cowperwood take the stand, and at the mention of his name in this connection, the whole courtroom bristled. Cowperwood came forward briskly and quickly. He was so calm, so jaunty, so defiant of life, and yet so courteous to it. These lawyers, this jury, this straw and water judge, these machinations of fate did not basically disturb or humble or weaken him. He saw through the mental equipment of the jury at once. He wanted to assist his counsel in disturbing and confusing Shannon, but his reason told him that only an indestructible fabric of fact or seeming would do it. He believed in the financial rightness of the thing he had done. He was entitled to do it. Life was war, particularly financial life, and strategy was its keynote, its duty, its necessity. Why should he bother about petty, picayune minds which could not understand this? He went over his history for Steger and the jury and put the sanest, most comfortable light on it that he could. He had not gone to Mr. Stener in the first place. He said he had been called. He had not urged Mr. Stener to anything. He had merely shown him and his friends financial possibilities which they were only too eager to seize upon. And they had seized upon them. It was not possible for Shannon to discover at this period how subtly he had organized the streetcar companies so that he could have shaken out Stener and his friends without their being able to voice a single protest. So he talked of these things as opportunities which he had made for Stener and others. Shannon was not a financier, neither was Steger. They had to believe in a way, though they doubted it partly, particularly Shannon. He was not responsible for the custom prevailing in the office of the city treasurer, he said. He was a banker and a broker. The jury looked at him and believed all except this matter of the $60,000 check. When it came to that, he explained it all plausibly enough. When he had gone to see Stener those several last days, he had not fancied that he was really going to fail. He had asked Stener for some money, it is true, not so very much, all things considered, $150,000, but as Stener should have testified, he, Cowperwood, was not disturbed in his manner. Stener had merely been one resource of his. He was satisfied at the time that he had many others. He had not used forceful language or made the urgent appeal which Stener said he had, although he had pointed out to Stener that it was a mistake to become panic-stricken, also to withhold further credit. It was true that Stener was his easiest, his quickest resource, but not his only one. He thought, as a matter of fact, that his credit would be greatly extended by his principal money friends, if necessary, and that he would have ample time to patch up his affairs and keep things going until the storm should blow over. He told Stener of his extended purchase of city loan to stay the market on the first day of the panic, and of the fact that $60,000 was due him. Stener had made no objection. It was just possible that he was too mentally disturbed at the time to pay close attention. After that, to his, Cowperwood's surprise, unexpected pressure on great financial houses from unexpected directions had caused them to be not willingly but unfortunately severe with him. This pressure, coming collectively the next day, had compelled him to close his doors, though he had not really expected to up to the last moment. His call for the $60,000 check at the time had been purely fortuitous. He needed the money, of course, but it was due him, and his clerks were all very busy. He merely asked for and took it personally to save time. Stener knew if it had been refused him, he would have brought suit. The matter of depositing city loan certificates in the sinking fund, when purchased for the city, was something to which he never gave any personal attention whatsoever. His bookkeeper, Mr. Stapley, attended to all that. He did not know, as a matter of fact, that they had not been deposited. This was a barefaced lie. He did know. As for the check being turned over to the Girard National Bank, that was fortuitous. It might just as well have been turned over to some other bank if the conditions had been different. Thus on and on he went, answering all of Steger's and Shannon's searching questions with the most engaging frankness, and you could have sworn from the solemnity with which he took it all, the serious business attention, that he was the soul of so-called commercial honor. And to say truly, he did believe in the justice as well as the necessity and the importance of all that he had done and now described. He wanted the jury to see it as he saw it, put itself in his place, and sympathize with him. He was through finally, and the effect on the jury of his testimony and his personality was peculiar. Philip Moultrie, juror number 1, decided that Cowperwood was lying. He could not see how it was possible that he could not know the day before that he was going to fail. He must have known, he thought. Anyhow, the whole series of transactions between him and Stener seemed deserving of some punishment, and all during this testimony he was thinking how, when he got into the jury room, he would vote guilty. He even thought of some of the arguments he would use to convince the others that Cowperwood was guilty. Juror number 2, on the contrary, Simon Glassberg, a clothier, thought he understood how it all came about and decided to vote for acquittal. He did not think Cowperwood was innocent, but he did not think he deserved to be punished. Juror number 3, Fletcher Norton, an architect, thought Cowperwood was guilty, but at the same time that he was too talented to be sent to prison. Juror number 4, Charles Hilligan, an Irishman, a contractor, and a somewhat religious-minded person, thought Cowperwood was guilty and ought to be punished. Juror number 5, Philip Lukash, a coal merchant, thought he was guilty. Juror number 6, Benjamin Fraser, a mining expert, thought he was probably guilty, but he could not be sure, uncertain what he would do. Juror number 7, J.J. Bridges, a broker in 3rd Street, small, practical, narrow, thought Cowperwood was shrewd and guilty and deserved to be punished. He would vote for his punishment. Juror number 8, Guy E. Tripp, general manager of a small steamboat company, was uncertain. Juror number 9, Joseph Tisdale, a retired glue manufacturer, thought Cowperwood was probably guilty as charged, but to Tisdale it was no crime. Cowperwood was entitled to do as he had done under the circumstances. Tisdale would vote for his acquittal. Juror number 10, Richard Marsh, a young florist, was for Cowperwood in a sentimental way. He had, as a matter of fact, no real convictions. Juror number 11, Richard Weber, a grocer, small financially but heavy physically, was for Cowperwood's conviction. He thought him guilty. Juror number 12, Washington B. Thomas, a wholesale flour merchant, thought Cowperwood was guilty, but believed in a recommendation to mercy after pronouncing him so. Men ought to be reformed was his slogan. So they stood, and so Cowperwood left them, wondering whether any of his testimony had had a favorable effect. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Since it is the privilege of the lawyer for the defense to address the jury first, Steger bowed politely to his colleague and came forward. Putting his hands on the jury box rail, he began in a very quiet, modest, but impressive way. Gentlemen of the jury, my client, Mr. Frank Algernon Cowperwood, a well-known banker and financier of this city, doing business in 3rd Street, is charged by the state of Pennsylvania, represented by the district attorney of this district, with fraudulently transferring from the treasury of the city of Philadelphia to his own purse the sum of $60,000 in the form of a check made out to his order, dated October 9th, 1871, and by him received from one Albert Stires, the private secretary and head bookkeeper of the treasurer of this city at the time in question. Now, gentlemen, what are the facts in this connection? You have heard the various witnesses and know the general outlines of the story. Take the testimony of George W. Stener to begin with. He tells you that sometime back in the year 1866, he was greatly in need of someone, some banker or broker, who would tell him how to bring city loan, which was selling very low at the time, to par, who would not only tell him this, but proceed to demonstrate that his knowledge was accurate by doing it. Mr. Stener was an inexperienced man at the time in the matter of finance. Mr. Cowperwood was an active young man with an enviable record as a broker and a trader on 'change. He proceeded to demonstrate to Mr. Stener, not only in theory but in fact, how this thing of bringing city loan to par could be done. He made an arrangement at that time with Mr. Stener, the details of which you have heard from Mr. Stener himself, the result of which was that a large amount of city loan was turned over to Mr. Cowperwood by Mr. Stener for sale, and by adroit manipulation, methods of buying and selling which need not be gone into here, but which are perfectly sane and legitimate in the world in which Mr. Cowperwood operated, did bring that loan to par and kept it there year after year, as you have all heard here testified to. Now, what is the bone of contention here, gentlemen? The significant fact which brings Mr. Stener into this court at this time, charging his old-time agent and broker with larceny and embezzlement, and alleging that he has transferred to his own use, without a shadow of return, $60,000 of the money which belongs to the city treasury. What is it? Is that Mr. Cowperwood secretly, with great stealth, as it were, at some time or other, unknown to Mr. Stener or to his assistants, entered the office of the treasurer and forcibly and with criminal intent carried away $60,000 worth of the city money? Not at all. The charge is, have you heard the district attorney explain that Mr. Cowperwood came in broad daylight between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, preceding the day of his assignment, and was closeted with Mr. Stener for half or three-quarters of an hour, came out, explained to Mr. Albert Stires that he had recently bought $60,000 worth of city loan for the city sinking fund, for which he had not been paid, asked that this amount be credited on the city's books to him, and that he be given a check which was his due, and walked out. Anything very remarkable about that, gentlemen? Anything very strange? Has it been testified here today that Mr. Cowperwood was not the agent of the city for the transaction of just such business as he said on that occasion that he had transacted? Did anyone say here on the witness stand that he had not bought city loan as he said he had? Why is it then that Mr. Stener charges Mr. Cowperwood with larcenously securing and feloniously disposing of a check for $60,000 for certificates which he had a right to buy, and which it has not been contested here that he did buy? The reason lies just here. Listen, just here. At the time my client asked for the check and took it away with him and deposited it in his own bank to his own account, he failed, so the prosecution insists, to put the $60,000 worth of certificates for which he had received the check in the sinking fund, and having failed to do that, and being compelled by the pressure of financial events the same day to suspend payment generally, he thereby, according to the prosecution and the anxious leaders of the Republican Party in the city, became an embezzler, a thief, a this or that, anything you please, so long as you find a substitute for George W. Stener and the indifferent leaders of the Republican Party in the eyes of the people. And here Mr. Steger proceeded boldly and defiantly to outline the entire political situation as it had manifested itself in connection with the Chicago fire, the subsequent panic and its political consequences, and to picture Cowperwood as the unjustly maligned agent who before the fire was valuable and honorable enough to suit any of the political leaders of Philadelphia, but afterward, and when political defeat threatened, was picked upon as the most available scapegoat anywhere within reach. And it took him a half hour to do that, and afterward, but only after he had pointed to Stener as the true henchman and stalking horse who had, in turn, been used by political forces above him to accomplish certain financial results which they were not willing to have ascribed to themselves, he continued with, "But now in the light of all this, only see how ridiculous all this is, how silly. Frank A. Cowperwood has always been the agent of the city in these matters for years and years. He worked under certain rules which he and Mr. Stener had agreed upon in the first place, and which obviously came from others who were above Mr. Stener, since they were hold-over customs and rules from administrations which had been long before Mr. Stener ever appeared on the scene as city treasurer. One of them was that he could carry all transactions over until the first of the month following before he struck a balance. That is, he need not pay any money over for anything to the city treasurer, need not to send him any checks or deposit any money or certificates in the sinking fund until the first of the month, because, now listen to this carefully, gentlemen, it is important, because his transactions in connection with the city loan and everything else that he dealt in for the city treasurer were so numerous, so swift, so uncalculated beforehand, that he had to have a loose, easy system of this kind in order to do his work properly, to do business at all. Otherwise, he could not very well have worked to the best advantage for Mr. Stener or for anyone else. It would have meant too much bookkeeping for him, too much for the city treasurer. Mr. Stener has testified to that in the early part of his story. Albert Stires has indicated that that was his understanding of it. Well, then what? Why, just this. Would any jury suppose, would any sane businessman believe, that if such were the case, Mr. Cowperwood would be running personally with all these items of deposit to the different banks or the sinking fund or the city treasurer's office, or would be saying to his head bookkeeper, "Here, Stapley, here is a check for $60,000. See that the certificates of loan which this represents are put in the sinking fund today." And why not? What a ridiculous supposition any other supposition is. As a matter of course, and has always been the case, Mr. Cowperwood had a system. When the time came, this check and these certificates would be automatically taken care of. He handed his bookkeeper the check and forgot all about it. Would you imagine a banker with vast businesses of this kind doing anything else? Mr. Steger paused for breath and inquiry, and then, having satisfied himself that his point had been sufficiently made, he continued. Of course the answer is that he knew he was going to fail. Well, Mr. Cowperwood's reply is that he didn't know anything of the sort. He has personally testified here that it was only at the last moment, before it actually happened, that he either thought or knew of such an occurrence. Why, then, this alleged refusal to let him have the check to which he was legally entitled? I think I know. I think I can give a reason if you will hear me out. Steger shifted his position and came at the jury from another intellectual angle. It was simply because Mr. George W. Stener at that time, owing to a recent notable fire and panic, imagined for some reason, perhaps because Mr. Cowperwood cautioned him not to become frightened over local developments generally, that Mr. Cowperwood was going to close his doors, and having considerable money on deposit with him at a low rate of interest, Mr. Stener decided that Mr. Cowperwood must not have any more money, not even the money that was actually due him for services rendered, and that had nothing whatsoever to do with the money loaned him by Mr. Stener at 2½ % interest. Now isn't that a ridiculous situation? But it was because Mr. George W. Stener was filled with his own fears based on a fire and a panic which had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Cowperwood's solvency in the beginning, that he decided not to let Frank A. Cowperwood have the money that was actually due him, because he, Stener, was criminally using the city's money to further his own private interests through Mr. Cowperwood as a broker, and in danger of being exposed and possibly punished. Now where, I ask you, does the good sense of that decision come in? Is it apparent to you, gentlemen? Was Mr. Cowperwood still an agent of the city at the time he bought the loan certificates, as here testified? He certainly was. If so, was he entitled to the money? Who's going to stand up here and deny it? Where is the question, then, as to his right or his honesty in this matter? How does it come in here at all? I can tell you. It sprang solely from one source and from nowhere else, and that is the desire of the politicians of this city to find a scapegoat for the Republican Party. Now you may think that I am going rather far afield for an explanation of this very peculiar decision to prosecute Mr. Cowperwood, an agent of the city, for demanding and receiving what actually belonged to him. But I'm not. Consider the position of the Republican Party at the time. Consider the fact that an exposure of the truth in regard to the details of a large defalcation in the city treasury would have a very unsatisfactory effect on the election about to be held. The Republican Party had a new city treasurer to elect, a new district attorney. It had been in the habit of allowing its city treasurers the privilege of investing the funds in their possession at a low rate of interest for the benefit of themselves and their friends. Their salaries were small. They had to have some way of eking out a reasonable existence. Was Mr. George Stener responsible for this custom of loaning out the city money? No, not at all. Was Mr. Cowperwood? Not at all. The custom had been in vogue long before either Mr. Cowperwood or Mr. Stener came on the scene. Why, then, this great hue and cry about it now? The entire uproar sprang solely from the fear of Mr. Stener at this juncture, the fear of the politicians at this juncture, of public exposure. No city treasurer had ever been exposed before. It was a new thing to face exposure, to face the risk of having the public's attention called to a rather nefarious practice of which Mr. Stener was taking advantage. That was all. A great fire and panic were endangering the security and well-being of many a financial organization in the city, Mr. Cowperwood's among others. It meant many possible failures, and many possible failures meant one possible failure. If Frank A. Cowperwood failed, he would fail owing the city of Philadelphia $500,000, borrowed from the city treasurer at the very low rate of interest of 2½ %. Anything very detrimental to Mr. Cowperwood in that? Had he gone to the city treasurer and asked to be loaned money at 2½ %? If he had, was there anything criminal in it from a business point of view? Isn't a man entitled to borrow money from any source he can at the lowest possible rate of interest? Did Mr. Stener have to loan it to Mr. Cowperwood if he did not want to? As a matter of fact, didn't he testify here today that he personally had sent for Mr. Cowperwood in the first place? Why, then, in heaven's name, this excited charge of larceny, larceny as bailee, embezzlement, embezzlement on a check, etc., etc.? Once more, gentlemen, listen. I'll tell you why. The men who stood behind Stener and whose bidding he was doing wanted to make a political scapegoat of someone, of Frank Algernon Cowperwood, if they couldn't get anyone else. That's why. No other reason under God's blue sky. Not one. Why, if Mr. Cowperwood needed more money just at the time to tide him over, it would have been good policy for them to have given it to him and hushed this matter up. It would have been illegal, though not any more illegal than anything else that has ever been done in this connection, but it would have been safer. Fear, gentlemen, fear, lack of courage, inability to meet a great crisis when a great crisis appears, was all that really prevented them from doing this. They were afraid to place confidence in a man who had never heretofore betrayed their trust, and from whose loyalty and great financial ability they and the city had been reaping large profits. The reigning city treasurer of the time didn't have the courage to go on in the face of fire and panic and the rumors of possible failure, and stick by his illegal guns, and so he decided to draw in his horns as testified here today, to ask Mr. Cowperwood to return all or at least a big part of the $500,000 he had loaned him, and which Cowperwood had been actually using for his, Stener's, benefit, and to refuse him in addition the money that was actually due him for an authorized purchase of city loan. Was Cowperwood guilty as an agent in any of these transactions? Not in the least. Was there any suit pending to make him return the $500,000 of city money involved in his present failure? Not at all. It was simply a case of wild, silly panic on the part of George W. Stener, and a strong desire on the part of the Republican Party leaders, once they discovered what the situation was, to find someone outside of Stener, the party treasurer, upon whom they could blame the shortage in the treasury. You heard what Mr. Cowperwood testified to here in this case today, that he went to Mr. Stener to forfend against any possible action of this kind in the first place, and it was because of this very warning that Mr. Stener became wildly excited, lost his head, and wanted Mr. Cowperwood to return him all his money, all the $500,000 he had loaned him at 2½ %. Isn't that silly financial business at the best? Wasn't that a fine time to try to call a perfectly legal loan? But now to return to this particular check of $60,000. When Mr. Cowperwood called that last afternoon before he failed, Mr. Stener testified that he told him that he couldn't have any more money, that it was impossible, and that then Mr. Cowperwood went out into his general office and without his knowledge or consent persuaded his chief clerk and secretary, Mr. Albert Stires, to give him a check for $60,000, to which he was not entitled, and on which he, Stener, would have stopped payment if he had known. What nonsense! Why didn't he know? The books were there, open to him. Mr. Stires told him the first thing the next morning. Mr. Cowperwood thought nothing of it, for he was entitled to it, and could collect it in any court of law having jurisdiction in such cases, failure or no failure. It is silly for Mr. Stener to say he would have stopped payment. Such a claim was probably an afterthought of the next morning, and after he had talked with his friends, the politicians, and was all a part of a trick, a trap, to provide the Republican Party with a scapegoat at this time. Nothing more and nothing less, and you may be sure no one knew it better than the people who were most anxious to see Mr. Cowperwood convicted. Stener paused and looked significantly at Shannon. "Gentlemen of the jury," he finally concluded quietly and earnestly, "you are going to find when you think it over in the jury room this evening that this charge of larceny and larceny as bailee and embezzlement of a check for $60,000 which are contained in this indictment and which represent nothing more than the eager effort of the district attorney to word this one act in such a way that it will look like a crime, represents nothing more than the excited imagination of a lot of political refugees who are anxious to protect their own skirts at the expense of Mr. Cowperwood, and who care for nothing, honor, fair play, or anything else, so long as they are let off scot-free. They don't want the Republican Party of Pennsylvania to think too ill of the Republican Party management and control in this city. They want to protect George W. Stener as much as possible, and to make a political scapegoat of my client. It can't be done, and it won't be done. As honorable, intelligent men, you won't permit it to be done, and I think with that thought I can safely leave you." Steger suddenly turned from the jury box and walked to a seat beside Cowperwood, while Shannon arose, calm, forceful, vigorous, much younger. As between man and man, Shannon was not particularly opposed to the case Steger had made out for Cowperwood, nor was he opposed to Cowperwood's having made money as he did. As a matter of fact, Shannon actually thought that if he had been in Cowperwood's position, he would have done exactly the same thing. However, he was the newly elected district attorney. He had a record to make, and besides, the political powers who were above him were satisfied that Cowperwood ought to be convicted for the looks of the thing. Therefore, he laid his hands firmly on the rail at first, looked the jurors steadily in the eyes for a time, and having framed a few thoughts in his mind, began. "Now, gentlemen of the jury, it seems to me that if we all pay strict attention to what has transpired here today, we will have no difficulty in reaching a conclusion, and it will be a very satisfactory one, if we all try to interpret the facts correctly. This defendant, Mr. Cowperwood, comes into this court today charged, as I have stated to you before, with larceny as bailee, with embezzlement, and with embezzlement of a specific check, namely, one dated October 9th, 1871, drawn to the order of Frank A. Cowperwood and Company for the sum of $60,000 by the secretary of the city treasurer for the city treasurer, and by him signed, as he had a perfect right to sign it, and delivered to the said Frank A. Cowperwood, who claims that he was not only properly solvent at the time, but had previously purchased certificates of city loan to the value of $60,000, and had at that time, or would shortly thereafter, as was his custom, deposit them to the credit of the city in the city sinking fund, and thus close what would ordinarily be an ordinary transaction, namely that of Frank A. Cowperwood and Company as bankers and brokers for the city, buying city loan for the city, depositing it in the sinking fund, and being promptly and properly reimbursed. Now, gentlemen, what are the actual facts in this case? Was the said Frank A. Cowperwood and Company, there is no company, as you well know, as you have heard testified here today, only Frank A. Cowperwood, was the said Frank A. Cowperwood a fit person to receive the check at this time in the manner he received it? That is, was he authorized agent of the city at the time, or was he not? Was he solvent? Did he actually himself think he was going to fail, and was this $60,000 check a last thin straw which he was grabbing at to save his financial life, regardless of what it involved legally, morally, or otherwise? Or had he actually purchased certificates of city loan to the amount he said he had, in the way he said he had, and at the time he said he had? And was he merely collecting his honest due? Did he intend to deposit these certificates of loans in the city sinking fund, as he said he would, as it was understood naturally and normally that he would, or did he not? Were his relations with the city treasurer as broker and agent the same as they had always been on the day that he secured this particular check for $60,000, or were they not? Had they been terminated by a conversation 15 minutes before, or 2 days before, or 2 weeks before? It makes no difference when, so long as they had been properly terminated, or had they not? A businessman has a right to abrogate an agreement at any time when there is no specific form of contract and no fixed period of operation entered into, as you all must know. You must not forget that in considering the evidence in this case. Did George W. Stener, knowing or suspecting that Frank A. Cowperwood was in a tight place financially, unable to fulfill any longer properly and honestly the duties supposedly devolving on him by this agreement, terminate it then and there on October 9th, 1871, before this check for $60,000 was given, or did he not? Did Mr. Frank A. Cowperwood then and there knowing that he was no longer an agent of the city treasurer and the city, and knowing also that he was insolvent, having, as Mr. Stener contends, admitted to him that he was so, and having no intention of placing the certificates which he subsequently declared he had purchased in the sinking fund, go out into Mr. Stener's general office, meet his secretary, tell him he had purchased $60,000 worth of city loan, ask for the check, get it, put it in his pocket, walk off, and never make any return of any kind in any manner, shape, or form to the city, and then subsequently, 24 hours later, fail, owing this and $500,000 more to the city treasury, or did he not? What are the facts in this case? What have the witnesses testified to? What has George W. Stener testified to, Albert Stires, President Davison, Mr. Cowperwood himself? What are the interesting, subtle facts in this case, anyhow? Gentlemen, you have a very curious problem to decide. He paused and gazed at the jury, adjusting his sleeves as he did so, and looking as though he knew for certain that he was on the trail of a slippery, elusive criminal who was in a fair way to foist himself upon an honorable and decent community and an honorable and innocent jury as an honest man. Then he continued. Now, gentlemen, what are the facts? You can see for yourself exactly how this whole situation has come about. You are sensible men. I don't need to tell you. Here are two men, one elected treasurer of the city of Philadelphia, sworn to guard the interests of the city and to manipulate its finances to the best advantage, and the other called in at a time of uncertain financial cogitation to assist in unraveling a possibly difficult financial problem, and then you have a case of a quiet, private, financial understanding being reached, and of subsequent illegal dealings in which one man who is shrewder, wiser, more versed in the subtle ways of Third Street leads the other along over seemingly charming paths of fortunate investment into an accidental but none the less criminal mire of failure and exposure and public calumny and what not. And then when they get to the place where the more vulnerable individual of the two, the man in the most dangerous position, the city treasurer of Philadelphia no less, can no longer reasonably, or let us say courageously, follow the other fellow, and then you have such a spectacle as was described here this afternoon in the witness chair by Mr. Stener. That is, you have a vicious, greedy, unmerciful financial wolf standing over a cowering, unsophisticated commercial lamb, and saying to him, his white shiny teeth glittering all the while, if you don't advance me the money I ask for, the $300,000 I now demand, you will be a convict, your children will be thrown into the streets, you and your wife and your family will be in poverty again, and there will be no one to turn a hand for you. That is what Mr. Stener says Mr. Cowperwood said to him. I, for my part, haven't a doubt in the world that he did. Mr. Steger, in his very guarded references to his client, describes him as a nice, kind, gentlemanly agent, a broker merely on whom was practically forced the use of $500,000 at 2.5% when money was bringing 10 to 15% in Third Street on call loans, and even more. But I, for one, don't choose to believe it. The thing that strikes me as strange in all of this is that if he was so nice and kind and gentle and remote, a mere hired and therefore subservient agent, how is it that he could have gone to Mr. Stener's office 2 or 3 days before the matter of this $60,000 check came up and say to him, as Mr. Stener testifies under oath that he did say to him, if you don't give me $300,000 worth more of the city's money at once today, I will fail and you will be a convict. You will go to the penitentiary. That's what he said to him. I will fail and you will be a convict. They can't touch me, but they will arrest you. I am an agent merely. Does that sound like a nice, mild, innocent, well-mannered agent, a hired broker, or doesn't it sound like a hard, defiant, contemptuous master, a man in control, and ready to rule and win by fair means or foul. Gentlemen, I hold no brief for George W. Stener. In my judgment, he is as guilty as his smug co-partner in crime, if not more so. This oily financier who came smiling and in sheep's clothing pointed out subtle ways by which the city's money could be made profitable for both. But when I hear Mr. Cowperwood described as I have just heard him described, as a nice, mild, innocent agent, my gorge rises. Why, gentlemen, if you want to get a right point of view on this whole proposition, you will have to go back about 10 or 12 years and see Mr. George W. Stener as he was then, a rather poverty-stricken beginner in politics, and before this very subtle and capable broker and agent came along and pointed out ways and means by which the city's money could be made profitable, George W. Stener wasn't very much of a personage then, and neither was Frank A. Cowperwood when he found Stener newly elected to the office of city treasurer. Can't you see him arriving at that time, nice and fresh and young and well dressed, as shrewd as a fox, and saying, "Come to me. Let me handle city loan. Loan me the city's money at 2% or less." Can't you hear him suggesting this? Can't you see him? George W. Stener was a poor man, comparatively a very poor man, when he first became city treasurer. All he had was a small real estate and insurance business which brought him in, say, $2,500 a year. He had a wife and 4 children to support, and he had never had the slightest taste of what for him might be called luxury or comfort. Then comes Mr. Cowperwood, at his request to be sure, but on an errand which held no theory of evil gains in Mr. Stener's mind at the time, and proposes his grand scheme of manipulating all the city loan to their mutual advantage. Do you yourselves think, gentlemen, from what you have seen of George W. Stener here on the witness stand, that it was he who proposed this plan of ill-gotten wealth to that gentleman over there? He pointed to Cowperwood. Does he look to you like a man who would be able to tell that gentleman anything about finance or this wonderful manipulation that followed? I ask you, does he look clever enough to suggest all the subtleties by which these two subsequently made so much money? Why, the statement of this man Cowperwood made to his creditors at the time of his failure here a few weeks ago showed that he considered himself to be worth over $1,250,000, and he is only a little over 34 years old today. How much was he worth at the time he first entered business relations with the ex-city treasurer? Have you any idea? I can tell. I just had the matter looked up almost a month ago on my accession to office. Just a little over $200,000, gentlemen. Just a little over $200,000. Here's an abstract from the files of Dunn & Company for that year. Now you can see how rapidly our Caesar has grown in wealth since then. You can see how profitable these few short years have been to him. Was George W. Stener worth any such sum up to the time he was removed from his office and indicted for embezzlement? Was he? I have here a schedule of his liabilities and assets made out at the time. You can see it for yourself, gentlemen. Just $225,000 measured the sum of all his property 3 weeks ago, and it is an accurate estimate, as I have reason to know. Why was it, do you suppose, that Mr. Cowperwood grew so fast in wealth and Mr. Stener so slowly? They were partners in crime. Mr. Stener was loaning Mr. Cowperwood vast sums of the city's money at 2%, when call rates for money in 3rd Street were sometimes as high as 16 and 17%. Do you suppose that Mr. Cowperwood, sitting there, knew how to use this very cheaply come-by money to the very best advantage? Does he look to you as though he didn't? You have seen him on the witness stand. You have heard him testify, very suave, very straightforward scene, very innocent, doing everything as a favor to Mr. Stener and his friends, of course, and yet making $1 million in a little over 6 years, and allowing Mr. Stener to make $160,000 or less, for Mr. Stener had some little money at the time this partnership was entered into, a few $1,000s. Shannon now came to the vital transaction of October 9th, when Cowperwood called on Stener and secured the check for $60,000 from Albert Stires. His scorn for this, he appeared to think, subtle and criminal transaction was unbounded. It was plain larceny, stealing, and Cowperwood knew it when he asked Stires for the check. "Think of it," Shannon exclaimed, turning and looking squarely at Cowperwood, who faced him quite calmly, undisturbed and unashamed. "Think of it. Think of the colossal nerve of this man, the Machiavellian subtlety of his brain. He knew he was going to fail. He knew after 2 days of financial work, after 2 days of struggle to offset the providential disaster which upset his nefarious schemes, that he had exhausted every possible resource save one, the city treasury, and that unless he could compel aid there, he was going to fail. He already owed the city treasury $500,000. He had already used the city treasurer as a cat's paw so much, had involved him so deeply, that the latter, because of the staggering size of the debt, was becoming frightened. Did that deter Mr. Cowperwood? Not at all. He shook his finger ominously in Cowperwood's face, and the latter turned irritably away. "He is showing off for the benefit of his future," he whispered to Steger. "I wish you could tell the jury that." "I wish I could," replied Steger, smiling scornfully, "but my hour is over." "Why," continued Mr. Shannon, turning once more to the jury, "think of the colossal wolfish nerve that would permit a man to say to Albert Stires that he had just purchased $60,000 worth of additional city loan, and that he would then and there take the check for it. Had he actually purchased the city loan as he said he had? Who can tell? Could any human being wind through all the mazes of the complicated bookkeeping system which he ran and actually tell? The best answer to that is that if he did purchase the certificates, he intended that it should make no difference to the city, for he made no effort to put the certificates in the sinking fund where they belonged. His counsel says, and he says, that he didn't have to until the first of the month, although the law says he must do it at once. And he knew well enough that legally he was bound to do it. His counsel says, and he says, that he didn't know he was going to fail. Hence, there was no need of worrying about it. I wonder if any of you gentlemen really believed that. Had he ever asked for a check like that so quick before in his life? In all the history of these nefarious transactions, was there another incident like that? You know there wasn't. He had never before on any occasion asked personally for a check for anything in this office. And yet on this occasion he did. Why? Why should he ask for it this time? A few hours more, according to his own statement, wouldn't have made any difference one way or the other, would it? He could have sent a boy for it as usual. That was the way it had always been done before. Why anything different now? I'll tell you why. Shannon suddenly shouted, varying his voice tremendously. I'll tell you why. He knew that he was a ruined man. He knew that this last semi-legitimate avenue of escape, the favor of George W. Stener, had been closed to him. He knew that honestly, by open agreement, he could not extract another single dollar from the treasury of the city of Philadelphia. He knew that if he left the office without this check and sent a boy for it, the aroused city treasurer would have time to inform his clerks, and that then no further money could be obtained. That's why, gentlemen, if you really want to know. Now, gentlemen of the jury, I am about done with my arraignment of this fine, honorable, virtuous citizen whom the counsel for the defense, Mr. Steger, tells you cannot possibly convict without doing a great injustice. All I have to say is that you look to me like sane, intelligent men, just the sort of men I meet everywhere in the ordinary walks of life, doing an honorable American business in an honorable American way. Now, gentlemen of the jury," he was very soft-spoken now, "all I have to say is that if, after all you have heard and seen here today, you still think that Mr. Frank A. Cowperwood is an honest, honorable man, that he didn't steal, willfully and knowingly, $60,000 from the Philadelphia City Treasury, and that he had actually bought the certificates he said he had, and had intended to put them in the sinking fund, as he said he did, then don't you dare do anything except turn him loose, and that speedily, so that he can go on back today into Third Street and start to straighten out his much entangled financial affairs. It is the only thing for honest, conscientious men to do, to turn him instantly loose into the heart of this community, so that some of the rank injustice that my opponent, Mr. Steger, alleges has been done to him will be a little made up for to him. You owe him, if that is the way you feel, a prompt acknowledgment of his innocence. Don't worry about George W. Stener. His guilt is established by his own confession. He admits he is guilty. He will be sentenced without trial later on. But this man, he says he is an honest, honorable man. He says he didn't think he was going to fail. He says he used all that threatening, compelling, terrifying language, not because he was in danger of failing, but because he didn't want the bother of looking further for aid. What do you think? Do you really think that he had purchased $60,000 more of certificates for the sinking fund, and that he was entitled to the money? If so, why didn't he put them in the sinking fund? They are not there now, and the $60,000 is gone. Who got it? The Girard National Bank, where he was overdrawn to the extent of $100,000. Did it get it and $40,000 more in other checks and certificates? Certainly. Why? Do you suppose the Girard National Bank might be in any way grateful for this last little favor before he closed his doors? Do you think that President Davison, whom you saw here testifying so kindly in this case, feels at all friendly, and that may possibly, I don't say that it does, explain his very kindly interpretation of Mr. Cowperwood's condition? It might be. You can think as well along that line as I can. Anyhow, gentlemen, President Davison says Mr. Cowperwood is an honorable, honest man, and so does his counsel, Mr. Steger. You have heard the testimony. Now you think it over. If you want to turn him loose, turn him loose. He waved his hand wearily. You're the judges. I wouldn't. But then I am merely a hard-working lawyer. One person, one opinion. You may think differently. That's your business. He waved his hand suggestively, almost contemptuously. However, I'm through, and I thank you for your courtesy, gentlemen. The decision rests with you. He turned away grandly, and the jury stirred. So did the idle spectators in the court. Judge Payderson sighed a sigh of relief. It was now quite dark, and the flaring gas forms in the court were all brightly lighted. Outside, one could see that it was snowing. The judge stirred among his papers wearily, and turning to the jurors solemnly, began his customary explanation of the law, after which they filed out to the jury room. Cowperwood turned to his father, who now came over across the fast emptying court, and said, "Well, we'll know now in a little while." "Yes," replied Cowperwood Sr., a little wearily. "I hope it comes out all right. I saw Butler back there a little while ago." "Did you?" queried Cowperwood, to whom this had a peculiar interest. "Yes," replied his father. "He's just gone." So, Cowperwood thought, Butler was curious enough as to his fate to want to come here and watch him tried. Shannon was his tool. Judge Payderson was his emissary in a way. He, Cowperwood, might defeat him in the matter of his daughter, but it was not so easy to defeat him here unless the jury should happen to take a sympathetic attitude. They might convict him, and then Butler's judge, Payderson, would have the privilege of sentencing him, giving him the maximum sentence. That would not be so nice. 5 years. He cooled a little as he thought of it. but there was no use worrying about what had not yet happened. Steger came forward and told him that his bail was now ended, had been the moment the jury left the room, and that he was at this moment actually in the care of the sheriff, of whom he knew, Sheriff Adlai Jaspers. Unless he were acquitted by the jury, Steger added, he would have to remain in the sheriff's care until the application for a certificate of reasonable doubt could be made and acted upon. "It would take all of 5 days, Frank," Steger said. "But Jaspers isn't a bad sort. He'll be reasonable. Of course, if we're lucky, you won't have to visit him. You will have to go with his bailiff now, though. Then if things come out right, we'll go home. Say, I'd like to win this case," he said. "I'd like to give them the laugh and see you do it. I consider you've been pretty badly treated, and I think I made that perfectly clear. I can reverse this verdict on a dozen grounds if they happen to decide against you." He and Cowperwood and the latter's father now stalked off with the sheriff's subordinate, a small man by the name of Eddie Zanders, who had approached to take charge. They entered a small room called the pen at the back of the court, where all those on trial whose liberty had been forfeited by the jury's leaving the room had to wait pending its return. It was a dreary, high-ceilinged, four-square place, with a window looking out into Chestnut Street, and a second door leading off into somewhere, one had no idea where. It was dingy, with a worn wooden floor, some heavy plain wooden benches lining the four sides, no pictures or ornaments of any kind. A single 2-arm gas pipe descended from the center of the ceiling. It was permeated by a peculiarly stale and pungent odor, obviously redolent of all the flotsam and jetsam of life, criminal and innocent, that had stood or sat here from time to time, waiting patiently to learn what a deliberating fate held in store. Cowperwood was, of course, disgusted, but he was too self-reliant and capable to show it. All his life he had been immaculate, almost fastidious in his care of himself. Here he was coming, perforce, in contact with a form of life which jarred upon him greatly. Steger, who was beside him, made some comforting, explanatory, apologetic remarks. "Not as nice as it might be," he said, "but you won't mind waiting a little while. The jury won't be long, I fancy." "That may not help me," he replied, walking to the window. Afterward he added, "What must be, must be." His father winced. Suppose Frank was on the verge of a long prison term, which meant an atmosphere like this. Heavens! For a moment he trembled. Then, for the first time in years, he made a silent prayer. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meanwhile, the great argument had begun in the jury room, and all the points that had been meditatively speculated upon in the jury box were now being openly discussed. It is amazingly interesting to see how a jury will waver and speculate in a case like this. How curious and uncertain is the process by which it makes up its so-called mind. So-called truth is a nebulous thing at best. Facts are capable of such curious inversion and interpretation, honest and otherwise. The jury had a strong, complicated problem before it, and it went over it and over it. Juries reach not so much definite conclusions as verdicts, in a curious fashion and for curious reasons. Very often a jury will have concluded little so far as its individual members are concerned, and yet it will have reached a verdict. The matter of time, as all lawyers know, plays a part in this. Juries, speaking of the members collectively and frequently individually, object to the amount of time it takes to decide a case. They do not enjoy sitting and deliberating over a problem unless it is tremendously fascinating. The ramifications of the mystery of a syllogism can become a weariness and a bore. The jury room itself may, and frequently does, become a dull agony. On the other hand, no jury contemplates a disagreement with any degree of satisfaction. There is something so inherently constructive in the human mind that to leave a problem unsolved is plain misery. It haunts the average individual like any other important task left unfinished. Men in a jury room, like those scientifically demonstrated atoms of a crystal which scientists and philosophers love to speculate upon, like finally to arrange themselves in an orderly and artistic whole, to present a compact intellectual front, to be whatever they have set out to be, properly and rightly, a compact, sensible jury. One sees this same instinct magnificently displayed in every other phase of nature, in the drifting of seawood to the Sargasso Sea, in the geometric interrelation of air bubbles on the surface of still water, in the marvelous unreasoned architecture of so many insects and atomic forms which make up the substance and the texture of this world. It would seem as though the physical substance of life, this apparition of form which the eye detects and calls real, were shot through with some vast subtlety that loves order, that is order. The atoms of our so-called being, in spite of our so-called reason, the dreams of a mood, know where to go and what to do. They represent an order, a wisdom, a willing that is not of us. They build orderly in spite of us. So the subconscious spirit of a jury. At the same time, one does not forget the strange hypnotic effect of one personality on another, the varying effects of varying types of each, until a solution, to use the word in its purely chemical sense, is reached. In a jury room, the thought or determination of one or two or three men, if it be definite enough, is likely to pervade the whole room and conquer the reason or the opposition of the majority. One man standing out for the definite thought that is in him is apt to become either the triumphant leader of a pliant mass or the brutally battered target of a flaming concentrated intellectual fire. Men despise dull opposition that is without reason. In a jury room of all places, a man is expected to give a reason for the faith that is in him, if one is demanded. It will not do to say, "I cannot agree." Juries have been known to fight. Bitter antagonisms lasting for years have been generated in these close quarters. Recalcitrant jurors have been hounded commercially in their local spheres for their unreasoned oppositions or conclusions. After reaching the conclusion that Cowperwood unquestionably deserved some punishment, there was wrangling as to whether the verdict should be guilty on all four counts as charged in the indictment. Since they did not understand how to differentiate between the various charges very well, they decided it should be on all four, and a recommendation to mercy added. Afterward, this last was eliminated. However, either he was guilty or he was not. The judge could see as well as they could all the extenuating circumstances, perhaps better. Why tie his hands? As a rule, no attention was paid to such recommendations anyhow, and it only made the jury look wobbly. So finally, at 10 minutes after 12 that night, they were ready to return a verdict, and Judge Payderson, who because of his interest in the case and the fact that he lived not so far away, had decided to wait up this long, was recalled. Steger and Cowperwood were sent for. The courtroom was fully lighted. The bailiff, the clerk, and the stenographer were there. The jury filed in, and Cowperwood, with Steger at his right, took his position at the gate which gave into the railed space where prisoners always stand to hear the verdict and listen to any commentary of the judge. He was accompanied by his father, who was very nervous. For the first time in his life he felt as though he were walking in his sleep. Was this the real Frank Cowperwood of 2 months before? So wealthy, so progressive, so sure. Was this only December 5th or 6th now? It was after midnight. Why was it the jury had deliberated so long? What did it mean? Here they were now, standing and gazing solemnly before them. And here now was Judge Payderson, mounting the steps of his rostrum, his frizzled hair standing out in a strange, attractive way, his familiar bailiff rapping for order. He did not look at Cowperwood. It would not be courteous, but at the jury, who gazed at him in return. At the words of the clerk, "Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?" The foreman spoke up. "We have." "Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?" "We find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment." How had they come to do this? Because he had taken a check for $60,000 which did not belong to him? But in reality it did. Good Lord! What was $60,000 in the sum total of all the money that had passed back and forth between him and George W. Stener? Nothing, nothing. A mere bagatelle in its way. And yet here it had risen up, this miserable, insignificant check, and become a mountain of opposition, a stone wall, a prison wall barring his further progress. It was astonishing. He looked around him at the courtroom. How large and bare and cold it was. Still he was Frank A. Cowperwood. Why should he let such queer thoughts disturb him? His fight for freedom and privilege and restitution was not over yet. Good heavens, it had only begun. In 5 days he would be out again on bail. Steger would take an appeal. He would be out, and he would have 2 long months in which to make an additional fight. He was not down yet. He would win his liberty. This jury was all wrong. A higher court would say so. It would reverse their verdict, and he knew it. He turned to Steger where the latter was having the clerk poll the jury, in the hopes that some one juror had been overpersuaded, made the vote against his will. "Is that your verdict?" he heard the clerk ask Philip Moultrie, jury number 1. "It is," replied that worthy, solemnly. "Is that your verdict?" The clerk was pointing at Simon Glassberg. "Yes, sir." "Is that your verdict?" He pointed at Fletcher Norton. "Yes." So it went through the whole jury. All the men answered firmly and clearly, though Steger thought it might barely be possible that one would have changed his mind. The judge thanked them and told them that in view of their long service this night, they were dismissed for the term. The only thing remaining to be done now was for Steger to persuade Judge Payderson to grant a stay of sentence pending the hearing of a motion by the State Supreme Court for a new trial. The judge looked at Cowperwood very curiously as Steger made his request in proper form, and owing to the importance of the case and the feeling he had that the Supreme Court might very readily grant a certificate of reasonable doubt in this case, he agreed. There was nothing left, therefore, but for Cowperwood to return at this late hour with the deputy sheriff to the county jail, where he must now remain for 5 days at least, possibly longer. The jail in question, which was known locally as Moyamensing Prison, was located at 10th and Reed Streets, and from an architectural and artistic point of view was not actually displeasing to the eye. It consisted of a central portion, prison, residence for the sheriff, or what you will, 3 stories high, with a battlemented cornice and a round, battlemented tower, about 1/3 as high as the central portion itself, and 2 wings, each 2 stories high, with battlemented turrets at either end, giving it a highly castellated and consequently, from the American point of view, a very prison-like appearance. The facade of the prison, which was not more than 35 feet high for the central portion, not more than 25 feet for the wings, was set back at least 100 feet from the street, and was continued at either end, from the wings to the end of the street block, by a stone wall all of 20 feet high. The structure was not severely prison-like, for the central portion was pierced by rather large unbarred apertures, hung on 2 upper stories with curtains, and giving the whole front a rather pleasant and residential air. The wing to the right, as one stood looking in from the street, was the section known as the county jail proper, and was devoted to the care of prisoners serving short-term sentences on some judicial order. The wing to the left was devoted exclusively to the care and control of untried prisoners. The whole building was built of a smooth, light-colored stone, which on a snowy night like this, with the few lamps that were used in it glowing feebly in the dark, presented an eerie, fantastic, almost supernatural appearance. It was a rough and blowy night when Cowperwood started for this institution under duress. The wind was driving the snow before it in curious, interesting whirls. Eddie Zanders, the sheriff's deputy on guard at the court of quarter sessions, accompanied him and his father and Steger. Zanders was a little man, dark, with a short, stubby mustache, and a shrewd, though not highly intelligent eye. He was anxious first to uphold his dignity as a deputy sheriff, which was a very important position in his estimation, and next to turn an honest penny if he could. He knew little save the details of his small world, which consisted of accompanying prisoners to and from the courts and the jails, and seeing that they did not get away. He was not unfriendly to a particular type of prisoner, the well-to-do or moderately prosperous, for he had long since learned that it paid to be so. Tonight he offered a few sociable suggestions, viz., that it was rather rough, that the jail was not so far but that they could walk, and that Sheriff Jasper would in all likelihood be around or could be aroused. Cowperwood scarcely heard. He was thinking of his mother and his wife and of Aileen. When the jail was reached, he was led to the central portion, as it was here that the sheriff, Adlai Jaspers, had his private office. Jaspers had recently been elected to the office, and was inclined to conform to all outward appearances in so far as the proper conduct of his office was concerned, without in reality inwardly conforming. Thus it was generally known among the politicians that one way he had of fattening his rather lean salary was to rent private rooms and grant special privileges to prisoners who had the money to pay for the same. Other sheriffs had done it before him. In fact, when Jaspers was inducted into office, several prisoners were already enjoying these privileges, and it was not a part of his scheme of things to disturb them. The rooms that he had let to the right parties, as he invariably put it, were in the central portion of the jail, where were his own private living quarters. They were unbarred and not at all cell-like. There was no particular danger of escape, for a guard stood always at his private door instructed to keep an eye on the general movements of all the inmates. A prisoner so accommodated was in many respects quite a free person. His meals were served to him in his room if he wished. He could read or play cards or receive guests, and if he had any favorite musical instrument, that was not denied him. There was just one rule that had to be complied with. If he were a public character and any newspaper men called, he had to be brought downstairs into the private interviewing room in order that they might not know that he was not confined in a cell like any other prisoner. Nearly all these facts had been brought to Cowperwood's attention beforehand by Steger, but for all that, when he crossed the threshold of the jail, a peculiar sensation of strangeness and defeat came over him. He and his party were conducted to a little office at the left of the entrance, where were only a desk and a chair dimly lighted by a low-burning gas jet. Sheriff Jaspers, rotund and ruddy, met them, greeting them in a quite friendly way. Sanders was dismissed and went briskly about his affairs. "A bad night, isn't it?" observed Jaspers, turning up the gas and preparing to go through the routine of registering his prisoner. Steger came over and had a short, private conversation with him in his corner, over his desk, which resulted presently in the sheriff's face lighting up. "Oh, certainly, certainly. That's all right, Mr. Steger, to be sure. Why, certainly." Cowperwood, eyeing the fat sheriff from his position, understood what it was all about. He had regained completely his critical attitude, his cool intellectual poise. So this was the jail, and this was the fat mediocrity of a sheriff who was to take care of him. Very good. He would make the best of it. He wondered whether he was to be searched. Prisoners usually were, but he soon discovered that he was not to be. "That's all right, Mr. Cowperwood," said Jaspers, getting up. "I guess I can make you comfortable after a fashion. We're not running a hotel here, as you know," he chuckled to himself, "but I guess I can make you comfortable. John," he called to a sleepy factotum who appeared from another room, rubbing his eye, "is the key to number 6 down here?" "Yes, sir." "Let me have it." John disappeared and returned while Steger explained to Cowperwood that anything he wanted in the way of clothing, etc., could be brought in. Steger himself would stop round next morning and confer with him, as would any members of Cowperwood's family whom he wished to see. Cowperwood immediately explained to his father his desire for as little of this as possible. Joseph or Edward might come in the morning and bring a grip full of underwear, etc., but as for the others, let them wait until he got out or had to remain permanently. He did think of writing Aileen, cautioning her to do nothing, but the sheriff now beckoned, and he quietly followed. Accompanied by his father and Steger, he ascended to his new room. It was a simple, white-walled chamber, 15 by 20 feet in size, rather high-ceilinged, supplied with a high-backed yellow wooden bed, a yellow bureau, a small imitation cherry table, 3 very ordinary cane-seated chairs with carved hickory rod backs, cherry-stained also, and a washstand of yellow-stained wood to match the bed, containing a wash basin, a pitcher, a soap dish, uncovered, and a small, cheap, pink-flowered tooth and shaving brush mug, which did not match the other ware and which probably cost 10 cents. The value of this room to Sheriff Jaspers was what he could get for it in cases like this, $25 to $35 a week. Cowperwood would pay $35. Cowperwood walked briskly to the window, which gave out on the lawn in front, now embedded in snow, and said he thought this was all right. Both his father and Steger were willing and anxious to confer with him for hours if he wished, but there was nothing to say. He did not wish to talk. "Let Ed bring in some fresh linen in the morning and a couple of suits of clothes, and I will be all right. George can get my things together." He was referring to a family servant who acted as valet and in other capacities. "Tell Lillian not to worry. I'm all right. I'd rather she would not come here so long as I'm going to be out in 5 days. If I'm not, it will be time enough then. Kiss the kids for me." And he smiled good-naturedly. After his unfulfilled predictions in regard to the results of this preliminary trial, Steger was almost afraid to suggest confidently what the state Supreme Court would or would not do, but he had to say something. "I don't think you need to worry about what the outcome of my appeal will be, Frank. I'll get a certificate of reasonable doubt, and that's as good as a stay of 2 months, perhaps longer. I don't suppose the bail will be more than $30,000 at the outside. You'll be out again in 5 or 6 days, whatever happens." Cowperwood said that he hoped so, and suggested that they drop matters for the night. After a few fruitless parleys, his father and Steger finally said good night, leaving him to his own private reflections. He was tired, however, and throwing off his clothes, tucked himself into his mediocre bed and was soon fast asleep. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45, The Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Say what one will about prison life in general, modify it ever so much by special chambers, obsequious turnkeys, a general tendency to make one as comfortable as possible, a jail is a jail, and there is no getting away from that. Cowperwood in a room which was not in any way inferior to that of the ordinary boarding house, was nevertheless conscious of the character of that section of this real prison which was not yet his portion. He knew that there were cells there, probably greasy and smelly and vermin infested, and that they were enclosed by heavy iron bars, which would have as readily clanked on him as on those who were now therein incarcerated, if he had not had the price to pay for something better. So much for the alleged equality of man, he thought, which gave to one man, even within the grim confines of the machinery of justice, such personal liberty as he himself was now enjoying, and to another, because he chanced to lack wit or presence of friends or wealth, denied the more comfortable things which money would buy. The morning after the trial, on waking, he stirred curiously, and then it suddenly came to him that he was no longer in the free and comfortable atmosphere of his own bedroom, but in a jail cell, or rather its very comfortable substitute, a sheriff's rented bedroom. He got up and looked out the window. The ground outside and Passayunk Avenue were white with snow. Some wagons were silently lumbering by. A few Philadelphians were visible here and there, going to and fro on morning errands. He began to think at once what he must do, how he must act to carry on his business, to rehabilitate himself, and as he did so, he dressed and pulled the bell cord which had been indicated to him, and which would bring him an attendant who would build him a fire and later bring him something to eat. A shabby prison attendant in a blue uniform, conscious of Cowperwood's superiority because of the room he occupied, laid wood and coal in the grate and started a fire, and later brought him his breakfast, which was anything but prison fare, though poor enough at that. After that he was compelled to wait in patience several hours, in spite of the sheriff's assumption of solicitous interest, before his brother Edward was admitted with his clothes. An attendant, for a consideration, brought him the morning papers, and these, except for the financial news, he read indifferently. Late in the afternoon Steger arrived, saying he had been busy having certain proceedings postponed, but that he had arranged with the sheriff for Cowperwood to be permitted to see such of those as had important business with him. By this time Cowperwood had written Aileen under no circumstances to try to see him, as he would be out by the 10th, and that either that day or shortly after they would meet. As he knew, she wanted greatly to see him, but he had reason to believe she was under surveillance by detectives employed by her father. This was not true, but it was preying on her fancy, and combined with some derogatory remarks dropped by Owen and Callum at the dinner table recently, had proved almost too much for her fiery disposition. But because of Cowperwood's letter reaching her at the Calligans, she made no move until she read on the morning of the 10th that Cowperwood's plea for a certificate of reasonable doubt had been granted, and that he would once more, for the time being at least, be a free man. This gave her courage to do what she had long wanted to do, and that was to teach her father that she could get along without him, and that he could not make her do anything she did not want to do. Still, she had the $200 Cowperwood had given her, and some additional cash of her own, perhaps $350 in all. This, she thought, would be sufficient to see her to the end of her adventure, or at least until she could make some other arrangement for her personal well-being. From what she knew of the feeling of her family for her, she felt that the agony would all be on their side, not hers. Perhaps when her father saw how determined she was, he would decide to let her alone and make peace with her. She was determined to try it anyhow, and immediately sent word to Cowperwood that she was going to the Calligans and would welcome him to freedom. In a way, Cowperwood was rather gratified by Aileen's message, for he felt that his present plight, bitter as it was largely due to Butler's opposition, and he felt no compunction in striking him through his daughter. His former feeling as to the wisdom of not enraging Butler had proved rather futile, he thought, and since the old man could not be placated, it might be just as well to have Aileen demonstrate to him that she was not without resources of her own and could live without him. She might force him to change his attitude toward her and possibly even to modify some of his political machinations against him. Cowperwood. Any port in a storm, and besides, he had now really nothing to lose, and instinct told him that her move was likely to prove more favorable than otherwise. So he did nothing to prevent it. She took her jewels, some underwear, a couple of dresses which she thought would be serviceable, and a few other things, and packed them in the most capacious portmanteau she had. Shoes and stockings came into consideration, and despite her efforts, she found that she could not get in all that she wished. Her nicest hat, which she was determined to take, had to be carried outside. She made a separate bundle of it, which was not pleasant to contemplate. Still, she decided to take it. She rummaged in a little drawer where she kept her money and jewels, and found the $350 and put it in her purse. It wasn't much, as Aileen could herself see, but Cowperwood would help her. If he did not arrange to take care of her, and her father would not relent, she would have to get something to do. Little she knew of the steely face the world presents to those who have not been practically trained and are not economically efficient. She did not understand the bitter reaches of life at all. She waited, humming for effect, until she heard her father go downstairs to dinner on this 10th day of December, then leaned over the upper balustrade to make sure that Owen, Callum, Nora, and her mother were at the table, and that Kathy, the housemaid, was not anywhere in sight. Then she slipped into her father's den, and taking a note from inside her dress, laid it on his desk and went out. It was addressed to Father and read, "Dear Father, I just cannot do what you want me to. I have made up my mind that I love Mr. Cowperwood too much, so I am going away. Don't look for me with him. You won't find me where you think. I am not going to him. I will not be there. I am going to try to get along by myself for a while until he wants me and can marry me. I'm terribly sorry, but I just can't do what you want. I can't ever forgive you for the way you acted to me. Tell Mama and Nora and the boys goodbye for me. Aileen." To ensure its discovery, she picked up Butler's heavy-rimmed spectacles, which he employed always when reading, and laid them on it. For a moment she felt very strange, something like a thief, a new sensation for her. She even felt a momentary sense of ingratitude coupled with pain. Perhaps she was doing wrong. Her father had been very good to her. Her mother would feel so very bad. Nora would be sorry, and Callum and Owen. Still, they did not understand her any more. She was resentful of her father's attitude. He might have seen what the point was, but no, he was too old, too hidebound in religion and conventional ideas. He never would. He might never let her come back. Very well. She would get along somehow. She would show him. She might get a place as a school teacher and live with the Calligans a long while, if necessary, or teach music. She stole downstairs and out into the vestibule, opening the outer door and looking out into the street. The lamps were already flaring in the dark, and a cool wind was blowing. Her portmanteau was heavy, but she was quite strong. She walked briskly to the corner, which was some 50 feet away, and turned south, walking rather nervously and irritably, for this was a new experience for her, and it all seemed so undignified, so unlike anything she was accustomed to doing. She put her bag down on a street corner finally to rest. A boy whistling in the distance attracted her attention, and as he drew near she called to him, "Boy, oh boy!" He came over, looking at her curiously. "Do you want to earn some money?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied politely, adjusting a frowsy cap over one ear. "Carry this bag for me," said Aileen, and he picked it up and marched off. In due time she arrived at the Calligans, and amid much excitement was installed in the bosom of her new home. She took her situation with much nonchalance once she was properly placed, distributing her toilet articles and those of personal wear with quiet care. The fact that she was no longer to have the services of Kathleen, the maid, who had served her and her mother and Norah jointly, was odd, though not trying. She scarcely felt that she had parted from these luxuries permanently, so she made herself comfortable. Mamie Calligan and her mother were adoring slaveys, so she was not entirely out of the atmosphere which she craved and to which she was accustomed. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meanwhile, in the Butler home the family was assembling for dinner. Mrs. Butler was sitting in rotund complacency at the foot of the table, her gray hair combed straight back from her round, shiny forehead. She had on a dark gray silk dress, trimmed with gray and white striped ribbon. It suited her florid temperament admirably. Aileen had dictated her mother's choice, and had seen that it had been properly made. Norah was refreshingly youthful in a pale green dress, with red velvet cuffs and collar. She looked young, slender, gay. Her eyes, complexion, and hair were fresh and healthy. She was trifling with a string of coral beads which her mother had just given her. "Oh, look, Callum," she said to her brother opposite her, who was drumming idly on the table with his knife and fork. "Aren't they lovely? Mama gave them to me." "Mama does more for you than I would. You know what you'd get from me, don't you?" "What?" He looked at her teasingly. For answer Norah made a face at him. Just then Owen came in and took his place at the table. Mrs. Butler saw Norah's grimace. "Well, that'll win no love from your brother, you can depend on that," she commented. "Lord, what a day," observed Owen wearily, unfolding his napkin. "I've had my fill of work for once." "What's the trouble?" queried his mother feelingly. "No real trouble, mother," he replied. "Just everything. Ducks and drakes, that's all." "Well, you must eat a good hearty meal now, and that'll refresh you," observed his mother genially and feelingly. "Thompson," she was referring to the family grocer, "brought us the last of his beans. You must have some of those." "Sure, beans'll fix whatever it is, Owen," joked Callum. "Mother's got the answer." "They're fine, I'd have you know," replied Mrs. Butler, quite unconscious of the joke. "No doubt of it, mother," replied Callum. "Real brain food. Let's feed some to Norah." "You'd better eat some yourself, smarty. My, but you're gay. I suppose you're going out to see somebody, that's why." "Right you are, Norah. Smart girl, you. 5 or 6. 10 to 15 minutes each. I'd call on you if you were nicer." "You would if you got the chance," mocked Norah. "I'd have you know I wouldn't let you. I'd feel very bad if I couldn't get somebody better than you." "As good as, you mean," corrected Callum. "Children, children," interpolated Mrs. Butler calmly, looking about for old John, the servant. "You'll be losing your tempers in a minute. Hush now. Here comes your father. Where's Aileen?" Butler walked heavily in and took his seat. John, the servant, appeared, bearing a platter of beans among other things, and Mrs. Butler asked him to send someone to call Aileen. "It's getting colder, I'm thinking," said Butler, by way of conversation, and eyeing Aileen's empty chair. She would come soon now, his heavy problem. He had been very tactful these last 2 months, avoiding any reference to Cowperwood in so far as he could help in her presence. "It's colder," remarked Owen. "Much colder. We'll soon see real winter now." Old John began to offer the various dishes in order, but when all had been served, Aileen had not yet come. "See where Aileen is, John," observed Mrs. Butler interestedly. "The meal will be getting cold." Old John returned with the news that Aileen was not in her room. "Sure she must be somewhere," commented Mrs. Butler, only slightly perplexed. "She'll be coming, though. Never mind, if she wants to. She knows it's meal time." The conversation drifted from a new water works that was being planned to the new city hall, then nearing completion, Cowperwood's financial and social troubles, and the state of the stock market generally, a new gold mine in Arizona, the departure of Mrs. Mollenhauer the following Tuesday for Europe, with appropriate comments by Norah and Callum, and a Christmas ball that was going to be given for charity. "Aileen'll be wanting to go to that," commented Mrs. Butler. "I'm going, you bet," put in Norah. "Who's going to take you?" asked Callum. "That's my affair, mister," she replied smartly. The meal was over, and Mrs. Butler strolled up to Aileen's room to see why she had not come down to dinner. Butler entered his den, wishing so much that he could take his wife into his confidence concerning all that was worrying him. On his desk, as he sat down and turned up the light, he saw the note. He recognized Aileen's handwriting at once. What could she mean by writing him? A sense of the untoward came to him, and he tore it open slowly and, putting on his glasses, contemplated it solemnly. So Aileen was gone. The old man stared at each word as if it had been written in fire. She said she had not gone with Cowperwood. It was possible, just the same, that he had run away from Philadelphia and taken her with him. This was the last straw. This ended it. Aileen lured away from home. To where? To what? Butler could scarcely believe, though, that Cowperwood had tempted her to do this. He had too much at stake. It would involve his own and Butler's families. The papers would be certain to get it quickly. He got up, crumbling the paper in his hand, and turned about at a noise. His wife was coming in. He pulled himself together and shoved the letter in his pocket. "Aileen's not in her room," she said curiously. "She didn't say anything to you about going out, did she?" "No," he replied truthfully, wondering how soon he should have to tell his wife. "That's odd," observed Mrs. Butler doubtfully. "She must have gone out after something. It's a wonder she wouldn't tell somebody." Butler gave no sign. He dared not. "She'll be back," he said, more in order to gain time than anything else. He was sorry to have to pretend. Mrs. Butler went out, and he closed the door. Then he took out the letter and read it again. The girl was crazy. She was doing an absolutely wild, inhumane, senseless thing. Where could she go except to Cowperwood? She was on the verge of a public scandal, and this would produce it. There was just one thing to do as far as he could see. Cowperwood, if he were still in Philadelphia, would know. He would go to him, threaten, cajole, actually destroy him if necessary. Aileen must come back. She need not go to Europe, perhaps, but she must come back and behave herself, at least until Cowperwood could legitimately marry her. That was all he could expect now. She would have to wait, and some day, perhaps, he could bring himself to accept her wretched proposition. Horrible thought. It would kill her mother, disgrace her sister. He got up, took down his hat, put on his overcoat, and started out. Arriving at the Cowperwood home, he was shown into the reception room. Cowperwood at the time was in his den looking over some private papers. When the name of Butler was announced, he immediately went downstairs. It was characteristic of the man that the announcement of Butler's presence created no stir in him whatsoever. So Butler had come. That meant, of course, that Aileen had gone. Now for a battle, not of words, but of weights of personalities. He felt himself to be intellectually, socially, and in every other way the more powerful man of the two. The spiritual content of him, which we call life, hardened to the texture of steel. He recalled that although he had told his wife and his father that the politicians, of whom Butler was one, were trying to make a scapegoat of him, Butler, nevertheless, was not considered to be wholly alienated as a friend, and civility must prevail. He would like very much to placate him if he could, to talk out the hard facts of life in a quiet and friendly way. But this matter of Aileen had to be adjusted now, once and for all. And with that thought in his mind, he walked quickly into Butler's presence. The old man, when he learned that Cowperwood was in and would see him, determined to make his contact with the financier as short and effective as possible. He moved the least bit when he heard Cowperwood's step, as light and springy as ever. "Good evening, Mr. Butler," said Cowperwood cheerfully when he saw him, extending his hand. "What can I do for you?" "You can take that away from in front of me for one thing," said Butler, grimly referring to his hand. "I've no need of it. It's my daughter I've come to talk to you about, and I want plain answers. Where is she?" "You mean Aileen?" said Cowperwood, looking at him with steady, curious, unrevealing eyes, and merely interpolating this to obtain a moment for reflection. "What can I tell you about her?" "You can tell me where she is. That I know. And you can make her come back to her home where she belongs. It was bad fortune that ever brought you across my doorstep. But I'll not bandy words with you here. You tell me where my daughter is, and you'll leave her alone from now on, or I'll—" The old man's fist closed like a vise, and his chest heaved with suppressed rage. "You'll not be driving me too far, man, if you're wise," he added, after a time, recovering his equanimity in part. "I want no truck with you. I want my daughter." "Listen, Mr. Butler," said Cowperwood, quite calmly, relishing the situation for the sheer sense of superiority it gave him. "I want to be perfectly frank with you, if you will let me. I may know where your daughter is, and I may not. I may wish to tell you, and I may not. She may not wish me to. But unless you wish to talk with me in a civil way, there is no need of our going on any further. You are privileged to do what you like. Won't you come upstairs to my room? We can talk more comfortably there." Butler looked at his former protege in utter astonishment. He had never before in all his experience come up against a more ruthless type, suave, bland, forceful, unterrified. This man had certainly come to him as a sheep, and had turned out to be a raving wolf. His incarceration had not put him in the least awe. "I'll not come up to your room," Butler said, "and you'll not get out of Philadelphia with her if that's what you're planning. I can see to that. You think you have the upper hand of me. I see, and you're anxious to make something of it. Well, you're not. It wasn't enough that you come to me as a beggar, craving the help of me, and that I took you in and helped you all I could. You had to steal my daughter from me in the bargain. If it wasn't for the girl's mother and her sister and her brothers, decenter men than ever you'll know how to be, I'd brain you where you stand. Taking a young, innocent girl and making an evil woman out of her, and you a married man. It's a God's blessing for you that it's me and not one of my sons that's here talking to you, or you wouldn't be alive to say what you'd do." The old man was grim but impotent in his rage. "I'm sorry, Mr. Butler," replied Cowperwood quietly. "I'm willing to explain, but you won't let me. I'm not planning to run away with your daughter, nor to leave Philadelphia. You ought to know me well enough to know that I'm not contemplating anything of that kind. My interests are too large. You and I are practical men. We ought to be able to talk this matter over together and reach an understanding. I thought once of coming to you and explaining this, but I was quite sure you wouldn't listen to me. Now that you are here, I would like to talk to you. If you will come up to my room, I will be glad to. Otherwise, not. Won't you come up?" Butler saw that Cowperwood had the advantage. He might as well go up. Otherwise, it was plain he would get no information. "Very well," he said. Cowperwood led the way quite amicably, and having entered his private office, closed the door behind them. "We ought to be able to talk this matter over and reach an understanding," he said again when they were in the room and he had closed the door. "I am not as bad as you think, though I know I appear very bad." Butler stared at him in contempt. "I love your daughter and she loves me. I know you are asking yourself, how can I do this while I am still married? But I assure you I can, and that I do. I am not happily married. I had expected, if this panic hadn't come along, to arrange with my wife for a divorce and marry Aileen. My intentions are perfectly good. The situation which you can complain of course, is the one you encountered a few weeks ago. It was indiscreet, but it was entirely human. Your daughter does not complain. She understands." At the mention of his daughter in this connection, Butler flushed with rage and shame, but he controlled himself. "And you think because she doesn't complain that it's all right, do you?" he asked sarcastically. "From my point of view, yes. From yours, no. You have one view of life, Mr. Butler, and I have another." "You're right there," put in Butler. "For once, anyhow." "That doesn't prove that either of us is right or wrong. In my judgment, the present end justifies the means. The end I have in view is to marry Aileen, and if I can possibly pull myself out of this financial scrape that I am in, I will do so. Of course, I would like to have your consent for that, and so would Aileen. But if we can't, we can't." Cowperwood was thinking that while this might not have a very soothing effect on the old contractor's point of view, nevertheless it must make some appeal to his sense of the possible or necessary. Aileen's present situation was quite unsatisfactory without marriage in view, and even if he, Cowperwood, was a convicted embezzler in the eyes of the public, that did not make him so. He might get free and restore himself, would certainly, and Aileen ought to be glad to marry him if she could under the circumstances. He did not quite grasp the depth of Butler's religious and moral prejudices. "Lately," he went on, "you have been doing all you can, as I understand it, to pull me down on account of Aileen, I suppose, but that is simply delaying what I want to do." "You'd like me to help you do that, I suppose," suggested Butler, with infinite disgust and patience. "I want to marry Aileen," Cowperwood repeated for emphasis' sake. "She wants to marry me. Under the circumstances, however you may feel, you can have no real objection to my doing that, I am sure. Yet you go on fighting me, making it hard for me to do what you really know ought to be done." "You're a scoundrel," said Butler, seeing through his motives quite clearly. "You're a sharper, to my way of thinking, and it's no child of mine I want connected with you. I'm not saying, seeing that things are as they are, that if you were a free man it wouldn't be better that she should marry you. It's the one decent thing you could do if you would, which I doubt. But that's neither here nor there. What can you want with her hid away somewhere? You can't marry her. You can't get a divorce. You've got your hands full fighting your lawsuits and keeping yourself out of jail. She'll only be an added expense to you, and you'll be wanting all the money you have for other things, I'm thinking. Why should you want to be taking her away from a decent home and making something out of her that you'd be ashamed to marry if you could? The least you could do, if you were any kind of man at all and had any of that thing that you're pleased to call love, would be to leave her at home and keep her as respectable as possible. Mind you, I'm not thinking she isn't 10,000 times too good for you, whatever you've made of her. But if you had any sense of decency left, You wouldn't let her shame her family and break her old mother's heart, and that for no purpose except to make her worse than she is already. What good can you get out of it now? What good can you expect to come of it? By heavens, if you had any sense at all, I should think you could see that for yourself. You're only adding to your troubles, not taking away from them, and she'll not thank you for that later on." He stopped, rather astonished that he should have been drawn into an argument. His contempt for this man was so great that he could scarcely look at him, but his duty and his need was to get Aileen back. Cowperwood looked at him as one who gives serious attention to another. He seemed to be thinking deeply over what Butler had said. "To tell you the truth, Mr. Butler," he said, "I did not want Aileen to leave your home at all, and she will tell you so, if you ever talk to her about it. I did my best to persuade her not to, and when she insisted on going, the only thing I could do was to be sure that she would be comfortable wherever she went. She was greatly outraged to think you should have put detectives on her trail. That and the fact that you wanted to send her away somewhere against her will was the principal reasons for her leaving. I assure you I did not want her to go. I think you forget sometimes, Mr. Butler, that Aileen is a grown woman and that she has a will of her own. You think I control her to her great disadvantage. As a matter of fact, I am very much in love with her, and have been for 3 or 4 years. And if you know anything about love, you know that it doesn't always mean control. I'm not doing Aileen any injustice when I say that she has had as much influence on me as I have had on her. I love her, and that's the cause of all the trouble. You come and insist that I should return your daughter to you. As a matter of fact, I don't know whether I can or not. I don't know that she would go if I wanted her to. She might turn on me and say that I didn't care for her any more. That's not true, and I would not want her to feel that way. She is greatly hurt, as I told you, by what you did to her and the fact that you want her to leave Philadelphia. You can do as much to remedy that as I can. I could tell you where she is, but I do not know that I want to. Certainly not until I know what your attitude toward her and this whole proposition is to be." He paused and looked calmly at the old contractor, who eyed him grimly in return. "What proposition are you talking about?" asked Butler, interested by the peculiar development of this argument. In spite of himself, he was getting a slightly different angle on the whole situation. The scene was shifting to a certain extent. Cowperwood appeared to be reasonably sincere in the matter. His promises might be all wrong, but perhaps he did love Aileen, and it was possible that he did intend to get a divorce from his wife sometime and marry her. Divorce, as Butler knew, was against the rules of the Catholic Church, which he so much revered. The laws of God and any sense of decency commanded that Cowperwood should not desert his wife and children and take up with another woman, not even Aileen, in order to save her. It was a criminal thing to plan, sociologically speaking, and showed what a villain Cowperwood inherently was. But nevertheless, Cowperwood was not a Catholic. His views of life were not the same as his own, Butler's, and besides, and worst of all, no doubt due in part to Aileen's own temperament, he had compromised her situation very materially. She might not easily be restored to a sense of the normal and decent, and so the matter was worth taking into thought. Butler knew that ultimately he could not countenance any such thing, certainly not, and keep his faith with the church, but he was human enough none the less to consider it. Besides, he wanted Aileen to come back, and Aileen from now on, he knew, would have some say as to what her future should be. "Well, it's simple enough," replied Cowperwood. "I should like to have you withdraw your opposition to Aileen's remaining in Philadelphia, for one thing, and for another, I should like you to stop your attacks on me." Cowperwood smiled in an ingratiating way. He hoped really to placate Butler in part by his generous attitude throughout this procedure. "I can't make you do that, of course, unless you want to. I merely bring it up, Mr. Butler, because I am sure that if it hadn't been for Aileen you would not have taken the course you have taken toward me. I understood you received an anonymous letter, and that afternoon you called your loan with me. Since then I have heard from one source and another that you were strongly against me. I merely wish to say that I wish you wouldn't be. I am not guilty of embezzling any $60,000, and you know it. My intentions were of the best. I did not think I was going to fail at the time I used those certificates, and if it hadn't been for several other loans that were called, I would have gone on to the end of the month and put them back in time, as I always had. I have always valued your friendship very highly, and I am very sorry to lose it. Now I have said all I am going to say." Butler looked at Cowperwood with shrewd, calculating eyes. The man had some merit, but much unconscionable evil in him. Butler knew very well how he had taken the check and a good many other things in connection with it. The manner in which he had played his cards tonight was on par with the way he had run to him on the night of the fire. He was just shrewd and calculating and heartless. "I'll make you no promise," he said. "Tell me where my daughter is, and I'll think the matter over. You have no claim on me now, and owe you no good turn, but I'll think it over anyhow." "That's quite all right," replied Cowperwood. "That's all I can expect. But what about Aileen? Do you expect her to leave Philadelphia?" "Not if she settles down and behaves herself, but there must be an end to this between you and her. She's disgracing her family and ruining her soul in the bargain, and that's what you are doing with yours. It'll be time enough to talk about anything else when you're a free man. More than that, I'll not promise." Cowperwood, satisfied that this move on Aileen's part had done her a real service, if it had not aided him especially, was convinced that it would be a good move for her to return to her home at once. He could not tell how his appeal to the State Supreme Court would eventuate. His motion for a new trial, which was now to be made under the privilege of the certificate of reasonable doubt, might not be granted, in which case he would have to serve a term in the penitentiary. If he were compelled to go to the penitentiary, she would be safer, better off in the bosom of her family. His own hands were going to be exceedingly full for the next 2 months until he knew how his appeal was coming out, and after that, well, after that he would fight on, whatever happened. During all the time that Cowperwood had been arguing his case in this fashion, he had been thinking of how he could adjust this compromise so as to retain the affection of Aileen and not offend her sensibilities by urging her to return. He knew that she would not agree to give up seeing him, and he was not willing that she should. Unless he had a good and sufficient reason, he would be playing a wretched part by telling Butler where she was. He did not intend to do so until he saw exactly how to do it, the way that would make it most acceptable to Aileen. He knew that she would not long be happy where she was. Her flight was due in part to Butler's intense opposition to himself, and in part to his determination to make her leave Philadelphia and behave. But this last was now in part obviated. Butler, in spite of his words, was no longer a stern nemesis. He was a melting man, very anxious to find his daughter, very willing to forgive her. He was whipped, literally beaten, at his own game, and Cowperwood could see it in the old man's eyes. If he himself could talk to Aileen personally and explain just how things were, he felt sure he could make her see that it would be to their mutual advantage, for the present at least, to have the matter amicably settled. The thing to do was to make Butler wait somewhere, here possibly, while he went and talked to her. When she learned how things were, she would probably acquiesce. "The best thing that I can do under the circumstances," he said, after a time, "would be to see Aileen in 2 or 3 days and ask her what she wishes to do. I can explain the matter to her, and if she wants to go back she can. I will promise to tell her anything that you say." "2 or 3 days!" exclaimed Butler irritably. 2 or 3 fiddlesticks. She must come home tonight. Her mother doesn't know she's left the place yet. Tonight is the time. I'll go fetch her myself tonight." "No, that won't do," said Cowperwood. "I shall have to go myself. If you wish to wait here, I will see what can be done, and let you know." "Very well," grunted Butler, who was now walking up and down with his hands behind his back. "But for heaven's sake be quick about it. There's no time to lose." He was thinking of Mrs. Butler. Cowperwood called the servant, ordered his runabout, and told George to see that his private office was not disturbed. Then as Butler strolled to and fro in this, to him, objectionable room, Cowperwood drove rapidly away. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Although it was nearly 11 o'clock when he arrived at the Calligans', Aileen was not yet in bed. In her bedroom upstairs she was confiding to Mamie and Mrs. Calligan some of her social experiences when the bell rang and Mrs. Calligan went down and opened the door to Cowperwood. "Miss Butler is here, I believe," he said. "Will you tell her that there is someone here from her father?" Although Aileen had instructed that her presence here was not to be divulged even to members of her family, the force of Cowperwood's presence and the mention of Butler's name cost Mrs. Calligan her presence of mind. "Wait a moment," she said. "I'll see." She stepped back, and Cowperwood promptly stepped in, taking off his hat with the air of one who was satisfied that Aileen was there. "Say to her that I only want to speak to her for a few moments," he called, as Mrs. Calligan went upstairs, raising his voice in hope that Aileen might hear. She did, and came down promptly. She was very much astonished to think that he should come so soon, and fancied in her vanity that there must be great excitement in her home. She would have greatly grieved if there had not been. The Calligans would have been pleased to hear, but Cowperwood was cautious. As she came down the stairs, he put his finger to his lips in sign for silence and said, "This is Miss Butler, I believe?" "Yes," replied Aileen with a secret smile. Her one desire was to kiss him. "What's the trouble, darling?" she asked softly. "You'll have to go back, dear, I'm afraid," whispered Cowperwood. "You'll have everything in a turmoil if you don't. Your mother doesn't know yet, it seems, and your father is over at my place now waiting for you. It may be a good deal of help to me if you do. Let me tell you." He went off into a complete description of his conversation with Butler and his own views in the matter. Aileen's expression changed from time to time as the various phases of the matter were put before her, but persuaded by the clearness with which he put the matter, and by his assurance that they could continue their relations as before uninterrupted, once this was settled, she decided to return. In a way, her father's surrender was a great triumph. She made her farewells to the Calligans, saying with a smile that they could not do without her at home, and that she would send for her belongings later, and returned with Cowperwood to his own door. There he asked her to wait in the runabout while he sent her father down. "Well," said Butler, turning on him when he opened the door and not seeing Aileen. "You'll find her outside in my runabout," observed Cowperwood. "You may use that if you choose. I will send my man for it." "No, thank you. We'll walk," said Butler. Cowperwood called his servant to take charge of the vehicle, and Butler stalked solemnly out. He had to admit to himself that the influence of Cowperwood over his daughter was deadly and probably permanent. The best he could do would be to keep her within the precincts of the home, where she might still possibly be brought to her senses. He held a very guarded conversation with her on his way home for fear that she would take additional offense. Argument was out of the question. "You might have talked with me once more, Aileen," he said, "before you left. Your mother would be in a terrible state if she knew you were gone. She doesn't know yet. You'll have to say you stayed somewhere to dinner." "I was at the Calligans," replied Aileen. "That's easy enough. Mama won't think anything about it." "It's a sore heart I have, Aileen. I hope you think over your ways and do better. I'll not say anything more now." Aileen returned to her room, decidedly triumphant in her mood for the moment, and things went on apparently in the Butler household as before. But those who imagine that this defeat permanently altered the attitude of Butler towards Cowperwood are mistaken. In the meanwhile, between the day of his temporary release and the hearing of his appeal, which was 2 months off, Cowperwood was going on doing his best to repair his shattered forces. He took up his work where he left off, but the possibility of reorganizing his business was distinctly modified since his conviction. Because of his action in trying to protect his largest creditors at the time of his failure, he fancied that once he was free again, if ever he got free, his credit, and other things being equal, would be good with those who could help him most, say Cook & Company, Clark & Company, Drexel & Company, and the Girard National Bank, providing his personal reputation had not been too badly injured by his sentence. Fortunately for his own hopefulness of mind, he failed fully to realize what a depressing effect a legal decision of this character, sound or otherwise, had on the minds of even his most enthusiastic supporters. His best friends in the financial world were by now convinced that his was a sinking ship. A student of finance once observed that nothing is so sensitive as money, and the financial mind partakes largely of the quality of the thing in which it deals. There was no use trying to do much for a man who might be going to prison for a term of years. Something might be done for him, possibly, in connection with the governor, providing he lost his case before the Supreme Court and was actually sentenced to prison, but that was 2 months off or more, and they could not tell what the outcome of that would be. So Cowperwood's repeated appeals for assistance, extension of credit, or the acceptance of some plan he had for his general rehabilitation were met with the kindly evasions of those who were doubtful. They would think it over. They would see about it. Certain things were standing in the way, and so on and so forth, through all the endless excuses of those who do not care to act. In these days he went about the money world in his customary jaunty way, greeting all those whom he had known there many years, and pretending, when asked, to be very hopeful, to be doing very well. But they did not believe him, and he really did not care whether they did or not. His business was to persuade or over-persuade anyone who could really be of assistance to him, and at this task he worked untiringly, ignoring all others. "Why, hello, Frank," his friends would call on seeing him. "How are you getting on?" "Fine, fine," he would reply cheerfully, "never better," and he would explain in a general way how his affairs were being handled. He conveyed much of his own optimism to all those who knew him and were interested in his welfare, but of course there were many who were not. In these days also he and Steger were constantly to be met with in courts of law, for he was constantly being re-examined in some petition in bankruptcy. They were heartbreaking days, but he did not flinch. He wanted to stay in Philadelphia and fight the thing to a finish, putting himself where he had been before the fire, rehabilitating himself in the eyes of the public. He felt that he could do it, too, if he were not actually sent to prison for a long term, and even then, so naturally optimistic was his mood when he got out again. But insofar as Philadelphia was concerned, distinctly he was dreaming vain dreams. One of the things mitigating against him was the continued opposition of Butler and the politicians. Somehow, no one could have said exactly why, the general political feeling was that the Financier and the former city treasurer would lose their appeals and eventually be sentenced together. Stener, in spite of his original intention to plead guilty and take his punishment without comment, had been persuaded by some of his political friends that it would be better for his future's sake to plead not guilty and claim that his offense had been due to custom rather than admit to his guilt outright, and so seem not to have any justification whatsoever. This he did, but he was convicted nevertheless. For the sake of appearances, a trumped-up appeal was made, which was now before the state Supreme Court. Then, too, due to one whisper and another, and these originating with the girl who had written Butler and Cowperwood's wife, there was at this time a growing volume of gossip relating to the alleged relations of Cowperwood with Butler's daughter, Aileen. There had been a house in 10th Street. It had been maintained by Cowperwood for her. No wonder Butler was so vindictive. This, indeed, explained much. Even in the practical financial world, criticism was now rather against Cowperwood than his enemies. For was it not a fact that at the inception of his career he had been befriended by Butler? And what a way to reward that friendship! His oldest and firmest admirers wagged their heads, for they sensed clearly that this was another illustration of that innate "I satisfy myself" attitude which so regulated Cowperwood's conduct. He was a strong man, surely, and a brilliant one. Never had 3rd Street seen a more pyrotechnic and yet fascinating and financially aggressive and at the same time conservative person. Yet might one not fairly tempt Nemesis by a too great daring and egotism? Like death, it loves a shining mark. He should not, perhaps, have seduced Butler's daughter. Unquestionably, he should not have so boldly taken that check, especially after his quarrel and break with Stener. He was a little too aggressive. Was it not questionable whether, with such a record, he could be restored to his former place here? The bankers and businessmen who were closest to him were decidedly dubious. But insofar as Cowperwood and his own attitude toward life was concerned at this time, the feeling he had to satisfy myself, when combined with his love of beauty and love and women, still made him ruthless and thoughtless. Even now the beauty and delight of a girl like Aileen Butler were far more important to him than the goodwill of 50 million people. If he could evade the necessity of having their goodwill, previous to the Chicago fire and the panic, his star had been so rapidly ascending that in the helter-skelter of great and favorable events he had scarcely taken thought of the social significance of the thing he was doing. Youth and the joy of life were in his blood. He felt so young, so vigorous, so like new grass looks and feels. The freshness of spring evenings was in him, and he did not care. After the crash, when one might have imagined that he would have seen the wisdom of relinquishing Aileen for the time being, anyhow, he did not care to. She represented the best of the wonderful days that had gone before. She was a link between him and the past and a still-to-be triumphant future. His worst anxiety was that if he were sent to the penitentiary or adjudged to bankrupt, or both, he would probably lose the privilege of a seat on 'change, and that would close to him the most distinguished avenue of his prosperity here in Philadelphia for some time, if not forever. At present, because of his complications, his seat had been attached as an asset, and he could not act. Edward and Joseph, almost the only employees he could afford, were still acting for him in a small way, but the other members on 'change naturally suspected his brothers as his agents, and any talk that they might raise of going into business for themselves merely indicated to other brokers and bankers that Cowperwood was contemplating some concealed move which would not necessarily be advantageous to his creditors and against the law anyhow. Yet he must remain on 'change whatever happened, potentially if not actively. And so in his quick mental searchings he hit upon the idea that in order to forfend against the event of being put into prison or thrown into bankruptcy, or both, He ought to form a subsidiary silent partnership with some man who was or would be well liked on 'change and whom he could use as a cat's paw and a dummy. Finally, he hit upon a man who he thought would do. He did not amount to much, had a small business, but he was honest, and he liked Cowperwood. His name was Wingate, Stephen Wingate, and he was eking out a not too robust existence in South 3rd Street as a broker. He was 45 years of age, of medium height, fairly thick set, not at all unprepossessing, and rather intelligent and active, but not too forceful and pushing in spirit. He really needed a man like Cowperwood to make him into something, if ever he was to be made. He had a seat on 'change and was well thought of, respected, but not so very prosperous. In times past he had asked small favors of Cowperwood, the use of small loans at a moderate rate of interest, tips, and so forth, and Cowperwood, because he liked him and felt a little sorry for him, had granted them. Now Wingate was slowly drifting down toward a none too successful old age, and was as tractable as such a man would naturally be. No one for the time being would suspect him of being a hireling of Cowperwood's, and the latter could depend upon him to execute his orders to the letter. He sent for him and had a long conversation with him. He told him just what the situation was, what he thought he could do for him as a partner, how much of his business he would want for himself, and so on, and found him agreeable. "I'll be glad to do anything you say, Mr. Cowperwood," he assured the latter. "I know whatever happens that you'll protect me, and there's nobody in the world I would rather work with or have greater respect for. This storm will all blow over, and you'll be all right. We can try it anyhow. If it don't work out, you can see what you want to do about it later." And so this relationship was tentatively entered into, and Cowperwood began to act in a small way through Wingate. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the time the State Supreme Court came to pass upon Cowperwood's plea for a reversal of the lower court and the granting of a new trial, the rumor of his connection with Aileen had spread far and wide. As has been seen, it had done and was still doing him much damage. It confirmed the impression which the politicians had originally tried to create, that Cowperwood was the true criminal and Stener the victim. His semi-legitimate financial subtlety, backed indeed by his financial genius, but certainly on this account not worse than that being practiced in peace and quiet and with much applause in many other quarters, was now seen to be Machiavellian trickery of the most dangerous type. He had a wife and 2 children, and without knowing what his real thoughts had been, the fruitfully imaginative public jumped to the conclusion that he had been on the verge of deserting them, divorcing Lillian, and marrying Aileen. This was criminal enough in itself, from the conservative point of view, but when taken in connection with his financial record, his trial, conviction, and general bankruptcy situation, the public was inclined to believe that he was all the politicians said he was. He ought to be convicted. The Supreme Court ought not to grant his prayer for a new trial. It is thus that our inmost thoughts and intentions burst at times via no known material agency into public thoughts. People know when they cannot apparently possibly know why they know. There is such a thing as thought transference and transcendentalism of ideas. It reached for one thing the ears of the 5 judges of the State Supreme Court and the governor of the state. During the 4 weeks Cowperwood had been free on a certificate of reasonable doubt, both Harper Steger and Dennis Shannon appeared before the judges of the State Supreme Court and argued pro and con as to the reasonableness of granting a new trial. Through his lawyer, Cowperwood made a learned appeal to the Supreme Court judges, showing how he had been unfairly indicted in the first place, how there was no real substantial evidence on which to base a charge of larceny or anything else. It took Steger 2 hours and 10 minutes to make his argument, and District Attorney Shannon longer to make his reply, during which the 5 judges on the bench, men of considerable legal experience but no great financial understanding, listened with rapt attention. 3 of them, Judges Smithson, Rainey, and Beckwith, men most amenable to the political feeling of the time and the wishes of the bosses, were little interested in this story of Cowperwood's transaction, particularly since his relations with Butler's daughter and Butler's consequent opposition to him had come to them. They fancied that in a way they were considering the whole matter fairly and impartially, but the manner in which Cowperwood had treated Butler was never out of their minds. 2 of them, Judges Marvin and Rafsowski, who were men of larger sympathies and understanding, but of no greater political freedom, did feel that Cowperwood had been badly used thus far, but they did not see what they could do about it. He had put himself in a most unsatisfactory position, politically and socially. They understood and took into consideration his great financial and social losses, which Steger described accurately, and one of them, Judge Rafalski, because of a similar event in his own life, insofar as a girl was concerned, was inclined to argue strongly against the conviction of Cowperwood. But owing to his political connections and obligations, he realized that it would not be wise politically to stand out against what was wanted. Still, when he and Marvin learned that Judges Smithson, Rainey, and Beckwith were inclined to convict Cowperwood without much argument, they decided to hand down a dissenting opinion. The point involved was a very knotty one. Cowperwood might carry it to the Supreme Court of the United States on some fundamental principle of liberty of action. Anyhow, other judges in other courts in Pennsylvania and elsewhere would be inclined to examine the decision in this case. It was so important. The minority decided that it would not do them any harm to hand down a dissenting opinion. The politicians would not mind as long as Cowperwood was convicted, would like it better, in fact. It looked fairer. Besides, Marvin and Rafsowski did not care to be included, if they could help it, with Smithson, Rainey, and Beckwith in a sweeping condemnation of Cowperwood. So all 5 judges fancied they were considering the whole matter rather fairly and impartially, as men will under such circumstances. Smithson, speaking for himself and Judges Rainey and Beckwith, on the 11th of February, 1872, said, "The defendant, Frank A. Cowperwood, asks that the finding of the jury in the lower court, the state of Pennsylvania versus Frank A. Cowperwood, be reversed and a new trial granted. This court cannot see that any substantial injustice has been done the defendant." Here followed a lengthy resume of the history of the case, in which it was pointed out that the custom and precedent of the treasurer's office, to say nothing of Cowperwood's easy method of doing business with the city treasury, could have nothing to do with his responsibility for failure to observe both the spirit and the letter of the law. "The obtaining of goods under color of legal process," went on Judge Smithson, speaking for the majority, "may amount to larceny. In the present case, it was the province of the jury to ascertain the felonious intent. They have settled that against the defendant as a question of fact, and the court cannot say that there was not sufficient evidence to sustain the verdict." For what purpose did the defendant get the check? He was upon the eve of failure. He had already hypothecated for his own debts the loan of the city placed in his hands for sale. He had unlawfully obtained $500,000 in cash as loans, and it is reasonable to suppose that he could obtain nothing more from the city treasury by any ordinary means. Then it is that he goes there, and by means of falsehood implied, if not actual, obtains $60,000 more. The jury has found the intent with which this was done." It was in these words that Cowperwood's appeal for a new trial was denied by the majority. For himself and Judge Rafalski, Judge Marvin, dissenting, wrote: "It is plain from the evidence in the case that Mr. Cowperwood did not receive the check without authority as agent to do so, and it has not been clearly demonstrated that within his capacity as agent he did not perform or intend to perform the full measure of the obligation which the receipt of this check implied. It was shown in the trial that, as a matter of policy, it was understood that purchases for the sinking fund should not be known or understood in the market or by the public in that light, and that Mr. Cowperwood as agent was to have an absolutely free hand in the disposal of his assets and liabilities so long as the ultimate result was satisfactory. There was no particular time when the loan was to be bought, nor was there any particular amount mentioned at any time to be purchased. Unless the defendant intended at the time he received the check fraudulently to appropriate it, he could not be convicted even on the first count. The verdict of the jury does not establish this fact. The evidence does not show conclusively that it could be established, and the same jury, upon 3 other counts, found the defendant guilty without the semblance of shadow of evidence. How can we say that their conclusions upon the first count are unerring when they so palpably erred on the other counts? It is the opinion of the minority that the verdict of the jury in charging larceny on the first count is not valid, and that the verdict should be set aside and a new trial granted. Judge Rafalski, a meditative and yet practical man of Jewish extraction, but peculiarly American appearance, felt called upon to write a third opinion, which should especially reflect his own cogitation and be a criticism on the majority, as well as a slight variation from and addition to the points on which he agreed with Judge Marvin. It was a knotty question, this of Cowperwood's guilt, and aside from the political necessity of convicting him, nowhere was it more clearly shown than in these varying opinions of the Superior Court. Judge Rafalski held, for instance, that if a crime had been committed at all, it was not that known as larceny, and he went on to add: "It is impossible from the evidence to come to the conclusion either that Cowperwood did not intend shortly to deliver the loan, or that Albert Stires, the chief clerk, or the city treasurer did not intend to part not only with the possession, but also and absolutely with the property in the check and the money represented by it. It was testified by Mr. Stires that Mr. Cowperwood said that he had bought certificates of city loan to this amount, and it has not been clearly demonstrated that he had not. His non-placement of the same in the sinking fund must, in all fairness, the letter of the law to the contrary notwithstanding, be looked upon and judged in the light of custom. Was it his custom so to do? In my judgment, the doctrine now announced by the majority of the court extends the crime of constructive larceny to such limits that any business man who engages in extensive and perfectly legitimate stock transactions may, before he knows it, by a sudden panic in the market or a fire, has in this instance become a felon. When a principle is asserted which establishes such a precedent and may lead to such results, it is, to say the least, startling." While he was notably comforted by the dissenting opinions of the judges in minority, and while he had been schooling himself to expect the worst in this connection, and had been arranging his affairs as well as he could in anticipation of it, Cowperwood was still bitterly disappointed. It would be untrue to say that, strong and self-reliant as he normally was, he did not suffer. He was not without sensibilities of the highest order, only they were governed and controlled in him by that cold iron thing, his reason, which never forsook him. There was no further appeal possible save to the United States Supreme Court, as Steger pointed out, and there only on the constitutionality of some phase of the decision and his rights as a citizen, of which the Supreme Court of the United States must take cognizance. This was a tedious and expensive thing to do. It was not exactly obvious at the moment on what point he could make an appeal. It would involve a long delay, perhaps a year and a half, perhaps longer, at the end of which period he might have to serve his prison term anyhow, pending which he would certainly have to undergo incarceration for a time. Cowperwood mused speculatively for a few moments after hearing Steger's presentation of the case. Then he said, "Well, it looks as if I have to go to jail or leave the country, and I've decided on jail. I can fight this out right here in Philadelphia in the long run and win. I can get that decision reversed in the Supreme Court, or I can get the governor to pardon me after a time. I think. I'm not going to run away, and everybody knows I'm not. These people who think they have me down haven't got one corner of me whipped. I'll get out of this thing after a while, and when I do, I'll show some of these petty little politicians what it means to put up a real fight. They'll never get a damn dollar out of me now, not a dollar. I did intend to pay that $500,000 sometime if they had let me go. Now they can whistle." He set his teeth, and his gray eyes fairly snapped their determination. "Well, I've done all I can, Frank," pleaded Steger, sympathetically. "You'll do me the justice to say that I put up the best fight I knew how. I may not know how. You'll have to answer for that. But within my limits I've done the best I can. I can do a few things more to carry this thing on if you want me to, but I'm going to leave it to you now. Whatever you say goes." "Don't talk nonsense at this stage, Harper," replied Cowperwood almost testily. "I know whether I'm satisfied or not, and I'd soon tell you if I wasn't. I think you might as well go on and see if you can find some definite grounds for carrying it to the Supreme Court. But meanwhile, I'll begin my sentence. I suppose Payderson will be naming a day to have me brought before him now shortly." "It depends on how you'd like to have it, Frank. I could get a stay of sentence for a week maybe, or 10 days, if it will do you any good. Shannon won't make any objection to that, I'm sure. There's only one hitch. Jaspers will be around here tomorrow looking for you. It's his duty to take you into custody again. Once he's notified that your appeal has been denied, he'll be wanting to lock you up unless you pay him. But we can fix that. If you do want to wait and want any time off, I suppose he'll arrange to let you out with a deputy, but I'm afraid you'll have to stay there nights. They're pretty strict about that since the Albertson case a few years ago." Steger referred to the case of a noted bank cashier who, being let out of the county jail at night in the alleged custody of a deputy, was permitted to escape. There had been emphatic and severe condemnation of the sheriff's office at the time, and since then, repute or no repute, money or no money, convicted criminals were supposed to stay in the county jail at night at least. Cowperwood meditated this calmly, looking out of the lawyer's window into 2nd Street. He did not much fear anything that might happen to him in Jasper's charge since his first taste of that gentleman's hospitality, although he did object to spending nights in the county jail when his general term of imprisonment was being reduced no whit thereby. All that he could do now in connection with his affairs, unless he could have months of freedom, could be as well adjusted from a prison cell as from his 3rd Street office. Not quite, but nearly so. Anyhow, why parley? He was facing a prison term, and he might as well accept it without further ado. He might take a day or two finally to look after his affairs, but beyond that, why bother? When, in the ordinary course of events, if you did nothing at all, would I come up for sentence? On Friday or Monday, I fancy, replied Steger. I don't know what move Shannon is planning to make in this matter. I thought I'd walk around and see him in a little while. I think you'd better do that, replied Cowperwood. Friday or Monday will suit me either way. I'm not really particular. Better make it Monday if you can. You don't suppose there is any way you can induce Jaspers to keep his hands off until then. He knows I'm perfectly responsible." "I don't know, Frank. I'm sure I'll see. I'll go around and talk to him tonight. Perhaps $100 will make him relax the rigor of his rules that much." Cowperwood smiled grimly. "I fancy $100 would make Jaspers relax a whole lot of rules," he replied, and he got up to go. Steger arose also. "I'll see both these people, and then I'll call around at your house. You'll be in, will you, after dinner?" "Yes." They slipped on their overcoats and went out into the cold February day. Cowperwood back to his Third Street office, Steger to see Shannon and Jaspers. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The business of arranging Cowperwood's sentence for Monday was soon disposed of through Shannon, who had no personal objection to any reasonable delay. Steger next visited the county jail close on to 5 o'clock, when it was already dark. Sheriff Jaspers came lolling out from his private library, where he had been engaged upon the work of cleaning his pipe. "How are you, Mr. Steger?" he observed, smiling blandly. "How are you? Glad to see you. Won't you sit down? I suppose you're round here again on that Cowperwood matter. I just received word from the district attorney that he had lost his case." "That's it, Sheriff," replied Steger ingratiatingly. "He asked me to step around and see what you wanted him to do in the matter. Judge Payderson just fixed the sentence time for Monday morning at 10 o'clock. I don't suppose you'll be much put out if he doesn't show up here before Monday at 8 o'clock, will you? Or Sunday night, anyhow. He's perfectly reliable, as you know." Steger was sounding Jaspers out, politely trying to make the time of Cowperwood's arrival a trivial matter in order to avoid paying the $100, if possible. But Jaspers was not so easily disposed of. His fat face lengthened considerably. How could Steger ask him such a favor and not even suggest the slightest form of remuneration? "It's agin the law, Mr. Steger, as you know," he began, cautiously and complainingly. "I'd like to accommodate him, everything else being equal, but since that Albertson case 3 years ago, we've had to run this office much more careful, and—" "Oh, I know, Sheriff," interrupted Steger blandly, "but this isn't an ordinary case in any way, as you can see for yourself. Mr. Cowperwood is a very important man, and he has a great many things to attend to. Now, if it were only a matter of $75 or $100 to satisfy some court clerk with, or to pay a fine, it would be easy enough, but—" He paused and looked wisely away, and Mr. Jaspers's face began to relax at once. The law against which it was ordinarily so hard to offend was not now so important. Steger saw that it was needless to introduce any additional arguments. "It's a very ticklish business, this, Mr. Steger," put in the sheriff yieldingly, and with a slight whimper in his voice. "If anything were to happen, it would cost me my place all right. I don't like to do it under any circumstances, and I wouldn't, only I happen to know both Mr. Cowperwood and Mr. Stener, and I like 'em both. I don't think they got their rights in this matter either. I don't mind making an exception in this case if Mr. Cowperwood don't go about it too publicly. I wouldn't want any of the men in the district attorney's office to know this. I don't suppose he'll mind if I keep a deputy somewhere near all the time for looks' sake. I have to, you know, really, under the law. He won't bother him any. Just keep on guard like." Jaspers looked at Mr. Steger very flatly and wisely, almost placatingly under the circumstances, and Steger nodded. "Quite right, Sheriff, quite right. You're quite right." And he drew out his purse while the sheriff led the way very cautiously back into his library. "I'd like to show you the line of law books I'm fixing up for myself in here, Mr. Steger," he observed genially. "But meanwhile closing his fingers gently on the small roll of $10 bills Steger was handing him. "We have occasional use for books of that kind here, as you see. I thought it a good sort of thing to have them around." He waved one arm comprehensively at the line of state reports, revised statutes, prison regulations, etc., the while he put the money in his pocket and Steger pretended to look. "A good idea, I think, Sheriff. Very good, indeed. So you think if Mr. Cowperwood gets around here very early Monday morning, say 8 or 8:30, that it will be all right?" "I think so," replied the sheriff, curiously nervous but agreeable, anxious to please. "I don't think that anything will come up that will make me want him earlier. If it does, I'll let you know, and you can produce him. I don't think so, though. Mr. Steger, I think everything will be all right." They were once more in the main hall now. "Glad to have seen you again, Mr. Steger. Very glad," he added. "Call again some day." Waving the sheriff a pleasant farewell, he hurried on his way to Cowperwood's house. You would not have thought, seeing Cowperwood mount the front steps of his handsome residence in his neat gray suit and well-cut overcoat on his return from his office that evening, that he was thinking that this might be his last night here. His air and walk indicated no weakening of spirit. He entered the hall, where an early lamp was aglow, and encountered Wash Sims, an old Negro factotum, who was just coming up from the basement carrying a bucket of coal for one of the fireplaces. "Mighty cold out this evening, Mr. Cowperwood," said Wash, to whom anything less than 60 degrees was very cold. His one regret that Philadelphia was not located in North Carolina, from whence he came. "'Tis sharp, Wash," replied Cowperwood absent-mindedly. He was thinking for the moment of the house and how it had looked as he came toward it west along Girard Avenue, what the neighbors were thinking of him, too, observing him from time to time out of their windows. It was clear and cold. The lamps in the reception hall and sitting room had been lit, for he had permitted no air of funeral gloom to settle down over this place since his troubles had begun. In the far west of the street a last tingling gleam of lavender and violet was showing over the cold white snow of the roadway. The house of gray-green stone, with its lighted windows and cream-colored lace curtains, had looked especially attractive. He had thought for the moment of the pride he had taken in putting all this here, decorating and ornamenting it, and whether ever he could secure it for himself again. "Where's your mistress?" he added to Wash when he bethought himself. "In the sitting room, Mr. Cowperwood, I think." Cowperwood ascended the stairs, thinking curiously that Wash would soon be out of a job now, unless Mrs. Cowperwood, out of all the wreck of other things, chose to retain him, which was not likely. He entered the sitting room, and there sat his wife by the oblong center table, sewing a hook and eye on one of Lillian's seconds petticoats. She looked up at his step with the peculiar uncertain smile she used these days, indication of her pain, fear, suspicion, and inquired, "Well, what is new with you, Frank?" Her smile was something like a hat or a belt or ornament which one puts on or off at will. "Nothing in particular," he replied, in his offhand way, "except that I understand I have lost that appeal of mine. Steger is coming here in a little while to let me know. I had a note from him, and I fancy it's about that." He did not care to say squarely that he had lost. He knew that she was sufficiently distressed as it was. He did not care to be too abrupt just now. "You don't say," replied Lillian, with surprise and fright in her voice, and getting up. She had been so used to a world where prisons were scarcely thought of, where things went on smoothly from day to day, without any noticeable intrusion of such distressing things as courts, jails, and the like, that these last few months had driven her nearly mad. Cowperwood had so definitely insisted on keeping her in the background. He had told her so very little that she was all at sea anyhow in regard to the whole procedure. Nearly all that she had had in the way of intelligence had been from his father and mother and Anna, and from a close and almost secret scrutiny of the newspapers. At the time he had gone to the county jail, she did not even know anything about it until his father had come back from the courtroom and the jail, and had broken the news to her. It had been a terrific blow to her. Now to have this thing suddenly broken to her in this offhand way, even though she had been expecting and dreading it hourly, was too much. She was still a decidedly charming-looking woman as she stood holding her daughter's garment in her hand, even if she was 40 years old to Cowperwood's 35. She was robed in one of the creations of their late prosperity, a cream-colored gown of rich silk with dark brown trimmings, a fetching combination for her. Her eyes were a little hollow and reddish about the rims, but otherwise she showed no sign of her keen mental distress. There was considerable evidence of the former tranquil sweetness that had so fascinated him 10 years before. "Isn't that terrible?" she said weakly, her hands trembling in a nervous way. "Isn't it dreadful? Isn't there anything more you can do, truly? You won't really have to go to prison, will you?" He objected to her distress and her nervous fears. He preferred a stronger, more self-reliant type of woman. But still she was his wife, and in his day he had loved her much. "It looks that way, Lillian," he said, with the first note of real sympathy he had used in a long while, for he felt sorry for her now. At the same time, he was afraid to go any further along that line, for fear it might give her a false sense as to his present attitude toward her, which was one essentially of indifference. But she was not so dull but what she could see that the consideration in his voice had been brought about by his defeat, which meant hers also. She choked a little, and even so was touched. The bare suggestion of sympathy brought back the old days so definitely gone forever. If only they could be brought back. "I don't want you to feel distressed about me, though," he went on, before she could say anything to him. "I'm not through with my fighting. I'll get out of this. I have to go to prison, it seems, in order to get things straightened out properly. What I would like you to do is to keep up a cheerful appearance in front of the rest of the family, father and mother particularly. They need to be cheered up." He thought once of taking her hand, then decided not. She noted mentally his hesitation, the great difference between his attitude now and that of 10 or 12 years before. It did not hurt her now as much as she once would have thought. She looked at him, scarcely knowing what to say. There was really not so much to say. "Will you have to go soon, if you do have to go?" she ventured wearily. "I can't tell yet. Possibly tonight, possibly Friday, possibly not until Monday. I'm waiting to hear from Steger. I expect him here any minute." To prison, to prison. Her Frank Cowperwood, her husband, the substance of their home here, and all their soul destruction, going to prison. And even now she scarcely grasped why. She stood there wondering what she could do. "Is there anything I can get for you?" she asked, starting forward as if out of a dream. "Do you want me to do anything? Don't you think perhaps you had better leave Philadelphia, Frank? You needn't go to prison unless you want to." She was a little beside herself for the first time in her life, shocked out of a deadly calm. He paused and looked at her for a moment in his direct, examining way, his hard commercial business judgment restored on the instant. "That would be a confession of guilt, Lillian, and I'm not guilty," he replied, almost coldly. "I haven't done anything that warrants my running away or going to prison either. I'm merely going there to save time at present. I can't be litigating this thing forever. I'll get out, be pardoned out or sued out, in a reasonable length of time. Just now it's better to go, I think. I wouldn't think of running away from Philadelphia. 2 of 5 judges found for me in the decision. That's pretty fair evidence that the state has no case against me." His wife saw she had made a mistake. It clarified her judgment on the instant. "I didn't mean it in that way, Frank," she replied apologetically. "You know I didn't. Of course I know you're not guilty. Why should I think you were, of all people?" She paused, expecting some retort, some further argument, a kind word maybe, a trace of the older, baffling love. But he had quietly turned to his desk and was thinking of other things. At this point the anomaly of her own state came over her again. It was all so sad and so hopeless. And what was she to do in the future? And what was he likely to do? She paused, half trembling and yet decided, because of her peculiarly non-resisting nature. Why trespass on his time? Why bother? No good would really come of it. He really did not care for her any more. That was it. Nothing could make him, nothing could bring them together again, not even this tragedy. He was interested in another woman, Aileen, and so her foolish thoughts and explanations, her fear, sorrow, distress, were not important to him. He could take her agonized wish for his freedom as a comment on his probable guilt, a doubt of his innocence, a criticism of him. She turned away for a minute, and he started to leave the room. "I'll be back in a few moments," he volunteered. "Are the children here?" "Yes, they're up in the playroom," she answered sadly, utterly nonplussed and distraught. "Oh, Frank," she had it on her lips to cry, but before she could utter it he had bustled down the steps and was gone. She turned back to the table, her left hand to her mouth, her eyes in a queer, hazy, melancholy mist. Could it be, she thought, that life could really come to this? That love could so utterly, so thoroughly die? 10 years before? But oh, why go back to that? Obviously it could, and thoughts concerning that would not help now. Twice now in her life her affairs had seemed to go to pieces. Once when her first husband had died, and now when her second had failed her, had fallen in love with another, and was going to be sent off to prison. What was it about her that caused such things? Was there anything wrong with her? What was she going to do? Where go? She had no idea, of course. For how long a term of years he would be sent away. It might be 1 year, or it might be 5 years, as the papers had said. Good heavens! The children could almost come to forget him in 5 years. She put her other hand to her mouth also, and then to her forehead, where there was a dull ache. She tried to think further than this, but somehow, just now, there was no further thought. Suddenly, quite outside of her own volition, with no thought that she was going to do such a thing, her bosom began to heave, her throat contracted in 4 or 5 short, sharp, aching spasms. Her eyes burned, and she shook in a vigorous, anguished, desperate, almost one might have said, dry-eyed cry, so hot and few were the tears. She could not stop for the moment, just stood there and shook, and then after a while a dull ache succeeded, and she was quite as she had been before. Why cry, she suddenly asked herself fiercely, for her? Why break down in this stormy, useless way? Would it help? But in spite of her speculative, philosophic observations to herself, she still felt the echo, the distant rumble, as it were, of the storm in her own soul. Why cry? Why not cry? She might have said, but wouldn't. And in spite of herself and all her logic, she knew that this tempest, which had so recently raged over her, was now merely circling around her soul's horizon and would return to break again. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The arrival of Steger with the information that no move of any kind would be made by the sheriff until Monday morning, when Cowperwood could present himself, eased matters. This gave him time to think, to adjust home details at his leisure. He broke the news to his father and mother in a consoling way, and talked with his brothers and father about getting matters immediately adjusted in connection with the smaller houses to which they were now shortly to be compelled to move. There was much conferring among the different members of this collapsing organization in regard to the minor details, and what with his conferences with Steger, his seeing personally Davison, Lee, Avery Stone of J. Cook and Company, George Waterman, his old-time employer Henry was dead, ex-state treasurer Van Nostrand, who had gone out with the last state administration, and others, he was very busy. Now that he was really going to prison, he wanted his financial friends to get together and see if they could get him out by appealing to the governor. The division of opinion among the judges of the state Supreme Court was his excuse and strong point. He wanted Steger to follow this up, and he spared no pains in trying to see all and sundry who might be of use to him. Edward Tighe of Tighe Company, who was still in business in 3rd Street, Newton Targool, Arthur Rivers, Joseph Zimmerman, the dry goods prince, now a millionaire, Judge Kitchen, Terence Relihan, the former representative of the money element at Harrisburg, and many others. Cowperwood wanted Relihan to approach the newspapers and see if he could not readjust their attitude so as to work to get him out, and he wanted Walter Lee to head the movement of getting up a signed petition which should contain all the important names of moneyed people and others, asking the governor to release him. Lee agreed to this heartily, as did Relihan and many others. And afterwards there was really nothing else to do, unless it was to see Aileen once more, and this, in the midst of his other complications and obligations, seemed all but impossible at times. And yet he did achieve that too, so eager was he to be soothed and comforted by the ignorant and yet all-embracing volume of her love. Her eyes these days, the eager, burning quest of him and his happiness that blazed in them, to think that he should be tortured so, her Frank. Oh, she knew, whatever he said and however bravely and jauntily he talked. To think that her love for him should have been the principal cause of his being sent to jail, as she now believed, and the cruelty of her father, and the smallness of his enemies, that fool Stener, for instance, whose picture she had seen in the papers. Actually, whenever in the presence of her Frank, she fairly seethed in a chemic agony for him, her strong, handsome lover, the strongest, bravest, wisest, kindest, handsomest man in the world. Oh, didn't she know? And Cowperwood, looking in her eyes and realizing this reasonless, if so comforting fever for him, smiled and was touched. Such love! That of a dog for a master, that of a mother for a child. And how had he come to evoke it? He could not say, but it was beautiful. And so now, in these last trying hours, he wished to see her much, and did, meeting her at least 4 times in the month in which he had been free, between his conviction and the final dismissal of his appeal. He had one last opportunity of seeing her, and she him, just before his entrance into prison this last time, on Saturday before the Monday of his sentence. He had not come in contact with her since the decision of the Supreme Court had been rendered, but he had had a letter from her sent to a private mailbox, and had made an appointment for Saturday at a small hotel in Camden, which, being across the river, was safer in his judgment than anything in Philadelphia. He was a little uncertain as to how she would take the possibility of not seeing him soon again after Monday, and how she would act generally once he was where she could not confer with him as often as she chose. And in consequence he was anxious to talk to her. But on this occasion, as he anticipated and even feared, so sorry for her was he, she was not less emphatic in her protestations than she had ever been, in fact, much more so. When she saw him approaching in the distance, she went forward to meet him in that direct, forceful way which only she could attempt with him, a sort of mannish impetuosity, which he both enjoyed and admired, and slipping her arms around his neck, said, "Honey, you needn't tell me. I saw it in the papers the other morning. Don't you mind, honey. I love you. I'll wait for you. I'll be with you yet, if it takes a dozen years of waiting. It doesn't make any difference to me if it takes 100. Only I'm so sorry for you, sweetheart. I'll be with you every day through this, darling, loving you with all my might." She caressed him while he looked at her in that quiet way which betokened at once his self-poise and yet his interest and satisfaction in her. He couldn't help loving Aileen. He thought, who could? She was so passionate, vibrant, desirable. He couldn't help admiring her tremendously, now more than ever, because literally, in spite of all his intellectual strength, he really could not rule her. She went at him, even when he stood off in a calm, critical way, as if he were her special property, her toy. She would talk to him always, and particularly when she was excited, as if he were just a baby, her pet, and sometimes he felt as though she would really overcome him mentally, make him subservient to her. She was so individual, so sure of her importance as a woman. Now on this occasion she went babbling on as if he were broken-hearted, in need of her greatest care and tenderness, although he really wasn't at all, and for the moment she actually made him feel as though he was. "It isn't as bad as that, Aileen," he ventured to say eventually, and with a softness and tenderness almost unusual for him, even where she was concerned. But she went on forcefully, paying no heed to him. "Oh, yes, it is too, honey, I know. Oh, my poor Frank, but I'll see you. I know how to manage whatever happens. How often do they let visitors come out to see the prisoners there?" "Only once in 3 months, pet, so they say. But I think we can fix that after I get there. Only do you think you had better try to come right away, Aileen? You know what the feeling now is. Hadn't you better wait a while? Aren't you in danger of stirring up your father? He might cause a lot of trouble out there if he were so minded." "Only once in 3 months?" she exclaimed with rising emphasis as he began this explanation. "Oh, Frank, no, surely not. Once in 3 months? Oh, I can't stand that. I won't. I'll go and see the warden myself. He'll let me see you. I'm sure he will if I talk to him." She fairly gasped in her excitement, not willing to pause in her tirade, but Cowperwood interposed with her. "You're not thinking what you're saying, Aileen. You're not thinking. Remember your father. Remember your family. Your father may know the warden out there. You don't want it to get all over town that you're running out there to see me, do you? Your father might cause you trouble. Besides, you don't know the small party politicians as I do. They gossip like a lot of old women. You'll have to be very careful what you do and how you do it. I don't want to lose you. I want to see you. But you have to mind what you are doing. Don't try to see me at once. I want you to, but I want to find out how the land lies, and I want you to find out, too. You won't lose me. I'll be there well enough." He paused as he thought of the long tier of iron cells which must be there, one of which would be his, for how long? And of Aileen seeing him through the door of it or in it. At the same time he was thinking, in spite of all his other calculations, how charming she was looking today, how young she kept, and how forceful. While he was nearing his full maturity, she was a comparatively young girl, and as beautiful as ever. She was wearing a black and white striped silk in the curious bustle style of the times, and a set of sealskin furs, including a little sealskin cap set jauntily on top of her red gold hair. I know," replied Aileen firmly. "But think of 3 months. Honey, I can't. I won't. It's nonsense. 3 months. I know that my father wouldn't have to wait any 3 months if he wanted to see anybody out there, nor anybody else that he wanted to ask favors for. And I won't either. I'll find some way." Cowperwood had to smile. You could not defeat Aileen so easily. "But you're not your father, honey, and you don't want him to know." "I know I don't, But they don't need to know who I am. I can go heavily veiled. I don't think that the warden knows my father. He may. Anyhow, he doesn't know me, and he wouldn't tell on me if he did if I talked to him." Her confidence in her charms, her personality, her earthly privileges was quite anarchistic. Cowperwood shook his head. "Honey, you're about the best and the worst there is when it comes to a woman," he observed affectionately, pulling her head down to kiss her. "But you'll have to listen to me just the same. I have a lawyer, Steger. You know him. He's going to take up this matter with the warden out there. Is doing it today. He may be able to fix things, and he may not. I'll know tomorrow or Sunday, and I'll write you. But don't go and do anything rash until you hear. I'm sure I can cut that visiting limit in half, and perhaps down to once a month, or once in 2 weeks even. They only allow me to write 1 letter in 3 months." Aileen exploded again. "And I'm sure I can have that made different some, but don't write me until you hear, or at least don't sign any name or put any address in. They open all mail and read it. If you see me or write me, you'll have to be cautious, and you're not the most cautious person in the world. Now be good, will you?" They talked much more of his family, his court appearance Monday, whether he would get out soon to attend any of the suits still pending or be pardoned. Aileen still believed in his future. She had read the opinions of the dissenting judges in his favor and that of the 3 agreed judges against him. She was sure his day was not over in Philadelphia, and that he would sometime reestablish himself and then take her with him somewhere else. She was sorry for Mrs. Cowperwood, but she was convinced that she was not suited to him, that Frank needed someone more like herself, someone with youth and beauty and force, her no less. She clung to him now in ecstatic embraces until it was time to go. So far as a plan of procedure could have been adjusted in a situation so incapable of accurate adjustment, it had been done. She was desperately downcast at the last moment, as was he, over their parting, but she pulled herself together with her usual force and faced the dark future with a steady eye. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monday came, and with it his final departure. All that could be done had been done. Cowperwood said his farewells to his mother and father, his brothers and sister. He had a rather distant but sensible and matter-of-fact talk with his wife. He made no special point of saying good-bye to his son or his daughter when he came in on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings after he had learned that he was to depart Monday. It was with the thought of talking to them a little in an especially affectionate way. He realized that his general moral or unmoral attitude was perhaps working them a temporary injustice. Still, he was not sure. Most people did fairly well with their lives, whether coddled or deprived of opportunity. These children would probably do as well as most children, whatever happened. And then, anyhow, he had no intention of forsaking them financially if he could help it. He did not want to separate his wife from her children, nor them from her. She should keep them. He wanted them to be comfortable with her. He would like to see them wherever they were with her occasionally, only he wanted his own personal freedom, insofar as she and they were concerned, to go off and set up a new world and a new home with Aileen. So now on these last days, and particularly this last Sunday night, he was rather noticeably considerate of his boy and girl, without being too openly indicative of his approaching separation from them. "Frank," he said to his notably lackadaisical son on this occasion, "aren't you going to straighten up and be a big, strong, healthy fella? You don't play enough. You ought to get in with a gang of boys and be a leader. Why don't you fit yourself up a gymnasium somewhere and see how strong you can get." They were in the senior Cowperwood's sitting room, where they had all rather conscientiously gathered on this occasion. Lillian second, who was on the other side of the big library table from her father, paused to survey him and her brother with interest. Both had been carefully guarded against any real knowledge of their father's affairs or his present predicament. He was going away on a journey for about a month, or so they understood. Lillian was reading in a chatterbox book which had been given her the previous Christmas. "He won't do anything," she volunteered, looking up from her reading in a peculiarly critical way for her. "Why, he won't even run races with me when I want him to." "Ah, who wants to run races with you anyhow?" returned Frank Jr. sourly. "You couldn't run if I did want to run with you." "Couldn't I?" she replied. "I could beat you all right." "Lillian," pleaded her mother with a warning sound in her voice. Cowperwood smiled and laid his hand affectionately on his son's head. "You'll be all right, Frank," he volunteered, pinching his ear lightly. "Don't worry. Just make an effort." The boy did not respond as warmly as he hoped. Later in the evening, Mrs. Cowperwood noticed that her husband squeezed his daughter's slim little waist and pulled her curly hair gently. For the moment she was jealous of her daughter. "Going to be the best kind of girl while I'm away?" he said to her privately. "Yes, Papa," she replied brightly. "That's right," he returned, and leaned over and kissed her mouth tenderly. "Button eyes," he said. Mrs. Cowperwood sighed after he had gone. "Everything for the children, nothing for me," she thought, though the children had not got so vastly much either in the past. Cowperwood's attitude toward his mother in this final hour was about as tender and sympathetic as he could maintain in this world. He understood quite clearly the ramifications of her interests, and how she was suffering for him and all the others concerned. He had not forgotten her sympathetic care of him in his youth, and if he could have done anything to have spared her this unhappy breakdown of her fortunes in her old age, he would have done so. There was no use crying over spilled milk. It was impossible at times for him not to feel intensely in moments of success or failure, but the proper thing to do was to bear up, not to show it, to talk little and go your way with an air, not so much of resignation as of self-sufficiency, to whatever was awaiting you. That was his attitude on this morning, and that was what he expected from those around him, almost compelled, in fact, by his own attitude. "Well, Mother," he said, genially, at the last moment. He would not let her nor his wife nor his sister come to court, maintaining that it would make not the least difference to him and would only harrow their own feelings uselessly. "I'm going now. Don't worry. Keep up your spirits." He slipped his arm around his mother's waist, and she gave him a long, unrestrained, despairing embrace and kiss. "Go on, Frank," she said, choking when she let him go. "God bless you. I'll pray for you." He paid no further attention to her. He didn't dare. "Goodbye, Lillian," he said to his wife, pleasantly, kindly. "I'll be back in a few days, I think. I'll be coming out to attend some of these court proceedings." To his sister he said, "Goodbye, Anna. Don't let the others get too downhearted." "I'll see you three afterward," he said to his father and brothers, and so, dressed in the very best fashion of the time, he hurried down into the reception hall where Steger was waiting, and was off. His family, hearing the door close on him, suffered a poignant sense of desolation. They stood there for a moment, his mother crying, his father looking as though he had lost his last friend, but making a great effort to seem self-contained and equal to his troubles, Anna telling Lillian not to mind, and the latter staring dumbly into the future, not knowing what to think. Surely a brilliant sun had set on their local scene, and in a very pathetic way. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Cowperwood reached the jail, Jaspers was there, glad to see him, but principally relieved to feel that nothing had happened to mar his own reputation as a sheriff. Because of the urgency of court matters generally, it was decided to depart for the courtroom at 9 o'clock. Eddie Zanders was once more delegated to see that Cowperwood was brought safely before Judge Payderson and afterward taken to the penitentiary. All of the papers in the case were put in his care to be delivered to the warden. "I suppose you know," confided Sheriff Jaspers to Steger, "that Stener is here. He ain't got no money now, but I gave him a private room just the same. I didn't want to put a man like him in no cell." Sheriff Jaspers sympathized with Stener. "That's right. I'm glad to hear that," replied Steger, smiling to himself. "I didn't suppose from what I've heard that Mr. Cowperwood would want to meet Stener here, so I've kept them apart. George just left a minute ago with another deputy." "That's good. That's the way it ought to be," replied Steger. He was glad for Cowperwood's sake that the sheriff had so much tact. Evidently, George and the sheriff were getting along in a very friendly way, for all the former's bitter troubles and lack of means. The Cowperwood party walked the distance, not being great, and as they did so they talked of rather simple things to avoid the more serious. "Things aren't going to be so bad," Edward said to his father. "Steger says the governor is sure to pardon Stener in a year or less, and if he does, he's bound to let Frank out too." Cowperwood the elder had heard this over and over, but he was never tired of hearing it. It was like some simple croon with which babies are hushed to sleep. The snow on the ground, which was enduring remarkably well for this time of year, the fineness of the day, which had started out to be clear and bright, the hope that the courtroom might not be full, all held the attention of the father and his two sons. Cowperwood Sr. even commented on some sparrows fighting over a piece of bread, marveling how well they did in winter, solely to ease his mind. Cowperwood, walking on ahead with Steger and Zanders, talked of approaching court proceedings in connection with his business and what ought to be done. When they reached the court, the same little pen in which Cowperwood had awaited the verdict of his jury several months before was waiting to receive him. Cowperwood Sr. and his other sons sought places in the courtroom proper. Eddie Zanders remained with his charge. Stener and a deputy by the name of Wilkerson were in the room, but he and Cowperwood pretended not to see each other. Frank had no objection to talking to his former associate, but he could see that Stener was diffident and ashamed, so he let the situation pass without look or word of any kind. After some 3/4 of an hour of dreary waiting, the door leading into the courtroom proper opened, and a bailiff stepped in. "All prisoners up for sentence," he called. There were 6 all told, including Cowperwood and Stener. 2 of them were Confederate housebreakers who had been caught red-handed at their midnight task. Another prisoner was no more and no less than a plain horse thief, a young man of 26, who had been convicted by a jury of stealing a grocer's horse and selling it. The last man was a Negro, a tall, shambling, illiterate, nebulous-minded black, who had walked off with an apparently discarded section of lead pipe which he had found in a lumber yard. His idea was to sell or trade it for a drink. He really did not belong in this court at all, but having been caught by an undersized American watchman charged with the care of the property, and having at first refused to plead guilty, not quite understanding what was to be done with him, he had been perforce bound over to this court for trial. Afterward he had changed his mind and admitted his guilt, so he now had to come before Judge Payderson for sentence or dismissal. The lower court before which he had originally been brought had lost jurisdiction by binding him over to the higher court for trial. Eddie Zanders, in his self-appointed position as guide and mentor to Cowperwood, had confided nearly all of this data to him as he stood waiting. The courtroom was crowded. It was very humiliating to Cowperwood to have to file in this way along the side aisle with these others, followed by Stener, well dressed but sickly looking and disconsolate. The Negro, Charles Ackerman, was the first on the list. "How is it this man comes before me?" asked Payderson peevishly when he noted the value of the property Ackerman was supposed to have stolen. "Your Honor," the assistant district attorney explained promptly, "this man was before a lower court and refused, because he was drunk or something, to plead guilty. The lower court, because the complainant would not forego the charge, was compelled to bind him over to this court for trial. Since then he has changed his mind and has admitted his guilt to the district attorney. He would not be brought before you except we have no alternative. He has to be brought here now in order to clear the calendar." Judge Payderson stared quizzically at the Negro, who obviously, not very much disturbed by this examination, was leaning comfortably on the gate or bar before which the average criminal stood erect and terrified. He had been before police court magistrates before, on one charge and another, drunkenness, disorderly conduct, and the like, but his whole attitude was one of shambling, lackadaisical, amusing innocence. "Well, Ackerman," inquired his Honor severely, "did you or did you not steal this piece of lead pipe as charged here, $4.80 worth?" "Yes, sir, I did," he began. "I'll tell you how it was, Judge. I was coming along past the lumber yard one Saturday afternoon, and I hadn't been working, and I saw that piece of pipe through the fence lying inside, and I just reached through with a piece of board I found there and pulled it over to me and took it. And afterwards this Mr. Watchman man," he waved his hand oratorically toward the witness chair, where, in case the judge might wish to ask him some questions, the complainant had taken his stand, "come around to where I live and accused me of done taking it." "But you did take it, didn't you?" "Yes, sir, I done took it." "What did you do with it?" "I traded it for 25 cents." "You mean you sold it," corrected his Honor. "Yes, sir, I done sold it." "Well, don't you know it's wrong to do anything like that? Didn't you know when you reached through that fence and pulled that pipe over to you that you were stealing? Didn't you?" "Yes, sir, I knowed it was wrong," replied Ackerman sheepishly. "I didn't think 'twas stealing, like exactly. I done knowed it was wrong. I done knowed I oughtn't to take it, I guess." "Of course you did. Of course you did. That's just it. You knew you were stealing, and still you took it. Has the man to whom this Negro sold the lead pipe been apprehended yet?" the judge inquired sharply of the district attorney. "He should be, for he's more guilty than this Negro, a receiver of stolen goods." "Yes, sir," replied the assistant. "His case is before Judge Yawger." "Quite right it should be," replied Payderson severely. "This matter of receiving stolen property is one of the worst offenses, in my judgment." He then turned his attention to Ackerman again. "Now look here, Ackerman," he exclaimed, irritated at having to bother with such a petty case. "I want to say something to you, and I want you to pay strict attention to me. Straighten up there. Don't lean on that gate. You are in the presence of the law now." Ackerman had sprawled himself comfortably down on his elbows as he would have if he had been leaning over a back fence gate talking to someone. But he immediately drew himself straight, still grinning foolishly and apologetically when he heard this. "You are not so dull but that you can understand what I am going to say to you. The offense you have committed, stealing a piece of lead pipe, is a crime. Do you hear me? A criminal offense, one that I could punish you very severely for. I could send you to the penitentiary for 1 year if I choose. The law says I may. 1 year at hard labor for stealing a piece of lead pipe. Now, if you have any sense, you will pay strict attention to what I'm going to tell you. I am not going to send you to the penitentiary right now. I'm going to wait a little while. I'm going to sentence you to 1 year in the penitentiary. 1 year. Do you understand?" Ackerman blanched a little and licked his lips nervously. "And then I'm going to suspend that sentence, hold it over your head, so that if you are ever caught taking anything else, You will be punished for this offense and the next one also, at one and the same time. Do you understand that? Do you know what I mean? Tell me, do you?" "Yes, sir, I does, sir," replied the negro. "You going to let me go now? That's it." The audience grinned, and His Honor made a wry face to prevent his own grim grin. "I'm going to let you go only so long as you don't steal anything else," he thundered. "The moment you steal anything else, back you come to this court, and then you go to the penitentiary for a year and whatever more time you deserve. Do you understand that? Now I want you to walk straight out of this court and behave yourself. Don't ever steal anything. Get something to do. Don't steal, do you hear? Don't touch anything that doesn't belong to you. Don't come back here. If you do, I'll send you to the penitentiary, sure." "Yes, sir. No, sir, I won't," replied Ackerman nervously. "I won't take nothing more that don't belong to me." He shuffled away, after a moment, urged along by the guiding hand of a bailiff, and was put safely outside the court, amid a mixture of smiles and laughter over his simplicity and Payderson's undue severity of manner. But the next case was called and soon engrossed the interest of the audience. It was that of the two housebreakers whom Cowperwood had been and was still studying with much curiosity. In all his life before, he had never witnessed a sentencing scene of any kind. He had never been in police or criminal courts of any kind, rarely in any of the civil ones. He was glad to see the negro go, and gave Payderson credit for having some sense and sympathy, more than he had expected. He wondered now whether by any chance Aileen was here. He had objected to her coming, but she might have done so. She was, as a matter of fact, in the extreme rear, pocketed in a crowd near the door, heavily veiled but present. She had not been able to resist the desire to know quickly and surely her beloved's fate, to be near him in his hour of real suffering, as she thought. She was greatly angered at seeing him brought in with a line of ordinary criminals and made to wait in this, to her, shameful public manner. But she could not help admiring all the more the dignity and superiority of his presence even here. He was not even pale, as she saw, just the same firm, calm soul she had always known him to be. If he could only see her now, if he would only look so she could lift her veil and smile. He didn't, though. He wouldn't. He didn't want to see her here, but she would tell him all about it when she saw him again, just the same. The two burglars were quickly disposed of by the judge with a sentence of 1 year each, and they were led away, uncertain and apparently not knowing what to think of their crime or their future. When it came to Cowperwood's turn to be called, His Honor himself stiffened and straightened up, for this was a different type of man and could not be handled in the usual manner. He knew exactly what he was going to say. When one of Mollenhauer's agents, a close friend of Butler's, had suggested that 5 years for both Cowperwood and Stener would be about right, he knew exactly what to do. "Frank Algernon Cowperwood," called the clerk. Cowperwood stepped briskly forward, sorry for himself, ashamed of his position in a way, but showing it neither in look nor manner. Payderson eyed him as he had the others. "Name?" asked the bailiff, for the benefit of the court stenographer. "Frank Algernon Cowperwood." "Residence?" 1937 Girard Avenue. "Occupation?" "Banker and broker." Steger stood close beside him, very dignified, very forceful, ready to make a final statement for the benefit of the court and the public when the time should come. Aileen, from her position in the crowd near the door, was for the first time in her life biting her fingers nervously, and there were great beads of perspiration on her brow. Cowperwood's father was tense with excitement, and his two brothers looked quickly away, doing their best to hide their fear and sorrow. "Ever convicted before?" "Never," replied Steger for Cowperwood quietly. "Frank Algernon Cowperwood," called the clerk in his nasal, sing-song way, coming forward. "Have you anything to say why judgment should not now be pronounced upon you? If so, speak." Cowperwood started to say no, but Steger put up his hand. "If the court pleases, my client, Mr. Cowperwood, the prisoner at the bar, is neither guilty in his own estimation nor in that of 2/5 of the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court, the court of last resort in this state," he exclaimed, loudly and clearly, so that all might hear. One of the interested listeners and spectators at this point was Edward Malia Butler, who had just stepped in from another courtroom where he had been talking to a judge. An obsequious court attendant had warned him that Cowperwood was about to be sentenced. He had really come here this morning in order not to miss this sentence, but he cloaked his motive under the guise of another errand. He did not know that Aileen was there, nor did he see her. As he himself testified at the time of his trial, went on Steger, and as the evidence clearly showed, he was never more than an agent for the gentleman whose offense was subsequently adjudicated by this court, and as an agent he still maintains, and 2/5 of the State Supreme Court agree with him, that he was strictly within his rights and privileges in not having deposited the $60,000 worth of city loan certificates at the time, and in the manner which the people, acting through the district attorney, complained that he should have. My client is a man of rare financial ability. By various letters which have been submitted to your honor in his behalf, you will see that he commands the respect and the sympathy of a large majority of the most forceful and eminent men in his particular world. He is a man of distinguished social standing and of notable achievements. One of the most unheralded and the unkindest thrust of fortune has brought him here before you today, a fire and its consequent panic which involved the financial property of the most thorough and stable character. In spite of the verdict of the jury and the decision of 3/5 of the State Supreme Court, I maintain that my client is not an embezzler, that he has not committed larceny, that he should never have been convicted, and that he should not now be punished for something of which he is not guilty. I trust that your honor will not misunderstand me or my motives when I point out in this situation that what I have said is true. I do not wish to cast any reflection on the integrity of the court, nor of any court, nor of any processes of the law, but I do condemn and deplore the untoward chain of events which has built up a seeming situation not easily understood by the lay mind, and which has brought my distinguished client within the purview of the law. I think it is but fair that this should be finally and publicly stated here and now. I ask that your honor be lenient, and that if you cannot conscientiously dismiss this charge, you will at least see that the facts as I have indicated them are given due weight in the measure of the punishment inflicted." Steger stepped back, and Judge Payderson nodded, as much as to say he had heard all the distinguished lawyer had to say and would give it such consideration as it deserved. No more. Then he turned to Cowperwood, and summoning all his judicial dignity to his aid, he began. "Frank Algernon Cowperwood, you have been convicted by a jury of your own selection of the offense of larceny. The motion for a new trial made in your behalf by your learned counsel has been carefully considered and overruled, the majority of the court being entirely satisfied with the propriety of the conviction, both upon the law and the evidence. Your offense was one of more than usual gravity, the more so that the large amount of money which you obtained belonged to the city, and it was aggravated by the fact that you had in addition thereto unlawfully used and converted to your own use several $100,000 of the loan and money of the city. For such an offense, the maximum punishment affixed by the law is singularly merciful. Nevertheless, the facts in connection with your hitherto distinguished position, the circumstances under which your failure was brought about, and the appeals of your numerous friends and financial associates will be given due consideration by this court. It is not unmindful of any important fact of your career." Payderson paused as if in doubt, though he knew very well how he was about to proceed. He knew what his superiors expected of him. If your case points no other moral," he went on after a moment, toying with the briefs, "it will at least teach the lesson, much needed at the present time, that the treasury of the city is not to be invaded and plundered with impunity under the thin disguise of a business transaction, and that there is still a power in the law to vindicate itself and to protect the public. The sentence of the court," he added solemnly, the while Cowperwood gazed unmoved, "is therefore that you pay a fine of $5,000 to the Commonwealth for the use of the county, that you pay the costs of prosecution, and that you undergo imprisonment in the state penitentiary for the Eastern District by separate or solitary confinement at labor for a period of 4 years and 3 months, and that you stand committed until this sentence is complied with." Cowperwood's father, on hearing this, bowed his head to hide his tears. Aileen bit her lower lip and clenched her hands to keep down her rage and disappointment and tears. 4 years and 3 months. That would make a terrible gap in his life and hers. Still, she could wait. It was better than 8 or 10 years, as she had feared it might be. Perhaps now, once this was really over and he was in prison, the governor would pardon him. The judge now moved to pick up the papers in connection with Stener's case, satisfied that he had given the financiers no chance to say that he had not given due heed to their plea in Cowperwood's behalf, and yet certain that the politicians would be pleased that he had so nearly given Cowperwood the maximum, while appearing to have heeded the pleas for mercy. Cowperwood saw through the trick at once, but it did not disturb him. It struck him as rather weak and contemptible. A bailiff came forward and started to hurry him away. "Allow the prisoner to remain for a moment," called the judge. The name of George W. Stener had been called by the clerk, and Cowperwood did not quite understand why he was being detained, but he soon learned. It was that he might hear the opinion of the court in connection with his co-partner in crime. The latter's record was taken. Roger O'Mara, the Irish political lawyer who had been his counsel all through his troubles, stood near him, but had nothing to say beyond asking the judge to consider Stener's previously honorable career. "George W. Stener," said his honor, while the audience, including Cowperwood, listened attentively. "The motion for a new trial, as well as an arrest of judgment in your case having been overruled, it remains for the court to impose such sentence as the nature of your offense requires. I do not desire to add to the pain of your position by any extended remarks of my own, but I cannot let the occasion pass without expressing my emphatic condemnation of your offense. The misapplication of public money has become the great crime of the age. If not promptly and firmly checked, it will ultimately destroy our institutions. When a republic becomes honeycombed with corruption, its vitality is gone. It must crumble upon the first pressure. In my opinion, the public is much to blame for your offense and others of a similar character. Heretofore, official fraud has been regarded with too much indifference. What we need is a higher and purer political morality, a state of public opinion which would make the improper use of public money a thing to be execrated. It was the lack of this which made your offense possible. Beyond that, I see nothing of extenuation in your case." Judge Payderson paused for emphasis. He was coming to his finest flight, and he wanted it to sink in. "The people had confided to you the care of their money," he went on solemnly. "It was a high, sacred trust. You should have guarded the door of the treasury even as the cherubim protected the Garden of Eden, and should have turned the flaming sword of impeccable honesty against every one who approached it improperly. Your position as the representative of a great community warranted that. In view of all the facts in your case, the court can do no less than impose a major penalty. The 74th section of the Criminal Procedure Act provides that no convict shall be sentenced by the court of this Commonwealth to either of the penitentiaries thereof for any term which shall expire between the 15th of November and the 15th day of February of any year, and this provision requires me to abate 3 months from the maximum of time which I would affix in your case, namely 5 years. The sentence of the court is, therefore, that you pay a fine of $5,000 to the Commonwealth for the use of the county. Payderson knew well enough that Stener could never pay that sum, and that you undergo imprisonment in the state penitentiary for the Eastern District by separate and solitary confinement at labor for a period of 4 years and 9 months, and that you stand committed until this sentence is complied with. He laid down the briefs and rubbed his chin reflectively, while both Cowperwood and Stener were hurried out. Butler was the first to leave after the sentence, quite satisfied. Seeing that all was over as far as she was concerned, Aileen stole quickly out, and after her, in a few moments, Cowperwood's father and brothers. They were to await him outside and go with him to the penitentiary. The remaining members of the family were at home, eagerly awaiting intelligence of the morning's work, and Joseph Cowperwood was at once dispatched to tell them. The day had now become cloudy, lowery, and it looked as if there might be snow. Eddie Zanders, who had been given all the papers in the case, announced that there was no need to return to the county jail. In consequence, the 5 of them, Zanders, Steger, Cowperwood, his father, and Edward, got into a streetcar which ran to within a few blocks of the prison. Within half an hour they were at the gates of the Eastern Penitentiary. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Eastern District Penitentiary of Pennsylvania, standing at Fairmount Avenue and 21st Street in Philadelphia, where Cowperwood was now to serve his sentence of 4 years and 3 months, was a large gray stone structure, solemn and monotonous in its mien, not at all unlike the Palace of Sforzas at Milan, although not so distinguished. It stretched its gray length for several blocks along 4 different streets, and looked as lonely and forbidding as a prison should. The wall which enclosed its great area, extending over 10 acres, and gave it so much of its solemn dignity, was 35 feet high and some 7 feet thick. The prison proper, which was not visible from the outside, consisted of 7 arms or corridors, ranged octopus-like around a central room or court, and occupying in their sprawling length about 2/3 of the yard enclosed within the walls, so that there was but little space for the charm of lawn or sward. The corridors, 42 feet wide from outer wall to outer wall, were 180 feet in length, and in 4 instances 2 stories high, and extended in their long reach in every direction. There were no windows in the corridors, only narrow slits of skylights, 3 1/2 feet long by perhaps 8 inches wide, let in the roof, and the ground floor cells were accompanied in some instances by a small yard 10 by 16, the same size as the cells proper, which was surrounded by a high brick wall in every instance. The cells and floors and roofs were made of stone, and the corridors, which were only 10 feet wide between the cells, and in the case of the single-story portion only 15 feet high, were paved with stone. If you stood in the central room or rotunda and looked down the long stretches which departed from you in every direction, you had a sense of narrowness and confinement not compatible with their length. The iron doors, with their outer accompaniment of solid wooden ones, the latter used at times to shut the prisoner from all sight and sound, were grim and unpleasing to behold. The halls were light enough, being whitewashed frequently, and set with the narrow skylights which were closed with frosted glass in winter. but they were, as are all such matter-of-fact arrangements for incarceration, bare, wearisome to look upon. Life enough there was in all conscience, seeing that there were 400 prisoners here at that time, and nearly every cell was occupied. But it was a life of which no one individual was essentially aware as a spectacle. He was of it, but he was not. Some of the prisoners, after long service, were used as trustees, or runners, as they were locally called, but not many. There was a bakery, a machine shop, a carpenter shop, a storeroom, a flour mill, and a series of gardens or truck patches, but the manipulation of these did not require the services of a large number. The prison proper dated from 1822, and it had grown wing by wing until its present considerable size had been reached. Its population consisted of individuals of all degrees of intelligence and crime, from murderers to minor practitioners of larceny. It had what was known as the Pennsylvania system of regulation for its inmates, which was nothing more nor less than solitary confinement for all concerned, a life of absolute silence and separate labor in separate cells. Barring his comparatively recent experience in the county jail, which after all was far from typical, Cowperwood had never been in a prison in his life. Once when a boy, in one of his perambulations through several of the surrounding towns, he had passed a village lockup, as the town prisons were then called, a small, square, gray building with long iron-barred windows, and he had seen at one of these rather depressing apertures on the second floor a none too prepossessing drunkard or town ne'er-do-well who looked down on him with bleary eyes, unkempt hair, and a sodden, waxy, pallid face, and called, for it was summer and the jail window was open, "Hey, Sonny, get me a plug of tobacco, will you?" Cowperwood, who had looked up, shocked and disturbed by the man's disheveled appearance, had called back, quite without stopping to think, "Nah, I can't." "Look out you don't get locked up yourself some time, you little runt," the man had replied savagely, only half recovered from his debauch of the day before. He had not thought of this particular scene in years, but now suddenly it came back to him. Here he was on his way to be locked up in this dull, somber prison, and it was snowing, and he was being cut out of human affairs as much as it was possible for him to be cut out. No friends were permitted to accompany him beyond the outer gate, not even Steger for the time being, though he might visit him later in the day. This was an inviolable rule. Zanders, being known to the gatekeeper and bearing his commitment papers, was admitted at once. The others turned solemnly away. They bade a gloomy, if affectionate, farewell to Cowperwood, who, on his part, attempted to give it all an air of inconsequence, as, in part, and even here, it had for him. "Well, good-bye for the present," he said, shaking hands. "I'll be all right, and I'll get out soon. Wait and see. Tell Lillian not to worry." He stepped inside, and the gate clanked solemnly behind him. Zanders led the way through a dark, somber hall, wide and high-ceilinged, to a farther gate where a second gateman, trifling with a large key, unlocked a barred door at his bidding. Once inside the prison yard, Zanders turned to the left into a small office, presenting his prisoner before a small chest-high desk where stood a prison officer in uniform of blue. The latter, the receiving overseer of the prison, a thin, practical, executive-looking person with narrow gray eyes and light hair, took the paper which the sheriff's deputies handed him and read it. This was his authority for receiving Cowperwood. In his turn he handed Zanders a slip showing that he had so received the prisoner, and then Zanders left, receiving gratefully the tip which Cowperwood pressed in his hand. "Well, good-bye, Mr. Cowperwood," he said, with a peculiar twist of his detective-like head. "I'm sorry. I hope you won't find it so bad here." He wanted to impress the receiving overseer with his familiarity with this distinguished prisoner, and Cowperwood, true to his policy of make-believe, shook hands with him cordially. "I'm much obliged to you for your courtesy, Mr. Sanders," he said, then turned to his new master with the air of a man who is determined to make a good impression. He was now in the hands of petty officials, he knew, who could modify or increase his comfort at will. He wanted to impress this man with his utter willingness to comply and obey, his sense of respect for his authority without in any way demeaning himself. He was depressed but efficient, even here in the clutch of that eventual machine of the law, the state penitentiary, which he had been struggling so hard to evade. The receiving overseer, Roger Kendall, though thin and clerical, was a rather capable man, as prison officials go, shrewd, not particularly well educated, nor over-intelligent, naturally, nor over-industrious, but sufficiently energetic to hold his position. He knew something about convicts, considerable, for he had been dealing with them for nearly 26 years. His attitude toward them was cold, cynical, critical. He did not permit any of them to come into personal contact with him, but he saw to it that underlings in his presence carried out the requirements of the law. When Cowperwood entered, dressed in his very good clothing, a dark gray blue twill suit of pure wool, a light, well-made gray overcoat, a black derby hat of the latest shape, his shoes new and of good leather, his tie of the best silk, heavy and conservatively colored, his hair and mustache showing the attention of an intelligent barber, and his hands well manicured, the receiving overseer saw at once that he was in the presence of someone of superior intelligence and force, such a man as the fortune of his trade rarely brought into his net. Cowperwood stood in the middle of the room without apparently looking at any one or anything, though he saw all. "Convict number 3633, Kendall called to a clerk, handing him at the same time a yellow slip of paper on which was written Cowperwood's full name and his record number, counting from the beginning of the penitentiary itself. The underling, a convict, took it and entered it in a book, reserving the slip at the same time for the penitentiary runner or trustee, who would eventually take Cowperwood to the manners gallery. "You will have to take off your clothes and take a bath," said Kendall to Cowperwood, eyeing him curiously. "I don't suppose you need one, but it's the rule." "Thank you," replied Cowperwood, pleased that his personality was counting for something even here. "Whatever the rules are, I want to obey." When he started to take off his coat, however, Kendall put up his hand, delaying, and tapped the bell. There now issued from an adjoining room an assistant, a prison servitor, a weird-looking specimen of the genus trusty. He was a small, dark, lopsided individual, one leg being slightly shorter and therefore one shoulder lower than the other. He was hollow-chested, squint-eyed, and rather shambling, but spry enough withal. He was dressed in a thin, poorly made, baggy suit of striped jeans, the prison stripes of the place, showing a soft roll collar shirt underneath, and wearing a large, wide striped cap, peculiarly offensive in its size and shape to Cowperwood. He could not help thinking how uncanny the man's squint eyes looked under its straight, outstanding visor. The trustee had a silly, sycophantic manner of raising one hand in salute. He was a professional second-story man, up for 10 years, but by dint of good behavior he had attained to the honor of working about this office without the degrading hood customary for prisoners to wear over the cap. For this he was properly grateful. He now considered his superior with nervous, dog-like eyes, and looked at Cowperwood with a certain cunning appreciation of his lot and a show of initial mistrust. One prisoner is as good as another to the average convict, and as a matter of fact, it is their only consolation in their degradation that all who come here are no better than they. The world may have misused them, but they misuse their conferers in their thoughts. The holier-than-thou attitude, intentional or otherwise, is quite the last and most deadly offense within prison walls. This particular trustee could no more understand Cowperwood than a fly the motions of a flywheel. But with the cocky superiority of the underling of the world, he did not hesitate to think that he could. A crook was a crook to him, Cowperwood no less than the shabbiest pickpocket. His one feeling was that he would like to demean him, to pull him down to his own level. "You will have to take everything you have out of your pockets," Kendall now informed Cowperwood. Ordinarily, he would have said, "Search the prisoner." Cowperwood stepped forward and laid out a purse with $25 in it, a penknife, a lead pencil, a small notebook, and a little ivory elephant which Aileen had given him once for luck, and which he treasured solely because she gave it to him. Kendall looked at the latter curiously. "Now you can go," he said to the trustee, referring to the undressing and bathing process which was to follow. "This way," said the latter, addressing Cowperwood, and preceding him into an adjoining room, where 3 closets held 3 old-fashioned, iron-bodied, wooden-topped bathtubs, with their attendant shelves for rough crash towels, yellow soap, and the like, and hooks for clothes. "Get in there," said the trustee, whose name was Thomas Kuby, pointing to one of the tubs. Cowperwood realized that this was the beginning of petty official supervision, but he deemed it wise to appear friendly even here. "I see," he said. "I will." "That's right," replied the attendant, somewhat placated. "What did you bring?" Cowperwood looked at him quizzically. He did not understand. The prison attendant realized that this man did not know the lingo of the place. "What did you bring?" he repeated. "How many years did you get?" "Oh," exclaimed Cowperwood comprehendingly, "I understand. 4 and 3 months." He decided to humor the man. It would probably be better so. "What for?" inquired Kuby familiarly. Cowperwood's blood chilled slightly. "Larceny," he said. "You got off easy," commented Kuby. "I'm up for 10. A rube judge did that to me." Kuby had never heard of Cowperwood's crime. He would not have understood its subtleties if he had. Cowperwood did not want to talk to this man. He did not know how. He wished he would go away, but that was not likely. He wanted to be put in his cell and let alone. "That's too bad," he answered, and the convict realized clearly that this man was really not one of them, or he would not have said anything like that. Kuby went to the 2 hydrants opening into the bathtub and turned them on. Cowperwood had been undressing the while, and now stood naked but not ashamed in front of this 8th-rate intelligence. "Don't forget to wash your head, too," said Kuby, and went away. Cowperwood stood there while the water ran, meditating on his fate. It was strange how life had dealt with him of late so severely. Unlike most men in his position, he was not suffering from a consciousness of evil. He did not think he was evil. As he saw it, he was merely unfortunate. To think that he should be actually in this great, silent penitentiary, a convict, waiting here beside this cheap iron bathtub, not very sweet or hygienic to contemplate, with this crack-brained criminal to watch over him. He stepped into the tub and washed himself briskly with the biting yellow soap, drying himself on one of the rough, only partially bleached towels. He looked for his underwear, but there was none. At this point the attendant looked in again. "Out here," he said inconsiderately. Cowperwood followed, naked. He was led through the receiving overseer's office into a room where were scales, implements of measurement, a record book, etc. The attendant who stood guard at the door now came over, and the clerk who sat in a corner automatically took down a record blank. Kendall surveyed Cowperwood's decidedly graceful figure, already inclining to a slight thickening around the waist, and approved of it as superior to that of most who came here. His skin, as he particularly noted, was especially white. "Step on the scale," said the attendant brusquely. Cowperwood did so. The former adjusted the weights and scanned the record carefully. "Weight 175," he called. "Now step over here." He indicated a spot in the side wall where was fastened in a thin slat which ran from the floor to about 7½ feet above perpendicularly a small movable wooden indicator which, when a man was standing under it, could be pressed down on his head. At the side of the slat were the total inches of height, laid off in halves, quarters, eighths, and so on, and to the right a length measurement for the arm. Cowperwood understood what was wanted and stepped under the indicator, standing quite straight. "Feet level, back to the wall," urged the attendant. "So, height 5 feet 9 10/16", he called. The clerk in the corner noted it. He now produced a tape measure and began measuring Cowperwood's arms, legs, chest, waist, hips, etc. He called out the color of his eyes, his hair, his mustache, and looking into his mouth exclaimed, "Teeth all sound." After Cowperwood had once more given his address, age, profession, whether he knew any trade, etc., which he did not, he was allowed to return to the bathroom and put on the clothing which the prison provided for him. First the rough, prickly underwear, then the cheap, soft roll collar, white cotton shirt, then the thick, bluish-gray cotton socks of a quality such as he had never worn in his life, and over these a pair of indescribable rough leather clogs, which felt to his feet as though they were made of wood or iron, oily and heavy. He then drew on the shapeless, baggy trousers with their telltale stripes, and over his arms and chest the loose-cut, shapeless coat and waistcoat. He felt and knew, of course, that he looked very strange, wretched. And as he stepped out into the overseer's room, again he experienced a peculiar sense of depression, a gone feeling which before this had not assailed him, and which now he did his best to conceal. This, then, was what society did to the criminal, he thought to himself. It took him and tore away from his body and his life the habiliments of his proper state and left him these. He felt sad and grim, and try as he would, he could not help showing it for a moment. It was always his business and his intention to conceal his real feelings, but now it was not quite possible. He felt degraded, impossible in these clothes, and he knew that he looked it. Nevertheless, he did his best to pull himself together and looked unconcerned, willing, obedient, considerate of those above him. After all, he said to himself, it was all a play of sorts, a dream even, if one chose to view it so, a miasma even, from which, in the course of time, and with a little luck, one might emerge safely enough. He hoped so. It could not last. He was only acting a strange, unfamiliar part on the stage of life that he knew so well. Kendall did not waste any time looking at him, however. He merely said to his assistant, "See if you can find a cap for him," and the latter, going to a closet containing numbered shelves, took down a cap, a high-crowned, straight-visored, shabby striped affair which Cowperwood was asked to try on. It fitted well enough, slipping down close over his ears, and he thought that now his indignities must be about complete. What could be added? There could be no more of these disconcerting accoutrements. But he was mistaken. "Now, Kuby, you take him to Mr. Chapin," said Kendall. Kuby understood. He went back into the washroom and produced what Cowperwood had heard of but never before seen, a blue and white striped cotton bag, about half the length of an ordinary pillowcase and half again as wide, which Kuby now unfolded and shook out as he came toward him. It was a custom. The use of this hood, dating from the earliest days of the prison, was intended to prevent a sense of location and direction and thereby obviate any attempt to escape. Thereafter, during all his stay, he was not supposed to walk with or talk to or see another prisoner, not even to converse with his superiors, unless addressed. It was a grim theory, and yet one definitely enforced here, although, as he was to learn later, even this could be modified here. "You'll have to put this on," Kuby said, and opened it in such a way that it could be put over Cowperwood's head. Cowperwood understood. He had heard of it in some way in times past. He was a little shocked, looked at it first with a touch of real surprise, but a moment after lifted his hands and helped pull it down. "Never mind," cautioned the guard. "Put your hands down. I'll get it over." Cowperwood dropped his arms. When it was fully on, it came to about his chest, giving him little means of seeing anything. He felt very strange, very humiliated, very downcast. The simple thing of a blue and white striped bag over his head almost cost him his sense of self-possession. Why could not they have spared him this last indignity, he thought. "This way," said his attendant, and he was led out to where he could not say. "If you hold it out in front of you, you can see to walk," said his guide, and Cowperwood pulled it out, thus being able to discern his feet and a portion of the floor below. He was thus conducted, seeing nothing in his transit, down a short walk, then through a long corridor, then through a room of uniformed guards, and finally up a narrow flight of iron steps leading to the overseer's office on the second floor of one of the two-tiered blocks. There he heard the voice of Kuby saying, "Mr. Chapin, here's another prisoner for you from Mr. Kendall." "I'll be there in a minute," came a peculiarly pleasant voice from the distance. Presently a big heavy hand closed about his arm, and he was conducted still further. "You ain't got far to go now," the voice said, "and then I'll take that bag off." And Cowperwood felt for some reason a sense of sympathy, perhaps as though he would choke. The further steps were not many. A cell door was reached and unlocked by the inserting of a great iron key. It was swung open, and the same big hand guided him through. A moment later the bag was pulled easily from his head, and he saw that he was in a narrow, whitewashed cell, rather dim, windowless, but lighted from the top by a small skylight of frosted glass, 3½ feet long by 4 inches wide. For a nightlight there was a tin-bodied lamp swinging from a hook near the middle of one of the side walls. A rough iron cot furnished with a straw mattress and 2 pairs of dark blue, probably unwashed blankets stood in one corner. There was a hydrant and a small sink in another. A small shelf occupied the wall opposite the bed. A plain wooden chair with a homely round back stood at the foot of the bed, and a fairly serviceable broom was standing in one corner. There was an iron stool or pot for excreta, giving, as he could see, into a large drain pipe which ran along the inside wall, and which was obviously flushed by buckets of water being poured into it. Rats and other vermin infested this, and it gave off an unpleasant odor which filled the cell. The floor was of stone. Cowperwood's clear-seeing eyes took it all in at a glance. He noted the hard cell door, which was barred and cross-barred with great round rods of steel and fastened with a thick, highly polished lock. He saw also that beyond this was a heavy wooden door, which could shut him in even more completely than the iron one. There was no chance for any clear, purifying sunlight here. Cleanliness depended entirely on whitewash, soap and water, and sweeping, which in turn depended on the prisoners themselves. He also took in Chapin, the homely, good-natured cell overseer, whom he now saw for the first time, a large, heavy, lumbering man, rather dusty and misshapen looking, whose uniform did not fit him well, and whose manner of standing made him look as though he would much prefer to sit down. He was obviously bulky, but not strong, and his kindly face was covered with a short growth of grayish-brown whiskers. His hair was cut badly and stuck out in odd strings or wisps from underneath his big cap. Nevertheless, Cowperwood was not at all unfavorably impressed. Quite the contrary, and he felt at once that this man might be more considerate of him than the others had been. He hoped so, anyhow. He did not know that he was in the presence of the overseer of the manners squad, which would have him in charge for 2 weeks only, instructing him in the rules of the prison, and that he was only one of 26, all told, who were in Chapin's care. That worthy, by way of easy introduction, now went over to the bed and seated himself on it. He pointed to the hard wooden chair which Cowperwood drew out and sat on. "Well, now you're here, ain't you?" he asked, and answered himself quite genially, for he was an unlettered man, generously disposed, of long experience with criminals, and inclined to deal kindly with kindly temperament, and a form of religious belief, Quakerism, had inclined him to be merciful, and yet his official duties, as Cowperwood later found out, seemed to have led him to the conclusion that most criminals were innately bad. Like Kendall, he regarded them as weaklings and ne'er-do-wells with evil streaks in them, and in the main he was not mistaken. Yet he could not help being what he was, a fatherly, kindly old man, having faith in those shibboleths of the weak and inexperienced mentally, human justice and human decency. "Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chapin," Cowperwood replied simply, remembering his name from the attendant, and flattering the keeper by the use of it. To old Chapin the situation was more or less puzzling. This was the famous Frank A. Cowperwood, whom he had read about, the noted banker and treasury looter. He and his co-partner in crime, Stener, were destined to serve, as he had read, comparatively long terms here. $500,000 was a large sum of money in those days, much more than $5 million would have been 40 years later. He was awed by the thought of what had become of it, how Cowperwood managed to do all the things the papers had said he had done. He had a little formula of questions which he usually went through with each new prisoner, asking him if he was sorry now for the crime he had committed, if he meant to do better with a new chance, if his father and mother were alive, etc., and by the manner in which they answered these questions, simply, regretfully, defiantly, or otherwise, he judged whether they were being adequately punished or not. Yet he could not talk to Cowperwood as he now saw, or as he would to the average second-story burglar, store looter, pickpocket, and plain cheap thief and swindler, and yet he scarcely knew how else to talk. "Well," he went on, "I don't suppose you ever thought you'd get to a place like this, did you, Mr. Cowperwood?" "I never did," replied Frank simply. "I wouldn't have believed it a few months ago, Mr. Chapin. I don't think I deserve to be here now, though, of course, there is no use of my telling you that." He saw that old Chapin wanted to moralize a little, and he was only too glad to fall in with his mood. He would soon be alone, with no one to talk to, perhaps, and if a sympathetic understanding could be reached with this man now, so much the better. Any port in a storm, any straw to a drowning man. "Well, no doubt all of us make mistakes," continued Mr. Chapin superiorly, with an amusing faith in his own values as a moral guide and reformer. "We can't just always tell how the plans we think so fine are coming out, can we? You're here now, and I suppose you're sorry certain things didn't come out just as you thought. But if you had a chance, I don't suppose you'd try to do as you did before now, would you?" "No, Mr. Chapin, I wouldn't exactly," said Cowperwood, truly enough, "though I believe I was right in everything I did. I don't think legal justice has really been done me." "Well, that's the way," continued Chapin meditatively, scratching his grizzled head and looking genially about. "Sometimes, as I always says to some of these here young fellows that comes in here, we don't know as much as we think we does. We forget that others are just as smart as we are, and that there is always people that are watching us all the time. These here courts and jails and detectives, they're here all the time, and they get us. "Ay, gad," Chapin's moral version of by God, "they do, if we don't behave." "Yes," Cowperwood replied, "that's true enough, Mr. Chapin." "Well," continued the old man after a time, after he had made a few more solemn, owl-like, and yet well-intentioned remarks, "now here's your bed, and there's your chair, and there's your washstand, and there's your water closet. Now keep 'em all clean and use 'em right." You would have thought he was making Cowperwood a present of a fortune. "You're the ones got to make up your bed every morning and keep your floor swept and your toilet flushed and your cell clean. There ain't anybody here'll do that for you. You want to do all them things the first thing in the morning when you get up, and afterward you'll get something to eat about 6:30. You're supposed to get up at 5:30. "Yes, Mr. Chapin," Cowperwood said politely. "You can depend on me to do all those things promptly." "There ain't so much more," added Chapin. "You're supposed to wash yourself all over once a week, and I'll give you a clean towel for that. Next, you got to wash this floor up every Friday morning." Cowperwood winced at that. "You can have hot water for that if you want it." "I'll have one of the runners bring it to you. As for your friends and relations—" He got up and shook himself like a big Newfoundland dog. "You got a wife, ain't you?" "Yes," replied Cowperwood. "Well, the rules here are that your wife or your friends can come to see you once in 3 months, and your lawyer—you got a lawyer, ain't you?" "Yes, sir," replied Cowperwood, amused. "Well, he can come every week or so if he likes, every day, I guess. There ain't no rules about lawyers. But you can only write one letter once in 3 months yourself, and if you want anything like tobacco or the like of that from the storeroom, you got to sign an order for it if you've got any money with the warden, and then I can get it for you." The old man was really above taking small tips in the shape of money. He was a holdover from a much more severe and honest regime, but subsequent presents or constant flattery were not amiss in making him kindly and generous. Cowperwood read him accurately. "Very well, Mr. Chapin, I understand," he said, getting up as the old man did. "Then, when you have been here 2 weeks," added Chapin, rather ruminatively. He had forgot to state this to Cowperwood before. "The warden'll come down and get you and give you your regular cell somewhere downstairs. You can make up your mind by that time what you'd like to do, what you'd like to work at. If you behave yourself proper, more'n likely they'll give you a cell with a yard. You never can tell." He went out, locking the door with a solemn click, and Cowperwood stood there, a little more depressed than he had been, because of this latest intelligence. Only 2 weeks, and then he would be transferred from this kindly old man's care to another's, whom he did not know and with whom he might not fare so well. "If you ever want me for anything, if you're sick or something like that," Chapin now returned to say, after he had walked a few paces away, "we have a signal here of our own. Just hang your towel out through these here bars. I'll see it, and I'll stop and find out what you want when I'm passing." Cowperwood, whose spirits had sunk, revived for the moment. "Yes, sir," he replied. "Thank you, Mr. Chapin." The old man walked away, and Cowperwood heard his steps dying down the cement-paved hall. He stood and listened, his ears being greeted occasionally by a distant cough, a faint scraping of someone's feet, the hum or whir of a machine, or the iron scratch of a key in a lock. None of the noises was loud. Rather, they were all faint and far away. He went over and looked at the bed, which was not very clean and without linen and anything but wide or soft, and he felt it curiously. So here was where he was to sleep from now on, he who so craved and appreciated luxury and refinement. If Aileen or some of his rich friends should see him here. Worse, he was sickened by the thought of possible vermin. How could he tell? How would he do? The one chair was abominable. The skylight was weak. He tried to think of himself as becoming accustomed to the situation, but he rediscovered the offal pot in one corner, and that discouraged him. It was possible that rats might come up here. It looked that way. No pictures, no books, no scene, no person, no space to walk. Just the four bare walls and silence, which he would be shut into at night by the thick door. What a horrible fate! He sat down and contemplated his situation. So here he was at last in the Eastern Penitentiary, and doomed, according to the judgment of the politicians, Butler among others, to remain here 4 long years and longer. Stener, it suddenly occurred to him, was probably being put through the same process he had just gone through. Poor old Stener! What a fool he had made of himself! Because of his foolishness he deserved all he was now getting. But the difference between himself and Stener was that they would let Stener out. It was possible that already they were easing his punishment in some way that he, Cowperwood, did not know. He put his hand to his chin, thinking. His business, his house, his friends, his family, Aileen. He felt for his watch, but remembered that they had taken that. There was no way of telling the time. Neither had he any notebook, pen, or pencil with which to amuse or interest himself. Besides, he had had nothing to eat since morning. Still, that mattered little. What did matter was that he was shut up here away from the world, quite alone, quite lonely, without knowing what time it was, and that he could not attend to any of the things he ought to be attending to, his business affairs, his future. True, Steger would probably come to see him after a while. That would help a little, but even so, think of his position, his prospects up to the day of the fire, and his state now. He sat looking at his shoes, his suit. God! He got up and walked to and fro, but his own steps and movements sounded so loud. He walked to the cell door and looked out through the thick bars, but there was nothing to see, nothing save a portion of 2 cell doors opposite, something like his own. He came back and sat in his single chair, meditating, but getting weary of that finally, stretched himself on the dirty prison bed to try it. It was not uncomfortable entirely. He got up after a while, however, and sat, then walked, then sat. What a narrow place to walk, he thought. This was horrible, something like a living tomb. And to think he should be here now, day after day, and day after day, until what? Until the governor pardoned him, or his time was up, or his fortune eaten away, or... So he cogitated while the hours slipped by. It was nearly 5 o'clock before Steger was able to return, and then only for a little while. He had been arranging for Cowperwood's appearance on the following Thursday, Friday, and Monday in his several court proceedings. When he was gone, however, and the night fell, and Cowperwood had to trim his little shabby oil lamp, and to drink the strong tea and eat the rough, poor bread made of bran and white flour, which was shoved to him through the small aperture in the door by the trencher trustee, who was accompanied by the overseer to see that it was done properly, he really felt very badly. After that, the center wooden door of his cell was presently closed and locked by a trustee, who slammed it rudely and said no word. 9 o'clock would be sounded somewhere by a great bell, he understood, when his smoky oil lamp would have to be put out promptly, and he would have to undress and go to bed. There were punishments, no doubt, for infractions of these rules, reduced rations, the straitjacket, perhaps stripes. He scarcely knew what. He felt disconsolate, grim, weary. He had put up such a long, unsatisfactory fight. After washing his heavy stone cup and tin plate at the hydrant, he took off the sickening uniform and shoes and even the drawers of the scratching underwear, and stretched himself wearily on the bed. The place was not any too warm, and he tried to make himself comfortable between the blankets. But it was of little use. His soul was cold. "This will never do," he said to himself. "This will never do. I'm not sure whether I can stand much of this or not." Still he turned his face to the wall, and after several hours sleep eventually came. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54, The Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Those who by any pleasing courtesy of fortune, accident of birth, inheritance, or the wisdom of parents or friends have succeeded in avoiding making that anathema of the prosperous and comfortable a mess of their lives, will scarcely understand the mood of Cowperwood, sitting rather gloomily in his cell these first days, wondering what, in spite of his great ingenuity, was to become of him. The strongest have their hours of depression. There are times when life, to those endowed with the greatest intelligence, perhaps mostly to those, takes on a somber hue. They see so many phases of its dreary subtleties. It is only when the soul of man has been built up into some strange self-confidence, some curious faith in its own powers, based no doubt on the actual presence of these same powers subtly involved in the body, that it fronts life unflinchingly. It would be too much to say that Cowperwood's mind was of the first order. It was subtle enough in all conscience, and involved, as is common with the executively great, with a strong sense of personal advancement. It was a powerful mind, turning like a vast searchlight, a glittering ray into many a dark corner, but it was not sufficiently disinterested to search the ultimate dark. He realized in a way what the great astronomers, sociologists, philosophers, chemists, physicists, and physiologists were meditating, but he could not be sure in his own mind that, whatever it was important for him. No doubt life held many strange secrets. Perhaps it was essential that somebody should investigate them. However that might be, the call of his own soul was in another direction. His business was to make money, to organize something which would make him much money, or better yet, save the organization he had begun. But this, as he now looked upon it, was almost impossible. It had been too disarranged and complicated by unfortunate circumstances. He might, as Steger pointed out to him, string out these bankruptcy proceedings for years, tiring out one creditor after another, but in the meantime the properties involved were being seriously damaged. Interest charges on his unsatisfied loans were making heavy inroads, court costs were mounting up, and, to cap it all, he had discovered with Steger that there were a number of creditors, those who had sold out to Butler and incidentally to Mollenhauer, who would never accept anything except the full value of their claims. His one hope now was to save what he could by compromise a little later, and to build up some sort of profitable business through Stephen Wingate. The latter was coming in a day or two, as soon as Steger had made some working arrangement for him with Warden Michael Desmas, who came the second day to have a look at the new prisoner. Desmas was a large man physically, Irish by birth, a politician by training, who had been one thing and another in Philadelphia, from a policeman in his early days and a corporal in the Civil War to a ward captain under Mollenhauer. He was a canny man, tall, raw-boned, singularly muscular looking, who for all his 57 years looked as though he could give a splendid account of himself in a physical contest. His hands were large and bony, his face more square than either round or long, his forehead high. He had a vigorous growth of short-clipped iron-gray hair and a bristly iron-gray mustache, very short, keen, intelligent, blue-gray eyes, a florid complexion, an even-edged, savage-looking teeth, which showed the least bit in a slightly wolfish way when he smiled. However, he was not as cruel a person as he looked to be, temperamental, to a certain extent hard, and on occasions savage, but with kindly hours also. His greatest weakness was that he was not quite mentally able to recognize that there were mental and social differences between prisoners, and that now and then one was apt to appear here who, with or without political influences, was eminently worthy of special consideration. What he could recognize was the difference pointed out to him by the politicians in special cases, such as that of Stener, not Cowperwood. However, seeing that the prison was a public institution, apt to be visited at any time by lawyers, detectives, doctors, preachers, propagandists, and the public generally, and that certain rules and regulations had to be enforced, if for no other reason than to keep a moral and administrative control over his own help, it was necessary to maintain, and that even in the face of the politician, a certain amount of discipline, system, and order, and it was not possible to be too liberal with anyone. There were, however, exceptional cases, men of wealth and refinement, victims of those occasional uprisings which so shocked the political leaders generally, who had to be looked after in a friendly way. Desmas was quite aware, of course, of the history of Cowperwood and Stener. The politicians had already given him warning that Stener, because of his past service to the community, was to be treated with special consideration. Not so much was said about Cowperwood, although they did admit that his lot was rather hard. Perhaps he might do a little something for him, but at his own risk. "Butler is down on him," Strobik said to Desmas on one occasion. "It's that girl of his that's at the bottom of it all. If you listened to Butler, you'd feed him on bread and water. But he isn't a bad fellow. As a matter of fact, if George had had any sense, Cowperwood wouldn't be where he is today. But the big fellows wouldn't let Stener alone. They wouldn't let him give Cowperwood any money." Although Strobik had been one of those who, under pressure from Mollenhauer, had advised Stener not to let Cowperwood have any more money, yet here he was pointing out the folly of the victim's course. The thought of the inconsistency involved did not trouble him in the least. Desmas decided, therefore, that if Cowperwood were persona non grata to the Big Three, it might be necessary to be indifferent to him, or at least slow in extending him any special favors. For Stener, a good chair, clean linen, special cutlery and dishes, the daily papers, privileges in the matter of mail, the visits of friends, and the like. For Cowperwood, well, he would have to look at Cowperwood and see what he thought. At the same time, Steger's intercessions were not without their effect on Desmas. So the morning after Cowperwood's entrance, the warden received a letter from Terence Relihan, the Harrisburg potentate, indicating that any kindness shown to Mr. Cowperwood would be duly appreciated by him. Upon the receipt of this letter, Desmas went up and looked through Cowperwood's iron door. On the way, he had a brief talk with Chapin, who told him what a nice man he thought Cowperwood was. Desmas had never seen Cowperwood before, but in spite of the shabby uniform, the clogged shoes, the cheap shirt, and the wretched cell, he was impressed. Instead of the weak, anemic body and the shifty eyes of the average prisoner, he saw a man whose face and form blazed energy and power, and whose vigorous erectness no wretched clothes or conditions could demean. He lifted his head when Desmas appeared, glad that any form should have appeared at his door, and looked at him with large, clear, examining eyes, those eyes that in the past had inspired so much confidence and surety in all those who had known him. Desmas was stirred. Compared with Stener, whom he knew in the past and whom he had met on his entry, this man was a force. Say what you will, one vigorous man inherently respects another, and Desmas was vigorous physically. He eyed Cowperwood, and Cowperwood eyed him. Instinctively, Desmas liked him. He was like one tiger looking at another. Instinctively, Cowperwood knew that he was the warden. "This is Mr. Desmas, isn't it?" he asked, courteously and pleasantly. "Yes, sir, I'm the man," replied Desmas interestedly. "These rooms are not as comfortable as they might be, are they?" The warden's even teeth showed in a friendly yet wolfish way. "They certainly are not, Mr. Desmas," replied Cowperwood, standing very erect and soldier-like. "I didn't imagine I was coming to a hotel, however." He smiled. "There isn't anything special I can do for you, is there, Mr. Cowperwood? began Desmas curiously, for he was moved by a thought that at some time or other a man such as this might be of service to him. "I've been talking to your lawyer." Cowperwood was intensely gratified by the Mr. So that was the way the wind was blowing. Well, then, within reason, things might not prove so bad here. He would see. He would sound this man out. "I don't want to be asking anything, Warden, which you cannot reasonably give," he now returned politely. "But there are a few things, of course, that I would change if I could. I wish I might have sheets for my bed, and I could afford better underwear if you would let me wear it. This that I have on annoys me a great deal." "They're not the best of wool, that's true," replied Desmas solemnly. "They're made for the state out here in Pennsylvania somewhere. I suppose there's no objection to you wearing your own underwear if you want to. I'll see about that. And the sheets, too. We might let you use them if you have them. We'll have to go a little slow about this. There are a lot of people that take a special interest in showing the warden how to tend to his business." "I can readily understand that, Warden," went on Cowperwood briskly, "and I'm certainly very much obliged to you. You may be sure that anything you do for me here will be appreciated and not misused, and that I have friends on the outside who can reciprocate for me in the course of time." He talked slowly and emphatically, looking Desmas directly in the eye all of the time. Desmas was very much impressed. "That's all right," he said, now that he had gone so far as to be friendly. "I can't promise much. Prison rules are prison rules, but there are some things that can be done, because it's the rule to do them for other men when they behave themselves. You can have a better chair than that, if you want it, and something to read, too. If you're in business yet, I wouldn't want to do anything to stop that. We can't have people running in and out of here every 15 minutes, and you can't turn a cell into a business office. That's not possible. It would break up the order of the place. Still, there's no reason why you shouldn't see some of your friends now and then. As for your mail, well, that will have to be opened in the ordinary way for the time being anyhow. I'll have to see about that. I can't promise too much. You'll have to wait until you come out of this block and downstairs. Some of the cells have a yard there. If there are any empty—" The warden cocked his eyes wisely, and Cowperwood saw that his tote was not to be as bad as he had anticipated, though bad enough. The warden spoke to him about the different trades he might follow, and asked him to think about the one he would prefer. "You want to have something to keep your hands busy, whatever else you want. You'll find you'll need that. Everybody here wants to work after a time. I notice that." Cowperwood understood and thanked Desmas profusely. The horror of idleness and silence, and in a cell scarcely large enough to turn around in comfortably, had already begun to creep over him, and the thought of being able to see Wingate and Steger frequently, and to have his mail reach him after a time untampered with, was a great relief. He was to have his own underwear, silk and wool, thank God, and perhaps they would let him take off these shoes after a while. With these modifications and a trade, and perhaps the little yard which Desmas had referred to, his life would be, if not ideal, at least tolerable. The prison was still a prison, but it looked as though it might not be so much of a terror to him as obviously it must be to many. During the 2 weeks in which Cowperwood was in the manners squad in care of Chapin, he learned nearly as much as he ever learned of the general nature of prison life, for this was not an ordinary penitentiary in the sense that the prison yard, the prison squad, the prison lockstep, the prison dining room, and prison-associated labor made the ordinary penitentiary. There was for him, and for most of those confined there, no general prison life whatsoever. The large majority were supposed to work silently in their cells at the particular task assigned them, and not to know anything of the remainder of the life which went on around them, the rule of this prison being solitary confinement, and a few being permitted to work at the limited number of outside menial tasks provided. Indeed, as he sensed, and as old Chapin soon informed him, not more than 75 out of the 400 prisoners confined here were so employed, and not all of these regularly, cooking, gardening in season, milling, and general cleaning being the only avenues of escape from solitude. Even those who so worked were strictly forbidden to talk, and although they did not have to wear the objectionable hood when actually employed, they were supposed to wear it in going to and from their work. Cowperwood saw them occasionally tramping by his cell door, and it struck him as strange, uncanny, grim. He wished sincerely at times, since old Chapin was so genial and talkative, that he were to be under him permanently, but it was not to be. His 2 weeks soon passed, drearily enough, in all conscience, but they passed, interlaced with his few commonplace tasks of bed-making, floor-sweeping, dressing, eating, undressing, rising at 5:30 and retiring at 9, washing his several dishes after each meal, etc. He thought he would never get used to the food. Breakfast, as had been said, was at 6:30 and consisted of coarse black bread made of bran and some white flour, and served with black coffee. Dinner was at 11:30 and consisted of bean or vegetable soup with some coarse meat in it and the same bread. Supper was at 6, of tea and bread, very strong tea and the same bread, no butter, no milk, no sugar. Cowperwood did not smoke, so the small allowance of tobacco which was permitted was without value to him. Steger called in every day or two for 3 weeks, and after the second day, Stephen Wingate, as his new business associate, was permitted to see him also, once every day if he wished. Desmas stated, though the latter felt he was stretching a point in permitting this so soon. Both of these visits rarely occupied more than an hour or an hour and a half, and after that the day was long. He was taken out on several days on a court order between 9 and 5 to testify in the bankruptcy proceedings against him, which caused the time in the beginning to pass quickly. It was curious, once he was in prison, safely shut from the world for a period of years apparently, how quickly all thought of assisting him departed from the minds of those who had been most friendly. He was done, so most of them thought. The only thing they could do now would be to use their influence to get him out sometime. How soon, they could not guess. Beyond that, there was nothing. He would really never be of any great importance to anyone any more, or so they thought. It was very sad, very tragic, but he was gone. His place knew him not. A bright young man that, observed President Davison of the Girard National on reading of Cowperwood's sentence and incarceration. Too bad, too bad. He made a great mistake. Only his parents, Aileen and his wife, the latter, with mingled feelings of resentment and sorrow, really missed him. Aileen, because of her great passion for him, was suffering most of all. 4 years and 3 months, she thought. If he did not get out before then, she would be nearing 29, and he would be nearing 40. Would he want her then? Would she be so attractive? And would nearly 5 years change his point of view? He would have to wear a convict suit all that time, and be known as a convict forever after. It was hard to think about, but only made her more than ever determined to cling to him, whatever happened, and to help him all she could. Indeed, the day after his incarceration, she drove out and looked at the grim gray walls of the penitentiary. Knowing nothing absolutely of the vast and complicated processes of law and penal servitude, it seemed especially terrible to her. What might not they be doing to her Frank? Was he suffering much? Was he thinking of her as she was of him? Oh, the pity of it all, the pity of herself, her great love for him. She drove home, determined to see him, but as he had originally told her that visiting days were only once in 3 months, and that he would have to write her when the next one was, or when she could come, or when she could see him on the outside, she scarcely knew what to do. Secrecy was the thing. The next day, however, she wrote him just the same, describing the drive she had taken on the stormy afternoon before, the terror of the thought that he was behind those grim gray walls, and declaring her determination to see him soon. And this letter, under the new arrangement, he received at once. He wrote her in reply, giving the letter to Wingate to mail. It ran: My sweet girl, I fancy you are a little downhearted to think I cannot be with you any more soon, but you mustn't be. I suppose you read all about the sentence in the paper. I came out here the same morning, nearly noon. If I had time, dearest, I'd write you a long letter describing the situation so as to ease your mind, but I haven't. It's against the rules, and I'm really doing this secretly. I'm here, though, safe enough, and wish I were out, of course. Sweetest, you must be careful how you try to see me at first. You can't do me much of service outside of cheering me up, and you may do yourself great harm. Besides, I think I have done you far more harm than I can ever make up to you, and that you had best give me up, although I know you do not think so, and I would be sad if you did. I am to be in the Court of Special Pleas, 6th and Chestnut, on Friday at 2 o'clock, but you cannot see me there. I'll be out in charge of my counsel. You must be careful. Perhaps you'll think better and not come here. The last touch was one of pure gloom, the first Cowperwood had ever introduced into their relationship, but conditions had changed him. Hitherto he had been in the position of the superior being, the one who was being sought, although Aileen was and had been well worth seeking, and he had thought that he might escape unscathed and so grow in dignity and power until she might not possibly be worthy of him any longer. He had had that thought, but here in Stripes it was a different matter. Aileen's position, reduced in value as it was by her long ardent relationship with him, was now nevertheless superior to his, apparently so, for after all, was she not Edward Butler's daughter, and might she, after she had been away from him a while, wish to become a convict's bride? She ought not want to, and she might not want to, for all he knew. She might change her mind. She ought not to wait for him. Her life was not yet ruined. The public did not know, so he thought, not generally anyhow, that she had been his mistress. She might marry. Why not? And so pass out of his life forever. And would that not be sad for him? And yet he did not owe it to her, to a sense of fair play in himself, to ask her to give him up, or at least think over the wisdom of doing so. He did her the justice to believe that she would not want to give him up, and in his position, however harmful it might be to her, it was an advantage, a connecting link with the finest period of his past life, to have her continue to love him. He could not, however, scribbling this note in his cell in Wingate's presence and giving it to him to mail, Overseer Chaplain was kindly keeping a respectful distance, though he was supposed to be present, refrained from adding at the last moment this little touch of doubt which, when she read it, struck Aileen to the heart. She read it as gloom on his part, a great depression. Perhaps, after all, the penitentiary, and so soon, was really breaking his spirit, and he had held up so courageously so long. Because of this, now, she was madly eager to get to him, to console him, even though it was difficult, perilous. She must, she said. In regard to his visits from the various members of his family, his mother and father, his brother, his wife, and his sister, Cowperwood made it plain to them, on one of the days on which he was out attending a bankruptcy hearing, that even providing it could be arranged, he did not think they should come oftener than once in 3 months, unless he wrote them or sent word by Steger. The truth was that he really did not care to see much of any of them at present. He was sick of the whole social scheme of things. In fact, he wanted to be rid of the turmoil he had been in, seeing it had proved so useless. He had used nearly $15,000 thus far in defending himself, court costs, family maintenance, Steger, etc., but he did not mind that. He expected to make some little money working through Wingate. His family were not utterly without funds, sufficient to live on in a small way. He had advised them to remove into houses more in keeping with their reduced circumstances, which they had done. His mother and father and brothers and sister to a 3-story brick house of about the same caliber of the old Buttonwood Street house, and his wife to a smaller, less expensive 2-story one on North 21st Street, near the penitentiary, a portion of the money saved out of the $35,000 extracted from Stener under false pretenses aiding to sustain it. Of course, all this was a terrible descent from the Girard Avenue mansion for the elder Cowperwood, for here was none of the furniture which characterized the other somewhat gorgeous domicile, merely store-bought, ready-made furniture, and neat but cheap hangings and fixtures generally. The assignees, to whom all Cowperwood's personal property belonged, and to whom Cowperwood the elder had surrendered all his holdings, would not permit anything of importance to be removed. It all had to be sold for the benefit of creditors. A few very small things, but only a few, had been kept, as everything had been inventoried some time before. One of the things which old Cowperwood wanted was his own desk, which Frank had designed for him, but as it was valued at $500 and could not be relinquished by the sheriff except on payment of that sum or by auction, and as Henry Cowperwood had no such sum to spare, he had to let the desk go. There were many things they all wanted, but Anna Adelaide had literally purloined a few, though she did not admit the fact to her parents until long afterward. There came a day when the 2 houses in Girard Avenue were the scene of a sheriff's sale, during which the general public, without let or hindrance, was permitted to tramp through the rooms and examine the pictures, statuary, and objects of art generally, which were auctioned off to the highest bidder. Considerable fame had attached to Cowperwood's activities in this field, owing in the first place to the real merit of what he had brought together, and in the next place to the enthusiastic comment of such men as Wilton Ellsworth, Fletcher Norton, Gordon Strake, architects and art dealers whose judgment and tastes were considered important in Philadelphia. All of the lovely things by which he had set great store, small bronzes, representative of the best period of the Italian Renaissance, bits of Venetian glass which he had collected with great care, a full curio case, statues by Power, Homsner, and Thorswalden, things which would be smiled at 30 years later, but which were of high value then. All of his pictures by representative American painters, from Gilbert to Eastman, Johnson, together with a few specimens of the current French and English school, went for a song. Art judgment in Philadelphia at this time was not exceedingly high, and some of the pictures, for lack of appreciative understanding, were disposed of at much too low a figure. Strake, Norton, and Ellsworth were all present and bought liberally. Senator Simpson, Mollenhauer, and Strobeck came to see what they could see. The small fry politicians were there in mass, but Simpson, calm judge of good art, secured practically the best of all that was offered. To him went the curio case of Venetian glass, 1 pair of tall, blue and white Mohammedan cylindrical vases, 14 examples of Chinese jade, including several artists' water dishes, and a pierced window screen of the faintest tinge of green. To Mollenhauer went the furniture and decorations of the entry hall and reception room of Henry Cowperwood's house, and to Edward Strobeck 2 of Cowperwood's bird's eye maple bedroom suites for the most modest of prices. Adam Davis was present. and secured the secretaire of Buell which the elder Cowperwood prized so highly. To Fletcher Norton went the 4 Greek vases, kylix, a water jar, and 2 amphora, which he had sold to Cowperwood, and which he valued highly. Various objects of art, including a Savoy dinner set, a Gobelin tapestry, Barye bronzes, and pictures by Detaille, Fortuny, and George Inness, went to Walter Lee, Arthur Rivers, Joseph Zimmerman, Judge Kitchen, Harper Steger, Terence Relihan, Trenor Drake, Mr. and Mrs. Simone Jones, W.C. Davison, Frenwin Cason, Fletcher Norton, and Judge Rosowski. Within 4 days after the sale began, the 2 houses were bare of their contents. Even the objects in the house at 931 North 10th Street had been withdrawn from storage where they had been placed at the time it was deemed advisable to close this institution, and placed on sale with the other objects in the 2 homes. It was at this time that the senior Cowperwoods first learned of something which seemed to indicate a mystery which had existed in the connection with her son and his wife. No one of all the Cowperwoods was present during all this gloomy distribution, and Aileen, reading of the disposition of all the wares, and knowing their value to Cowperwood, to say nothing of their charm for her, was greatly depressed. Yet she was not long despondent, for she was convinced that Cowperwood would some day regain his liberty and attain a position of even greater significance in the financial world. She could not have said why, but she was sure of it. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the meanwhile, Cowperwood had been transferred to a new overseer and a new cell in Block 3 on the ground floor, which was like all the others in size, 10 by 16, but to which was attached the small yard previously mentioned. Warden Desmas came up 2 days before he was transferred and had another short conversation with him through his cell door. "You'll be transferred on Monday," he said, in his reserved, slow way. "They'll give you a yard, though it won't be much good to you. We're only allowed half-hour a day in it. I've told the overseer about your business arrangements. He'll treat you right in that matter. Just be careful not to take up too much time that way, and things will work out. I've decided to let you learn caning chairs. That'll be the best for you. It's easy, and it'll occupy your mind." The warden and some allied politicians made a good thing out of this prison industry. It was really not hard labor. The tasks set were simple and not oppressive, but all of the products were promptly sold and the profits pocketed. It was good, therefore, to see all the prisoners working, and it did them good. Cowperwood was glad of the chance to do something, for he really did not care so much for books, and his connection with Wingate and his old affairs were not sufficient to employ his mind in a satisfactory way. At the same time, he could not help thinking, if he seemed strange to himself now, how much stranger would he seem then, behind these narrow bars, working at so commonplace a task as caning chairs. Nevertheless, he now thanked Desmas for this, as well as for the sheets and the toilet articles which had just been brought in. "That's all right," replied the latter pleasantly and softly, by now much intrigued by Cowperwood. "I know that there are men and men here, the same as anywhere. If a man knows how to use these things and wants to be clean, I wouldn't be one to put anything in his way." The new overseer with whom Cowperwood had to deal was a very different person from Elias Chapin. His name was Walter Bonhag, and he was not more than 37 years of age, a big, flabby sort of person with a crafty mind. whose principal object in life was to see that this prison situation, as he found it, should furnish him a better income than his normal salary provided. A close study of Bonhag would have seemed to indicate that he was a stool pigeon for Desmas, but this was really not true, except in a limited way, because Bonhag was shrewd and sycophantic, quick to see a point in his or anybody else's favor. Desmas instinctively realized that he was the kind of man who could be trusted to be lenient on order or suggestion. That is, if Desmas had the least interest in a prisoner, he need scarcely say so much to Bonhag. He might merely suggest that this man was used to a different kind of life, or that, because of some past experience, it might go hard with him if he were handled roughly, and Bonhag would strain himself to be pleasant. The trouble was that to a shrewd man of any refinement, his attentions were objectionable, being obviously offered for a purpose, and to a poor or ignorant man they were brutal and contemptuous. He had built up an extra income for himself inside the prison by selling the prisoners extra allowances of things, which he secretly brought into the prison. It was strictly against the rules, in theory at least, to bring in anything which was not sold in the storeroom: tobacco, writing paper, pens, ink, whiskey, cigars, or delicacies of any kind. On the other hand, and excellently well for him, it was true that tobacco of an inferior grade was provided, as well as wretched pens, ink, and paper, so that no self-respecting man, if he could help it, would endure them. Whiskey was not allowed at all, and delicacies were abhorred as indicating rank favoritism. Nevertheless, they were brought in. If a prisoner had the money and was willing to see that Bonhag secured something for his trouble, almost anything would be forthcoming. Also the privilege of being sent into the general yard as a trustee, or being allowed to stay in the little private yard which some cells possessed longer than the half-hour ordinarily permitted, was sold. One of the things, curiously enough at this time, which worked in Cowperwood's favor was the fact that Bonhag was friendly with the overseer who had Stener in charge, and Stener, because of his political friends, was being liberally treated, and Bonhag knew of this. He was not a careful reader of newspapers, nor had he any intellectual grasp of important events, but he knew by now that both Stener and Cowperwood were, or had been, individuals of great importance in the community. Also, that Cowperwood had been the more important of the two. Better yet, as Bonhag now heard, Cowperwood still had money. Some prisoner who was permitted to read the paper told him so. And so, entirely aside from Warden Desmas's recommendation, which was given in a very quiet, non-committal way, Bonhag was interested to see what he could do for Cowperwood for a price. The day Cowperwood was installed in his new cell, Bonhag lolled up to the door, which was open, and said, in a semi-patronizing way, "Got all your things over yet?" It was his business to lock the door once Cowperwood was inside it. "Yes, sir," replied Cowperwood, who had been shrewd enough to get the new overseer's name from Chapin. "This is Mr. Bonhag, I presume?" "That's me," replied Bonhag, not a little flattered by the recognition, but still purely interested by the practical side of this encounter. He was anxious to study Cowperwood to see what type of man he was. "You'll find it a little different down here from up there," observed Bonhag. "It ain't so stuffy. These doors out in the yards make a difference." "Oh, yes," said Cowperwood, observantly and shrewdly. "That is the yard Mr. Desmas spoke of." At the mention of the magic name, if Bonhag had been a horse, his ears would have been seen to lift, for of course, if Cowperwood were so friendly with Desmas that the latter had described to him the type of cell he was to have beforehand, it behooved Bonhag to be especially careful. Yes, that's it, but it ain't much, he observed. They only allow a half hour a day in it. Still, it would be all right if a person could stay out there longer. This was his first hint at graft, favoritism, and Cowperwood distinctly caught the sound of it in his voice. "That's too bad," he said. "I don't suppose good conduct helps a person to get more." He waited to hear a reply, but instead Bonhag continued with, "I'd better teach you your new trade now. You've got to learn to cane chairs, so the warden says. If you want, we can begin right away." But without waiting for Cowperwood to acquiesce, he went off, returning after a time with 3 unvarnished frames of chairs and a bundle of cane strips or withes, which he deposited on the floor. Having done so, and with a flourish, he now continued, "Now I'll show you if you'll watch me," and he began showing Cowperwood how the strips were to be laced through the apertures on either side, cut and fastened with little hickory pegs. This done, he brought a forcing awl, a small hammer, a box of pegs, and a pair of clippers. After several brief demonstrations with different strips as to how the geometric forms were designed, he allowed Cowperwood to take the matter in hand, watching over his shoulder. The financier, quick at anything, manual or mental, went at it in his customary energetic fashion, and in 5 minutes demonstrated to Bonhag that, barring skill and speed, which could only come with practice, he could do it as well as another. "You'll make out all right," said Bonhag. "You're supposed to do 10 of those a day. We won't count the next few days, though, until you get your hand in. After that I'll come around and see how you're getting along. You understand about the towel on the door, don't you?" he inquired. "Yes, Mr. Chapin explained that to me," replied Cowperwood. "I think I know what most of the rules are now. I'll try not to break any of them." The days which followed brought a number of modifications of his prison lot, but not sufficiently by any means to make it acceptable to him. Bonhag had during the first few days in which he trained Cowperwood in the art of caning chairs managed to make it perfectly clear that there were a number of things he would be willing to do for him. One of the things that moved him to this was that already he had been impressed by the fact that Stener's friends were coming to see him in larger numbers than Cowperwood's, sending him an occasional basket of fruit, which he gave to the overseers, and that his wife and children had been already permitted to visit him outside the regular visiting day. This was a cause for jealousy on Bonhag's part. His fellow overseer was lording it over him, telling him, as it were, of the hijinks in Block 4. Bonhag really wanted Cowperwood to spruce up and show what he could do, socially or otherwise. And so now he began with, "I see you have your lawyer and your partner here every day. There ain't anybody else you'd like to have visit you, is there? Of course it's against the rules to have your wife or sister or anybody like that except on visiting days." And here he paused and rolled a large and informing eye on Cowperwood, such an eye as was supposed to convey dark and mysterious things. But all the rules aren't kept around here by a long shot. Cowperwood was not the man to lose a chance of this kind. He smiled a little, enough to relieve himself and to convey to Bonhag that he was gratified by the information, but vocally he observed, "I'll tell you how it is, Mr. Bonhag. I believe you understand my position better than most men would, and that I can talk to you. There are people who would like to come here, but I have been afraid to let them come. I did not know that it could be arranged. If it could be, I would be very grateful. You and I are practical men. I know that if any favors are extended, some of those who help to bring them about must be looked after. If you can do anything to make it a little more comfortable for me here, I will show you that I appreciate it. I haven't any money on my person, but I can always get it, and I will see that you are properly looked after." Bonhag's short, thick ears tingled. This was the kind of talk he liked to hear. "I can fix anything like that, Mr. Cowperwood," he replied servilely. "You leave it to me. If there's any one you want to see at any time, just let me know. Of course, I have to be very careful, and so do you, but that's all right, too. If you want to stay out in that yard a little longer in the mornings, or get out there afternoons or evenings from now on, why, go ahead. It's all right. I'll just leave the door open. If the warden or anybody else should be around, I'll just scratch on your door with my key, and you come in and shut it. If there's anything you want from the outside, I can get it for you. Jelly or eggs or butter or any little thing like that. You might like to fix up your meals a little that way." "I'm certainly most grateful, Mr. Bonhag," returned Cowperwood in his grandest manner, and with a desire to smile, but he kept a straight face. "In regards to that other matter," went on Bonhag, referring to the matter of extra visitors, "I can fix that any time you want to. I know the men out at the gate. If you want anybody to come here, just write 'em a note and give it to me and tell 'em to ask for me when they come. That'll get 'em in all right. When they get here you can talk to 'em in your cell. See? Only when I tap they have to come out. You want to remember that. So you just let me know." Cowperwood was exceedingly grateful. He said so in direct, choice language. It occurred to him at once that this was Aileen's opportunity, and that he could now notify her to come. If she veiled herself sufficiently, she would probably be safe enough. He decided to write her, and when Wingate came, he gave him a letter to mail. 2 days later, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the time appointed by him, Aileen came to see him. She was dressed in gray broadcloth with white velvet trimmings and cut steel buttons which glistened like silver, and wore, as additional ornaments, as well as protection against the cold, a cap, stole, and muff of snow-white ermine. Over this rather striking costume she had slipped a long, dark, circular cloak, which she meant to lay off immediately upon her arrival. She had made a very careful toilet as to her shoes, gloves, hair, and the gold ornaments which she wore. Her face was concealed by a thick green veil, as Cowperwood had suggested, and she arrived at an hour when, as near as he had been able to prearrange, he would be alone. Wingate usually came at 4 after business, and Steger in the morning, when he came at all. She was very nervous over this strange adventure, leaving the street car in which she had chosen to travel some distance away and walking up a side street. The cold weather and the gray walls under a gray sky gave her a sense of defeat, but she had worked very hard to look nice in order to cheer her lover up. She knew how readily he responded to the influence of her beauty when properly displayed. Cowperwood, in view of her coming, had made his cell as acceptable as possible. It was clean because he had swept it himself and made his own bed, and besides, he had shaved and combed his hair and otherwise put himself to rights. The cane chairs on which he had been working had been put in the corner at the end of the bed. His few dishes were washed and hung up, and his clogs brushed with a brush which he now kept for the purpose. Never before, he thought to himself, with a peculiar feeling of artistic degradation, had Aileen seen him like this. She had always admired his good taste in clothes and the way he carried himself in them, and now she was to see him in garments which no dignity of body could make presentable. Only the stoic sense of his own soul dignity aided him here. After all, as he now thought, he was Frank A. Cowperwood, and that was something, whatever he wore, and Aileen knew it. Again, he might be free and rich some day, and he knew that she believed that. Best of all, his looks under these or any other circumstances, as he knew, would make no difference to Aileen. She would only love him the more. It was her ardent sympathy that he was afraid of. He was so glad that Bonhag had suggested that she might enter the cell, for it would be a grim procedure talking to her through a barred door. When Aileen arrived, she asked for Mr. Bonhag and was permitted to go to the central rotunda, where he was sent for. When he came, she murmured, "I wish to see Mr. Cowperwood, if you please," and he exclaimed, "Oh, yes, just come with me." As he came across the rotunda floor from his corridor, he was struck by the evident youth of Aileen, even though he could not see her face. This now was something in accordance with what he had expected of Cowperwood. A man who could steal $500,000 and set a whole city by the ears must have wonderful adventures of all kinds, and Aileen looked like a true adventure. He led her to the little room where he kept his desk and detained visitors, and then bustled down to Cowperwood's cell, where the financier was working on one of his chairs, and scratching on the door with his key, he called, "There's a young lady here to see you. Do you want to let her come inside?" "Thank you, yes," replied Cowperwood, and Bonhag hurried away, unintentionally forgetting in his boorish incivility to unlock the cell door, so that he had to open it in Aileen's presence. The long corridor with its thick doors, mathematically spaced gratings, and gray stone pavement caused Aileen to feel faint at heart. A prison, iron cells, and he was in one of them. It chilled her usually courageous spirit. What a terrible place for her Frank to be! What a horrible thing to have put him here! Judges, juries, courts, laws, jails seemed like so many foaming ogres ranged about the world, glaring down upon her and her love affair. The clank of the key in the lock and the heavy outward swing of the door completed her sense of the untoward, and then she saw Cowperwood. Because of the price he was to receive, Bonhag, after admitting her, strolled discreetly away. Aileen looked at Cowperwood from behind her veil, afraid to speak until she was sure Bonhag had gone, and Cowperwood, who was retaining his self-possession by an effort, signaled her, but with difficulty after a moment or two. "It's all right," he said. "He's gone away." She lifted her veil, removed her cloak, and took in, without seeming to, the stuffy, narrow thickness of the room, his wretched shoes, the cheap, misshapen suit, the iron door behind him leading out into the little yard attached to his cell. Against such a background, with his partially caned chair visible at the end of the bed, he seemed unnatural, weird even. Her Frank, and in this condition. She trembled, and it was useless for her to try to speak. She could only put her arms around him and stroke his head, murmuring, "My poor boy, my darling. Is this what they have done to you? Oh, my poor darling." She held his head while Cowperwood, anxious to retain his composure, winced and trembled too. Her love was so full, so genuine, it was so soothing at the same time that it was unmanning, as now he could see, making of him a child again, and for the first time in his life some inexplicable trick of chemistry, that chemistry of the body, of blind forces which so readily supersedes reason at times, he lost his self-control. The depths of Aileen's feeling, the cooing sound of her voice, the velvety tenderness of her hands, that beauty that had drawn him all the time, more radiant here perhaps within these hard walls and in the face of his physical misery than it had ever been before, completely unmanned him. He did not understand how it could. He tried to defy the moods, but he could not. When she held his head close and caressed it, of a sudden, in spite of himself, his breast felt thick and stuffy, and his throat hurt him. He felt for him an astonishingly strange feeling, a desire to cry, which he did his best to overcome. It shocked him so. There then combined and conspired to defeat him a strange, rich picture of the great world which he had so recently lost, of the lovely, magnificent world which he had hoped some day to regain. He felt more poignantly at this moment than ever he had before the degradation of the clog shoes, the cotton shirt, the striped suit, the reputation of a convict, permanent and not to be laid aside. He drew himself quickly away from her, turned his back, clenched his hands, drew his muscles taut. But it was too late. He was crying, and he could not stop. "Oh, damn it!" he exclaimed, half angrily, half self-commiseratingly, in combined rage and shame. "Why should I cry? What the devil's the matter with me, anyhow?" Aileen saw it. She fairly flung herself in front of him, seized his head with one hand, his shabby waist with the other, and held him tight in a grip that he could not have readily released. "Oh, honey, honey, honey," she exclaimed, pityingly, feverishly. "I love you. I adore you. They could cut my body into bits if it would do you any good. To think that they should make you cry. Oh, my sweet, my darling boy." She pulled his still shaking body tighter, and with her free hand caressed his head. She kissed his eyes, his hair, his cheeks. He pulled himself loose again after a moment, exclaiming, "What the devil's got into me?" But she drew him back. "Never mind, honey, darling. Don't you be ashamed to cry. Cry here on my shoulder. Cry here with me, my baby, my honey pet." He quieted down after a few moments, cautioning her against Bonhag, and regained his former composure, which he was so ashamed to have lost. "You're a great girl, pet," he said, with a tender yet apologetic smile. "You're all right, all that I need, a great help to me. But don't worry any longer about me, dear. I'm all right. It isn't as bad as you think. How are you?" Aileen, on her part, was not to be soothed so easily. His many woes, including his wretched position here, outraged her sense of justice and decency. To think her fine, wonderful Frank should be compelled to come to this, to cry. She stroked his head tenderly, while wild, deadly, unreasoning opposition to life and chance and untoward opposition surged in her brain. Her father, damn him. Her family, pooh. What did she care? Her Frank, her Frank. How little all else mattered where he was concerned. Never, never, never would she desert him. Never, come what might. And now she clung to him in silence while she fought in her brain an awful battle with life and law and fate and circumstance. Law? Nonsense. People, they were brutes, devils, enemies, hounds. She was delighted, eager, crazy to make a sacrifice of herself. She would go anywhere for or with her Frank now. She would do anything for him. Her family was nothing. Life nothing. Nothing, nothing. She would do anything he wished. Nothing more, nothing less. Anything she could do to save him, to make his life happier. But nothing for anyone else. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The days passed. Once the understanding with Bonhag was reached, Cowperwood's wife, mother, and sister were allowed to appear on occasions. His wife and the children were now settled in to the little home for which he was paying, and his financial obligations to her were satisfied by Wingate, who paid her $125 a month for him. He realized that he owed her more, but he was sailing rather close to the wind financially these days. The final collapse of his old interests had come in March, when he had been legally declared bankrupt, and all his properties forfeited to satisfy the claims against him. The city's claim of $500,000 would have eaten up more than could have been realized at the time, had not a pro rata payment of 30 cents on the dollar been declared. Even then the city never received its due, for by some hocus pocus it was declared to have forfeited its rights. Its claim had not been made at the proper time in the proper way. This left larger portions of real money for the others. Fortunately by now Cowperwood had begun to see that by a little experimenting his business relations with Wingate were likely to prove profitable. The broker had made it clear that he intended to be perfectly straight with him. He had employed Cowperwood's two brothers at very modest salaries, one to take care of the books and look after the office, and the other to act on 'change with him, for their seats in that organization had never been sold. And also by considerable effort he had succeeded in securing Cowperwood Sr. a place as a clerk in a bank. For the latter, since the day of his resignation from the Third National, had been in a deep, sad quandary as to what further to do with his life. His son's disgrace, the horror of his trial and incarceration. Since the day of Frank's indictment, and more so since his sentence and commitment to the Eastern Penitentiary, he was as one who walked in a dream. The trial, the charge against Frank, his own son, a convict in stripes, and after he and Frank had walked so proudly in the front rank of the successful and respected here. Like so many others in his hour of distress, he had taken to reading the Bible, looking into its pages for something of that mind consolation that always, from youth up, although rather casually in these later years, he had imagined was to be found there. The Psalms, Isaiah, the book of Job, Ecclesiastes, and, for the most part, because of the fraying nature of his present ills, not finding it. But day after day, secreting himself in his room, a little hall bedroom office in his newest home, where to his wife he pretended that he had some commercial matters wherewith he was still concerned, and once inside, the door locked, sitting and brooding on all that had befallen him, his losses, his good name, or, after months of this, and because of the new position secured for him by Wingate, a bookkeeping job in one of the outlying banks, slipping away early in the morning and returning late at night, his mind a gloomy epitome of all that had been or yet might be. To see him bustling off from his new but very much reduced home at half after 7 in the morning in order to reach the small bank, which was some distance away and not accessible by streetcar line, was one of those pathetic sights which the fortunes of trade so frequently offer. He carried his lunch in a small box because it was inconvenient to return home in the time allotted for this purpose, and because his new salary did not permit the extravagance of a purchased one. It was his one ambition now to eke out a respectable but unseen existence until he should die, which he hoped would not be long. He was a pathetic figure, with his thin legs and body, his gray hair, and his snow-white side whiskers. He was very lean and angular, and, when confronted by a difficult problem, a little uncertain or vague in his mind. An old habit which had grown on him in the years of his prosperity of putting his hand to his mouth and opening his eyes in an assumption of surprise which had no basis in fact, now grew upon him. He really degenerated, although he did not know it, into a mere automaton. Life strews its shores with such interesting and pathetic wrecks. One of the things that caused Cowperwood no little thought at this time, and especially in view of his present extreme indifference to her, was how he would bring up this matter of his indifference to his wife and his desire to end their relationship. Yet apart from the brutality of the plain truth, he saw no way. As he could plainly see, she was now persisting in her pretense of devotion, uncolored apparently by any suspicion of what had happened. Yet since his trial and conviction, she had been hearing from one source and another that he was still intimate with Aileen, and it was only her thought of his concurrent woes and the fact that he might possibly be spared to a successful financial life that now deterred her from speaking. He was shut up in a cell, she said to herself, and she was really very sorry for him, but she did not love him as she once had. He was really too deserving of reproach for his general unseemly conduct, and no doubt this was what was intended, as well as being enforced by the governing power of the world. One can imagine how much such an attitude as this would appeal to Cowperwood once he detected it. By a dozen little signs, in spite of the fact that she brought him delicacies and commiserated on his fate, he could see that she felt not only sad but reproachful. And if there was one thing that Cowperwood objected to at all times, it was the moral as well as the funeral air. Contrasted with the cheerful, combative hopefulness and enthusiasm of Aileen, the wearied uncertainty of Mrs. Cowperwood was, to say the least, a little tame. Aileen, after her first burst of rage over his fate, which really did not develop any tears on her part, was apparently convinced that he would get out and be very successful again. She talked success and his future all the time because she believed in it. Instinctively, she seemed to realize that prison walls could not make a prison for him. Indeed, on the first day she left, she handed Bonhag $10, and after thanking him in her attractive voice, without showing her face, however, for his obvious kindness to her, bespoke his further favor for Cowperwood, a very great man as she described him, which sealed that ambitious materialist's fate completely. There was nothing the overseer would not do for the young lady in the dark cloak. She might have stayed in Cowperwood's cell for a week if the visiting hours of the penitentiary had not made it impossible. The day that Cowperwood decided to discuss with his wife the weariness of his present married state and his desire to be free of it was some 4 months after he had entered the prison. By that time he had become inured to his convict life, the silence of his cell, and the menial tasks he was compelled to perform, which had at first been so distressing, banal, maddening in their pointless iteration, had now become merely commonplace, dull, but not painful. Furthermore, he had learned many of the little resources of the solitary convict, such as that of using his lamp to warm up some delicacy which he had saved from a previous meal or from some basket which had been sent him by his wife or Aileen. He had partially gotten rid of the sickening odor of his cell by persuading Bonhag to bring him a small package of lime, which he used with great freedom. Also, he succeeded in defeating some of the most venturesome rats with traps, and with Bonhag's permission, after his cell door had been properly locked at night and sealed with the outer wooden door, he would take his chair, if it were not too cold, out into the little backyard of his cell and look at the sky, where, when the nights were clear, the stars were to be seen. He had never taken any interest in astronomy as a scientific study, but now the Pleiades, the belt of Orion, the Big Dipper, and the North Star, to which one of its lines pointed, caught his attention, almost his fancy. He wondered why the stars of the belt of Orion came to assume the peculiar mathematical relation to each other which they held, as far as distance and arrangement were concerned, and whether that could possibly have any intellectual significance. The nebulous conglomeration of the suns in the Pleiades suggested a soundless depth of space, and he thought of the earth floating like a little ball in immeasurable reaches of ether. His own life appeared very trivial in view of these things, and he found himself asking whether it was all really of any significance or importance. He shook these moods off with ease, however, for the man was possessed of a sense of grandeur, largely in relation to himself and his affairs, and his temperament was essentially material and vital. Something kept telling him that whatever his present state, he must yet grow to be a significant personage, one whose fame would be heralded the world over, who must try. It was not given all men to see far out or to do brilliantly, but to him it was given, and he must be what he was cut out to be. There was no more escaping the greatness that was inherent in him than there was for so many others the littleness that was in them. Mrs. Cowperwood came that afternoon quite solemnly, bearing several changes of linen, a pair of sheets, some potted meat, and a pie. She was not exactly doleful, but Cowperwood thought that she was tending toward it, largely because of her brooding over his relationship to Aileen, which he knew that she knew. Something in her manner decided him to speak before she left, and after asking her how the children were and listening to her inquiries in regard to the things that he needed, he said to her, sitting on a single chair while she sat on his bed, "Lillian, there's something I've been wanting to talk to you about for some time. I should have done it before, but it's better late than never. I know that you know that there is something between Aileen Butler and me, and we might as well have it open and above board. It's true, I'm very fond of her, and she is very devoted to me, and if ever I get out of here, I want to arrange it so that I can marry her. That means that you will have to give me a divorce, if you will, and I want to talk to you about that now. This can't be so very much of a surprise to you, because you must have seen this long while that our relationship hasn't been all that it might have been, and under the circumstances, this can't prove such a very great hardship to you, I'm sure." He paused, waiting, for Mrs. Cowperwood at first said nothing. He thought when he first broached this was that she ought to make some demonstration of astonishment or wrath, but when she looked into his steady, examining eyes, so free from the illusion of or interest in demonstration of any kind, she realized how useless it would be. He was so utterly matter-of-fact in what seemed to her quite private and secret affairs, very shameless. She had never been able to understand quite how he could take the subtleties of life as he did anyhow. Certain things which she always fancied should be hushed up he spoke of with the greatest nonchalance. Her ears tingled sometimes at his frankness in disposing of a social situation, but she thought this must be characteristic of notable men, and so there was nothing to be said about it. Certain men did as they pleased. Society did not seem able to deal with them in any way. Perhaps God would later. She was not sure. Anyhow, bad as he was, direct as he was, forceful as he was far more interesting than most of the conservative types in whom the social virtues of polite speech and modest thoughts were seemingly predominant. "I know," she said rather peacefully, although with a touch of anger and resentment in her voice. "I've known all about it all this time. I expected you would say something like this to me some day. It's a nice reward for all my devotion to you. But it's just like you, Frank. When you are set on something, nothing can stop you. It wasn't enough that you were getting along so nicely and had 2 children whom you ought to love, but you had to take up with this Butler creature until her name and yours are a byword throughout the city. I know that she comes to this prison. I saw her out here one day as I was coming in, and I suppose everyone else knows it by now. She has no sense of decency, and she does not care, the wretched, vain thing. But I would have thought that you would be ashamed, Frank, to go on the way that you have, when you still have me and the children and your father and mother, and when you are certain to have such a hard fight to get yourself on your feet as it is. If she had any sense of decency, she would not have anything to do with you, the shameless thing." Cowperwood looked at his wife with unflinching eyes. He read in her remarks just what his observation had long since confirmed, that she was sympathetically out of touch with him. She was no longer so attractive physically, and intellectually she was not Aileen's equal. Also, that contact with those women who had deigned to grace his home in the greatest hour of prosperity had proved to him conclusively she was lacking in certain social graces. Aileen was by no means so vastly better. Still she was young and amiable and adaptable, and could still be improved. Opportunity, as he now chose to think, might make Aileen, whereas for Lillian, or at least as he now saw it, it could do nothing. "I'll tell you how it is, Lillian," he said. "I'm not sure that you are going to get what I mean exactly, but you and I are not all well suited to each other any more." "You didn't seem to think that 3 or 4 years ago," interrupted his wife bitterly. I married you when I was 21, went on Cowperwood, quite brutally, not paying any attention to her interruption. And I was really too young to know what I was doing. I was a mere boy. It doesn't make so much difference about that. I am not using that as an excuse. The point that I'm trying to make is this, that right or wrong, important or not important, I have changed my mind since. I don't love you any more, and I don't feel that I want to keep up a relationship, however it may look to the public. That is not satisfactory to me. You have one point of view about life, and I have another. You think your point of view is the right one, and there are thousands of people who will agree with you. But I don't think so. We have never quarreled about these things because I didn't think it was important to quarrel about them. I don't see under the circumstances that I am doing you any great injustice when I ask you to let me go. I don't intend to desert you or the children. You will get a good living income from me as long as I have the money to give it to you. But I want my personal freedom when I come out of here, if I ever do, and I want you to let me have it. The money that you had and a great deal more once I am out of here you will get back when I am on my feet again, but not if you oppose me, only if you help me. I want and intend to help you always, but in my way. He smoothed the leg of his prison trousers in a thoughtful way and plucked at the sleeve of his coat. Just now he looked very much like a highly intelligent workman as he sat here, rather than like the important personage that he was. Mrs. Cowperwood was very resentful. "That's a nice way to talk to me, and a nice way to treat me," she exclaimed dramatically, rising and walking the short space, some 2 steps, that lay between the wall and the bed. "I might have known that you were too young to know your own mind when you married me. Money, of course, that's all you think of, and your own gratification. I don't believe you have any sense of justice in you. I don't believe you ever had. You only think of yourself, Frank. I never saw such a man as you. You have treated me like a dog all through this affair, and all the while you have been running with that little snip of an Irish thing and telling her all about your affairs. I suppose you let me go on believing that you cared for me up to the last moment. And then you suddenly step up and tell me that you want a divorce. I'll not do it. I'll not give you a divorce. You needn't think it." Cowperwood listened in silence. His position, in so far as this marital tangle was concerned, as he saw it, was very advantageous. He was a convict, constrained by the exigencies of his position to be out of personal contact with his wife for a long period of time to come, which should naturally tend to school her to do without him. When he came out, it would be very easy for her to get a divorce from a convict, particularly if she could allege misconduct with another woman, which he would not deny. At the same time, he hoped to keep Aileen's name out of it. Mrs. Cowperwood, if she would, could give any false name if he made no contest. Besides, she was not a very strong person, intellectually speaking. He could bend her to his will. There was no need of saying much more now. The ice had been broken. The situation had been put before her, and time should do the rest. "Don't be dramatic, Lillian," he commented indifferently. "I'm not such a loss to you, if you have enough to live on. I don't think I want to live in Philadelphia if I ever come out of here. My idea is to go west, and I think I want to go alone. I shan't get married right away again, even if you do give me a divorce. I don't care to take anybody along. It would be better for the children if you would stay here and divorce me. The public would think better of them and you." "I'll not do it," declared Mrs. Cowperwood emphatically. "I'll never do it. Never. So there. You can say what you choose. You owe it to me to stick by me and the children after all I've done for you, and I'll not do it. You needn't ask me any more. I'll not do it." "Very well," replied Cowperwood, quietly getting up. "We needn't talk about it any more now. Your time is nearly up anyhow. 20 minutes was supposed to be the regular allotment for visitors. Perhaps you'll change your mind sometime." She gathered up her muff and the shawl strap in which she had carried her gifts, and turned to go. It had been her custom to kiss Cowperwood in a make-believe way up to this time, but now she was too angry to make this pretense. And yet she was sorry, too. Sorry for herself and, she thought, for him. "Frank," she declared dramatically at the last moment, "I never saw such a man as you. I don't believe you have any heart. You're not worthy of a good wife. You're worthy of just such a woman as you're getting. The idea!" Suddenly tears came to her eyes, and she flounced scornfully and yet sorrowfully out. Cowperwood stood there. At least there would be no more useless kissing between them. He congratulated himself. It was hard in a way, but purely from an emotional point of view. He was not doing her any essential injustice, he reasoned. Not an economic one, which was the important thing. She was angry today, but she would get over it, and in time might come to see his point of view. Who could tell? At any rate, he had made it plain to her what he intended to do, and that was something as he saw it. He reminded one of nothing so much as he stood there as of a young chicken picking its way out of the shell of an old estate. And though he was in a cell of a penitentiary with nearly 4 years more to serve, yet obviously he felt within himself that the whole world was still before him. He could go west if he could not reestablish himself in Philadelphia, but he must stay here long enough to win the approval of those who had known him formerly, to obtain, as it were, a letter of credit which he could carry to other parts. "Hard words break no bones," he said to himself as his wife went out. "A man's never done till he's done. I'll show some of these people yet." Of Bonhag, who came to close his cell door, he asked whether it was going to rain. It looked so dark in the hall. "It's sure to before night," replied Bonhag, who was always wondering over Cowperwood's tangled affairs as he heard them retailed here and there. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The time that Cowperwood spent in the Eastern Penitentiary of Pennsylvania was exactly 13 months from the day of his entry to his discharge. The influences which brought about this result were partly of his willing and partly not. For one thing, 6 months after his incarceration, Edward Malia Butler died, expired, sitting in his chair in his private office at his home. The conduct of Aileen had been a great strain on him. From the time Cowperwood had been sentenced, and more particularly after the time he had cried on Aileen's shoulder in prison, she had turned on her father in an almost brutal way. Her attitude, unnatural for a child, was quite explicable as that of a tortured sweetheart. Cowperwood had told her that he thought Butler was using his influence to withhold a pardon for him, and even though one were granted to Stener, whose life in prison he had been following with considerable interest, and this had enraged her beyond measure. She lost no chance of being practically insulting to her father, ignoring him on every occasion, refusing as often as possible to eat at the same table, and when she did, sitting next to her mother in the place of Nora, with whom she had managed to exchange. She refused to sing or play any more when he was present, and persistently ignored the large number of young political aspirants who came to the house and whose presence in a way had been encouraged for her benefit. Old Butler realized, of course, what it was all about. He said nothing. He could not placate her. Her mother and brothers did not understand it at all at first. Mrs. Butler never understood. But not long after Cowperwood's incarceration, Callum and Owen became aware of what the trouble was. Once, when Owen was coming away from a reception at one of the houses where his growing financial importance made him welcome, he heard one of 2 men whom he knew casually say to the other as they stood at the door adjusting their coats, You saw where this fellow Cowperwood got 4 years, didn't you?" "Yes," replied the other. "A clever devil that, wasn't he? I knew that girl he was with, too. You know who I mean, Miss Butler. Wasn't that her name?" Owen was not sure that he had heard right. He did not get the connection until the other guest, opening the door and stepping out, remarked, "Well, old Butler got even, apparently. They say he sent him up." Owen's brow clouded. A hard, contemptuous look came into his eyes. He had much of his father's force. What in the devil were they talking about? What Miss Butler did they have in mind? Could this be Aileen or Norah? And how could Cowperwood come to be in with either of them? It could not possibly be Norah, he reflected, as she was very much infatuated with a young man whom he knew, and she was going to marry him. Aileen had been most friendly with the Cowperwoods and had often spoken well of the Financier. Could it be she? He could not believe it. He thought once of overtaking the two acquaintances and demanding to know what they meant, but when he came out on the step they were already some distance down the street and in the opposite direction from that in which he wished to go. He decided to ask his father about this. On demand, old Butler confessed at once, but insisted that his son keep silent about it. "I wish I'd have known," said Owen grimly. "I'd have shot the dirty dog." "Easy, easy," said Butler. "Your own life's worth more than his, and you'd only be dragging the rest of your family in the dirt with him. He's had something to pay him for his dirty trick, and he'll have more. Just you say nothing to no one. Wait. He'll be wanting to get out in a year or so. Say nothing to her either. Talking won't help there. She'll come to her senses when he's been away long enough, I'm thinking." Owen had tried to be civil to his sister after that, but since he was a stickler for social perfection and advancement, and so eager to get up in the world himself, he could not understand how she could possibly have done any such thing. He resented bitterly the stumbling block she had put in his path. Now, among other things, his enemies would have this to throw in his face if they wanted to, and they would want to. Trust life for that. Callum reached his knowledge of the matter in quite another manner, but at about the same time. He was a member of an athletic club, which had an attractive building in the city, and a fine country club, where he went occasionally to enjoy the swimming pool and the Turkish bath connected with it. One of his friends approached him there in the billiard room one evening and said, "Say, Butler, you know I'm a good friend of yours, don't you?" "Why, certainly I know it," replied Callum. "What's the matter?" "Well, you know," said the young individual, whose name was Richard Pethick, looking at Callum with a look of almost strained affection, "I wouldn't come to you with any story that I thought would hurt your feelings or that you oughtn't to know about, but I do think you ought to know about this." He pulled at a high white collar which was choking his neck. "I know you wouldn't, Pethick," replied Callum, very much interested. "What is it? What's the point?" "Well, I don't like to say anything," replied Pethick, "but that fellow Hibbs is saying things around here about your sister." "What's that?" exclaimed Callum, straightening up in the most dynamic way and bethinking him of the approved social procedure in all such cases. He should be very angry. He should demand and expect proper satisfaction in some form or other. By blows, very likely, if his honor had been in any way impugned. "What is it he says about my sister? What right has he to mention her name here, anyhow? He doesn't know her." Pethick affected to be greatly concerned lest he cause trouble between Callum and Hibbs. He protested that he did not want to, when in reality he was dying to tell. At last he came out with it. "Why, he's circulated the yarn that your sister had something to do with this man Cowperwood, who was tried here recently, and that's why he's just gone to prison." "What's that?" exclaimed Callum, losing the make-believe of the unimportant and taking on the serious mien of someone who feels desperately. "He says that, does he? Where is he? I want to see if he'll say that to me." Some of the stern fighting ability of his father showed in his slender, rather refined young face. "Now, Callum," insisted Pethick, realizing the genuine storm he had raised, and being a little fearful of the result, "do be careful what you say. You mustn't have a row in here. You know it's against the rules. Besides, he may be drunk. It's just some foolish talk he's heard, I'm sure. Now, for goodness sakes, don't get so excited." Pethick, having evoked the storm, was not a little nervous as to its results in his own case. He, too, as well as Callum himself, as the talebearer, might now be involved. But Callum by now was not so easily restrained. His face was quite pale, and he was moving toward the old English grill room, where Hibbs happened to be, consuming a brandy and soda with a friend of about his own age. Callum entered and called him. "Oh, Hibbs," he said. Hibbs, hearing his voice and seeing him at the door, arose and came over. He was an interesting youth of the collegiate type, educated at Princeton. He had heard the rumor concerning Aileen from various sources, other members of the club for one, and had ventured to repeat it in Pethick's presence. "What's that you were just saying about my sister?" asked Callum grimly, looking Hibbs in the eye. "Why, hesitated Hibbs, who sensed trouble and was eager to avoid it. He was not exceptionally brave, and looked it. His hair was straw-colored, his eyes blue, his cheeks pink. "Why, nothing in particular. Who said I was talking about her?" He looked at Pethick, whom he knew to be the tale-bearer, and the latter exclaimed excitedly, "Now don't you try to deny it, Hibbs. You know I heard you." "Well, what did I say?" asked Hibbs defiantly. "Well, what did you say?" interrupted Callum, grimly transferring the conversation to himself. "That's just what I want to know." "Why," stammered Hibbs nervously, "I don't think I've said anything that anybody else hasn't said. I just repeated that someone said that your sister had been very friendly with Mr. Cowperwood. I didn't say any more than I have heard other people say around here." "Oh, you didn't, did you?" exclaimed Callum, withdrawing his hand from his pocket and slapping Hibbs in the face. He repeated the blow with his left hand fiercely. "Perhaps that'll teach you to keep my sister's name out of your mouth, you pup." Hibbs' arms flew up. He was not without pugilistic training, and he struck back vigorously, striking Callum once in the chest and once in the neck. In an instant the two rooms of this suite were in an uproar. Tables and chairs were overturned by the energy of men attempting to get to the scene of action. The two combatants were quickly separated. Sides were taken by the friends of each, excited explanations attempted and defied. Callum was examining the knuckles of his left hand, which were cut from the blow he had delivered. He maintained a gentlemanly calm. Hibbs, very much flustered and excited, insisted that he had been most unreasonably used. The idea of attacking him here, and anyhow, as he maintained now, Pethick had been both eavesdropping and lying about him. Incidentally, the latter was protesting to others that he had done the only thing which an honorable friend could do. It was a 9 days' wonder in the club, and was only kept out of the newspapers by the most strenuous efforts on the part of the friends of both parties. Callum was so outraged on discovering that there was some foundation for the rumor at the club in a general rumor which prevailed that he tendered his resignation and never went there again. "I wish to heaven you hadn't struck that fellow," counseled Owen when the incident was related to him. "It will only make more talk. She ought to leave this place, but she won't. She's stuck on that fellow yet, and we can't tell Nora and Mother. We will never hear the last of this, you and I, believe me." "Damn it, she ought to be made to go," exclaimed Callum. "Well, she won't," replied Owen. "Father has tried making her, and she won't go. Just let things stand. He's in the penitentiary now, and that's probably the end of him. The public seems to think that Father put him there, and that's something. Maybe we can persuade her to go after a while. I wish to God we never had sight of that fellow. If he ever comes out, I've a good notion to kill him." "Oh, I wouldn't do anything like that," replied Callum. "It's useless. It would only stir things up afresh. He's done for anyhow." They planned to urge Norah to marry as soon as possible, and as for their feelings toward Aileen, it was a very chilly atmosphere which Mrs. Butler contemplated from now on, much to her confusion, grief, and astonishment. In this divided world it was that Butler eventually found himself, all at sea as to what to think or what to do. He had brooded so long now for months, and as yet had found no solution. And finally, in a form of religious despair, sitting at his desk in his business chair, he had collapsed, a weary and disconsolate man of 70. A lesion of the left ventricle was the immediate physical cause, although brooding over Aileen was in part the mental one. His death could not have been laid to his grief over Aileen exactly, for he was a very large man, apoplectic, and with sclerotic veins and arteries. For a great many years now he had taken very little exercise, and his digestion had been considerably impaired thereby. He was past 70, and his time had been reached. They found him there the next morning, his hands folded in his lap, his head on his bosom, quite cold. He was buried with honors out at St. Timothy's Church, the funeral attended by a large body of politicians and city officials, who discussed secretly among themselves whether his grief over his daughter had anything to do with his end. All his good deeds were remembered, of course, and Mollenhauer and Simpson sent great floral emblems in remembrance. They were very sorry that he was gone, for they had been a cordial three, but gone he was, and that ended their interest in the matter. He left all of his property to his wife in one of the shortest wills ever recorded locally. "I give and bequeath to my beloved wife Norah all my property of whatsoever kind, to be disposed of as she may see fit." There was no misconstruing this. A private paper, drawn secretly for her some time before by Butler, explained how the property should be disposed of by her at her death. It was Butler's real will masquerading as hers, and she would not have changed it for worlds. But he wanted her left in undisturbed possession of everything until she should die. Aileen's originally assigned portion had never been changed. According to her father's will, which no power under the sun could have made Mrs. Butler alter, she was left $250,000 to be paid at Mrs. Butler's death. Neither this fact nor any of the others contained in the paper were communicated by Mrs. Butler, who retained it to be left as her will. Aileen often wondered, but never sought to know, what had been left her. Nothing, she fancied, but felt that she could not help this. Butler's death led at once to a great change in the temper of the home. After the funeral, the family settled down to a seemingly peaceful continuance of the old life, but it was a matter of seeming merely. The situation stood with Callum and Owen manifesting a certain degree of contempt for Aileen, which she, understanding, reciprocated. She was very haughty. Owen had plans of forcing her to leave after Butler's death, but he finally asked himself what was the use. Mrs. Butler, who did not want to leave the old home, was very fond of Aileen, so therein lay a reason for letting her remain. Besides, any move to force her out would have entailed an explanation to her mother, which was not deemed advisable. Owen himself was interested in Caroline Mollenhauer, whom he hoped some day to marry, as much for her prospective wealth as for any other reason, though he was quite fond of her. In January following Butler's death, which occurred in August, Norah was married very quietly, and the following spring Callum embarked on a similar venture. In the meantime, with Butler's death, the control of the political situation had shifted considerably. A certain Tom Collins, formerly one of Butler's henchmen, but latterly a power in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th wards, where he had numerous saloons and control of other forms of vice, appeared as a claimant for political recognition. Mollenhauer and Simpson had to consult him, as he could make very uncertain the disposition of some 115,000 votes, a large number of which were fraudulent, but which fact did not modify their deadly character on occasion. Butler's sons disappeared as possible political factors, and were compelled to confine themselves to the street railway and contracting business. The pardon of Cowperwood and Stener, which Butler would have opposed, because by keeping Stener in he kept Cowperwood in, became a much easier matter. The scandal of the Treasury defalcation was gradually dying down. The newspapers had ceased to refer to it in any way. Through Steger and Wingate, a large petition signed by all important financiers and brokers had been sent to the governor, pointing out that Cowperwood's trial and conviction had been most unfair, and asking that he be pardoned. There was no need for any such effort so far as Stener was concerned. Whenever the time seemed ripe, the politicians were quite ready to say to the governor that he ought to let him go. It was only because Butler had opposed Cowperwood's release that they had hesitated. It was really not possible to let out the one and ignore the other, and this petition, coupled with Butler's death, cleared the way very nicely. Nevertheless, nothing was done until the March following Butler's death, when both Stener and Cowperwood had been incarcerated 13 months, a length of time which seemed quite sufficient to appease the anger of the public at large. In this period Stener had undergone a considerable change physically and mentally. In spite of the fact that a number of the minor aldermen who had profited in various ways by his largeness called to see him occasionally, and that he had been given, as it were, almost the liberty of the place, and that his family had not been allowed to suffer, nevertheless he realized that his political and social days were over. Somebody might now occasionally send him a basket of fruit and assure him that he would not be compelled to suffer much longer, but when he did get out, he knew that he had nothing to depend on save his experience as an insurance agent and real estate dealer. That had been precarious enough in the days when he was trying to get some small political foothold. How would it be when he was known only as the man who had looted the Treasury of $500,000 and been sent to the penitentiary for 5 years? Who would lend him the money wherewith to get a little start, even so much as $4,000 or $5,000? The people who were calling to pay their respects now and then and to assure him that he had been badly treated? Never. All of them could honestly claim that they had not so much to spare. If he had good security to offer, yes. But if he had good security, he would not need to go to them at all. The man who would have actually helped him, if he had only known, was Frank A. Cowperwood. Stener could have confessed his mistake, as Cowperwood saw it, and Cowperwood would have given him the money gladly, without any thought of return. But by his poor understanding of human nature, Stener considered that Cowperwood must be an enemy of his, and he would not have had either the courage or the business judgment to approach him. During his incarceration, Cowperwood had been slowly accumulating a little money through Wingate. He had paid Steger considerable sums from time to time until that worthy finally decided that it would not be fair to take any more. "If you ever get on your feet, Frank," he said, "you can remember me if you want to, but I don't think you'll want to. It's been nothing but lose, lose, lose for you through me. I'll undertake this matter of getting that appeal to the governor without any charge on my part. Anything I can do for you from now on is free, gratis, for nothing." "Oh, don't talk nonsense, Harper," replied Cowperwood. "I don't know of anybody that could have done any better with my cases. Certainly there isn't anybody that I would have trusted as much. I don't like lawyers, you know." "Yes, well," said Steger, "they've got nothing on financiers, so we'll call it even." And they shook hands. So when it was finally decided to pardon Stener, which was in the early part of March, 1873, Cowperwood's pardon was necessarily but gingerly included. A delegation consisting of Strobik, Harmon, and Winpenny, representing, as it was intended to appear, the unanimous wishes of the council and the city administration, and speaking for Mollenhauer and Simpson, who had given their consent, visited the governor at Harrisburg and made the necessary formal representations which were intended to impress the public. At the same time, through the agency of Steger, Davison, and Walter Leigh, the appeal in behalf of Cowperwood was made. The governor, who had had instructions beforehand from sources quite superior to this committee, was very solemn about the whole procedure. He would take the matter under advisement. He would look into the history of the crimes and the records of the two men. He could make no promises. He would see. But in 10 days, after allowing the petitions to gather considerable dust in one of his pigeonholes and doing absolutely nothing toward investigating anything, he issued 2 separate pardons in writing. One, as a matter of courtesy, he gave into the hands of Messrs. Strobick, Harmon, and Winpenny, to bear personally to Mr. Stener, as they desired that he should. The other, on Steger's request, he gave to him. The 2 committees which had called to receive them then departed, and the afternoon of the same day saw Strobick, Harmon, and Winpenny arrive in one group, and Steger, Wingate, and Walter Leigh in another, at the prison gate, but at different hours. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of the Financier by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This matter of the pardon of Cowperwood, the exact time of it, was kept a secret from him, though the fact that he was to be pardoned soon, or that he had a very excellent chance of being, had not been denied, rather had been made much of from time to time. Wingate had kept him accurately informed as to the progress being made, as had Steger, but when it was actually ascertained from the governor's private secretary that a certain day would see the pardon handed over to them, Steger, Wingate, and Walter Leigh had agreed between themselves that they would say nothing, taking Cowperwood by surprise. They even went so far, that is, Steger and Wingate did, as to indicate to Cowperwood that there was some hitch to the proceedings, and that he might not now get out so soon. Cowperwood was somewhat depressed, but properly stoical. He assured himself that he could wait, and that he would be all right sometime. He was rather surprised, therefore, one Friday afternoon, to see Wingate, Steger, and Leigh appear at his cell door, accompanied by Warden Desmas. The warden was quite pleased to think that Cowperwood should finally be going out. He admired him so much and decided to come along to the cell to see how he would take his liberation. On the way, Desmas commented on the fact that he had always been a model prisoner. He kept a little garden out there in that yard of his, he confided to Walter Leigh. He had violets and pansies and geraniums out there, and they did very well, too. Leigh smiled. It was like Cowperwood to be industrious and tasteful, even in prison. Such a man could not be conquered. A very remarkable man, that, he remarked to Desmas. Very, replied the warden. You can tell that by looking at him. The 4 looked in through the barred door where he was working, without being observed, having come up quite silently. Hard at it, Frank? Asked Steger. Cowperwood glanced over his shoulder and got up. He had been thinking, as always these days, of what he would do when he did get out. What is this, he asked, a political delegation? He suspected something on the instant. All 4 smiled cheeringly, and Bunhag unlocked the door for the warden. Nothing very much, Frank, replied Steger gleefully. Only you're a free man. You can gather up your traps and come right along if you wish. Cowperwood surveyed his friends with a level gaze. He had not expected this so soon after what had been told him. He was not one to be very much interested in the practical joke or the surprise, but this pleased him. The sudden realization that he was free. Still, he had anticipated it so long that the charm of it had been discounted to a certain extent. He had been unhappy here, and he had not. The shame and humiliation of it, to begin with, had been much. Latterly, as he had become inured to it all, the sense of narrowness and humiliation had worn off. Only the consciousness of incarceration and delay irked him. Barring his intense desire for certain things, success and vindication principally, he found that he could live in his narrow cell and be fairly comfortable. He had long since become used to the limey smell, used to defeat a more sickening one, and to the numerous rats which he quite regularly trapped. He had learned to take an interest in chair caning, having become so proficient that he could seat 20 in a day if he chose, and in working in the little garden in the spring, summer, and fall. Every evening he had studied the sky from his narrow yard, which resulted curiously in the gift in years later of a great reflecting telescope to a famous university. He had not looked upon himself as an ordinary prisoner by any means, and had not felt himself to be sufficiently punished if a real crime had been involved. From Bonhag he had learned the history of many criminals here incarcerated, from murderers up and down, and many had been pointed out to him from time to time. He had been escorted into the general yard by Bonhag, had seen the general food of the place being prepared, and had heard of Stener's modified life here, and so forth. It had finally struck him that it was not so bad, only that the delay to the individual like himself was wasteful. He could do so much now if he were out and did not have to fight court proceedings, courts and jails. He shook his head when he thought of the waste involved in them. "That's all right," he said, looking around him in an uncertain way. "I'm ready." He stepped out into the hall with scarcely a farewell glance, and to Bonhag, who was grieving greatly over the loss of so profitable a customer, he said, "I wish you would see that some of these things are sent over to my house, Walter. You're welcome to the chair, that clock, this mirror, those pictures, all of the things, in fact, except my linen, razors, and so forth." This last little act of beneficence soothed Bonhag's lacerated soul a little. They went out into the receiving overseer's office, where Cowperwood laid aside his prison suit and the soft shirt with a considerable sense of relief. The clog shoes had long since been replaced by a better pair of his own. He put on the derby hat and gray overcoat he had worn the year before on entering, and expressed himself as ready. At the entrance of the prison he turned and looked back one last glance at the iron door leading into the garden. "You don't regret leaving that, do you, Frank?" asked Steger curiously. "I do not," replied Cowperwood. "It wasn't that I was thinking of. It was just the appearance of it, that's all." In another minute they were at the outer gate, where Cowperwood shook the warden finally by the hand. Then entering a carriage outside the large, impressive Gothic entrance, the gates were locked behind them, and they were driven away. "Well, there's an end of that, Frank," observed Steger gaily. "That will never bother you any more." "Yes," replied Cowperwood. "It's worse to see it coming than going." "It seems to me we ought to celebrate this occasion in some way," observed Walter Leigh. "It won't do just to take Frank home. Why don't we all go down to Green's? That's a good idea." "I'd rather not, if you don't mind," replied Cowperwood feelingly. "I'll get together with you all later. Just now I'd like to go home and change these clothes." He was thinking of Aileen and his children and his mother and father and of his whole future. Life was going to broaden out for him considerably from now on. He was sure of it. He had learned so much about taking care of himself in those 13 months. He was going to see Aileen and find how she felt about things in general, and then he was going to resume some such duties as he had had in his own concern with Wingate Company. He was going to secure a seat on 'change again through his friends, and to escape the effect of the prejudice of those who might not care to do business with an ex-convict. He was going to act as general outside man and floor man on 'change for Wingate & Company. His practical control of that could not be publicly proved. Now for some important development in the market, some slump or something. He would show the world whether he was a failure or not. They let him down in front of his wife's little cottage, and he entered briskly in the gathering gloom. On September 18th, 1873, at 12:15 on a brilliant autumn day in the city of Philadelphia, one of the most startling financial tragedies that the world has ever seen had its commencement. The banking house of Tighe Company, the foremost financial organization of America, doing business at number 114 South 3rd Street in Philadelphia, and with branches in New York, Washington, London, closed its doors. Those who know anything about the financial crises of the United States know well the significance of the panic which followed. It is spoken of in all histories as the Panic of 1873, and the widespread ruin and disaster which followed was practically unprecedented in American history. At this time Cowperwood, once more a broker, ostensibly a broker's agent, was doing business in South 3rd Street and representing Wingate & Company on 'change. During the 6 months which had elapsed since he had emerged from the Eastern Penitentiary, he had been quietly resuming financial, if not social, relations with those who had known him before. Furthermore, Wingate & Company were prospering and had been for some time, a fact which redounded to his credit with those who knew. Ostensibly, he lived with his wife in a small house on North 21st Street. In reality, he occupied a bachelor apartment on North 15th Street, to which Aileen occasionally repaired. The difference between himself and his wife had now become a matter of common knowledge in the family, and although there were some faint efforts made to smooth the matter over, no good resulted. The difficulties of the past 2 years had so inured his parents to expect the untoward and exceptional that, astonishing as it was, it did not shock them so much as it would have years before. They were too much frightened by life to quarrel with its weird developments. They could only hope and pray for the best. The Butler family, on the other hand, what there was of it, had become indifferent to Aileen's conduct. She was ignored by her brothers and Nora, who now knew all, and her mother was so taken up with religious devotions and brooding contemplations of her loss that she was not as active in her observation of Aileen's life as she might have been. Besides, Cowperwood and his mistress were more circumspect in their conduct than they had ever been before. Their movements were more carefully guarded, though the result was the same. Cowperwood was thinking of the West, of reaching some slight local standing here in Philadelphia, and then, with perhaps $100,000 in capital, removing to the boundless prairies of which he had heard so much—Chicago, Fargo, Duluth, Sioux City, places then heralded in Philadelphia and the East as coming centers of great life, and taking Aileen with him. Although the problem of marriage with her was insoluble unless Mrs. Cowperwood should formally agree to give him up, a possibility which was not manifest at this time, neither he nor Aileen were deterred by that thought. They were going to build a future together, or so they thought, marriage or no marriage. The only thing which Cowperwood could see to do was to take Aileen away with him and to trust to time and absence to modify his wife's point of view. The particular panic which was destined to mark a notable change in Cowperwood's career was one of those peculiar things which spring naturally out of the optimism of the American people and the irrepressible progress of the country. It was the result, to be accurate, of the prestige and ambition of Jay Cooke, whose early training and subsequent success had all been acquired in Philadelphia, and who had since become the foremost financial figure of his day. It would be useless to attempt to trace here the rise of this man to distinction. It need only be said that by suggestions which he made and methods which he devised, the Union government, in its darkest hours, was able to raise the money wherewith to continue the struggle against the South. After the Civil War this man, who had built up a tremendous banking business in Philadelphia, with great branches in New York and Washington, was at a loss for some time for some significant thing to do, some constructive work which would be worthy of his genius. The war was over. The only thing which remained was the finances of peace, and the greatest things in American financial enterprise were those related to the construction of transcontinental railway lines. The Union Pacific, authorized in 1860, was already building. The Northern Pacific and the Southern Pacific were already dreams in various pioneer minds. The great thing was to connect the Atlantic and the Pacific by steel, to bind up the territorially perfected and newly solidified Union, or to enter upon some vast project of mining, of which gold and silver were the most important. Actually, railway building was the most significant of all, and railroad stocks were far and away the most valuable and important on every exchange in America. Here in Philadelphia, New York Central, Rock Island, Wabash, Central Pacific, St. Paul, Hannibal and St. Joseph, Union Pacific, and Ohio and Mississippi were freely traded in. There were men who were getting rich and famous out of handling these things, and such towering figures as Cornelius Vanderbilt, Jay Gould, Daniel Drew, James Fish, and others in the East, and Fair, Crocker, W. R. Hearst, and Colesby Huntington in the West, were already raising their heads like vast mountains in connection with these enterprises. Among those who dreamed most ardently on this score was Jay Cooke, who, without the wolfish cunning of a Gould or the practical knowledge of a Vanderbilt, was ambitious to thread the northern reaches of America with a band of steel which should be a permanent memorial to his name. The project which fascinated him most was one that related to the development of the territory then lying almost unexplored between the extreme western shore of Lake Superior, where Duluth now stands, and that portion of the Pacific Ocean into which the Columbia River empties, the extreme northern one-third of the United States. Here, if a railroad were built, would spring up great cities and prosperous towns. There were, it was suspected, mines of various metals in the region of the Rockies which this railroad would traverse, and untold wealth to be reaped from the fertile corn and wheat lands. Products brought only so far east as Duluth could then be shipped to the Atlantic via the Great Lakes and the Erie Canal at a greatly reduced cost. It was a vision of empire, not unlike the Panama Canal project of the same period, and one that bade fair apparently to be as useful to humanity. It had aroused the interest and enthusiasm of Cooke, because of the fact that the government had made a grant of vast areas of land on either side of the proposed track to the corporation that should seriously undertake it and complete it within a reasonable number of years, and because of the opportunity it gave him of remaining a distinguished public figure, he had eventually shouldered the project. It was open to many objections and criticisms, but the genius which had been sufficient to finance the Civil War was considered sufficient to finance the Northern Pacific Railroad. Cooke undertook it with the idea of being able to put the merits of the proposition before the people direct, not through the agency of any great financial corporation, and of selling to the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker the stock or shares that he wished to dispose of. It was a brilliant chance. His genius had worked out the sale of great government loans during the Civil War to the people direct in this fashion. Why not Northern Pacific certificates? For several years he conducted a pyrotechnic campaign, surveying the territory in question, organizing great railway construction corps, building hundreds of miles of track under most trying conditions, and selling great blocks of his stock, on which interest of a certain percentage was guaranteed. If it had not been that he knew little of railroad building personally, and that the project was so vast that it could not well be encompassed by one man, even so great a man, it might have proved successful, as under subsequent management it did. However, hard times, the war between France and Germany, which tied up European capital for the time being and made it indifferent to American projects, envy, calumny, a certain percentage of mismanagement, all conspired to wreck it. On September 18, 1873, at 12:15 noon, J. Cook & Company failed for approximately $8 million, and the Northern Pacific, for all that had been invested in it, some $50 million more. One can imagine what the result was. The most important financier and the most distinguished railway enterprise collapsing at one and the same time. A financial thunderclap in a clear sky, said the Philadelphia press. No one could have been more surprised, said the Philadelphia Inquirer, if snow had fallen amid the sunshine of a summer noon. The public, which by Cook's previous tremendous success had been lulled into believing him invincible, could not understand it. It was beyond belief. J. Cook fail? Impossible. Or anything connected with him. Nevertheless, he had failed, and the New York Stock Exchange, after witnessing a number of crashes immediately afterward, closed for 8 days. The Lakeshore Railroad failed to pay a call loan of $1,750,000, and the Union Trust Company, allied to the Vanderbilt interests, closed its doors after withstanding a prolonged run. The National Trust Company of New York had $800,000 of government securities in its vaults, but not a dollar could be borrowed upon them, and it suspended. Suspicion was universal. Rumor affected everyone. In Philadelphia, when the news reached the stock exchange, it came first in the form of a brief dispatch addressed to the stock board from the New York Stock Exchange. Rumor on street of failure of J. Cook & Company. Answer. It was not believed, and so not replied to. Nothing was thought of it. The world of brokers paid scarcely any attention to it. Cowperwood, who had followed the fortunes of J. Cook & Company with considerable suspicion of its president's brilliant theory of vending his wares direct to the people, was perhaps the only one who had suspicions. He had once written a brilliant criticism to some inquirer, in which he had said that no enterprise of such magnitude as the Northern Pacific had ever before been entirely dependent upon one house, or rather upon one man, and that he did not like it. I am not sure that the lands through which the road runs are so unparalleled in climate, soil, timber, minerals, etc., as Mr. Cook and his friends would have us believe. Neither do I think that the road can, at present, or for many years to come, earn the interest which its great issues of stock call for. There is great danger and risk there. So when the notice was posted, he looked at it, wondering what the effect would be if by any chance J. Cook & Company should fail. He was not long in wonder. A second dispatch posted on change read, New York, September 18th. J. Cook & Company have suspended. Cowperwood could not believe it. He was beside himself with the thought of a great opportunity. In company with every other broker, he hurried into 3rd Street up to number 114, where the famous old banking house was located, in order to be sure. Despite his natural dignity and reserve, he did not hesitate to run. If this were true, a great hour had struck. There would be widespread panic and disaster. There would be a terrific slump in prices of all stocks. He must be in the thick of it. Wingate must be on hand, and his 2 brothers. He must tell them how to sell and when, and what to buy. His great hour had come. End of chapter 58.